great job of instilling that throughout the organization, stepping back, letting them do the thing. And Tom has done the same thing. And that's one thing that I love about Tom, and I'm sure Ms. Hamp, I don't know her, it was the same way, but he is about the community. What we're doing here today is so important, along with the teams, giving back to the community. And I know this is important to him, to help with the salvation, to help with the Radiothon, whatever it is we can do to help within the community, because without the community, you know, we can be up here and you have the homeless and hungry down here. It doesn't mean a hill of beans. So let's make sure fans out there step in and step up to help us with this cause, to donate, because like you said, Anthony, you know, we want to, there's nothing that warms your heart more than a warm meal for the homeless and the hungry. And that's so important. And I know Lomas can recognize it. I came up in, you know, from humble means. So it means a lot to me. I wish we had something like this in my little hometown in Kentucky to help the homeless and the needy, because our city of Detroit is growing, but we still have some families to reach back behind us and get. And I know Tom and Holly Gores feels that, he means that, and he wants to promote that throughout our city and throughout our region.
Hey, Coach, I mean, you touched on it with Tom and Holly and yourself, Christmas time. Look, you're back here with us inside Ford Garage here for the Radiothon. There are no timeouts. There are no off days.
Exactly.
This is a 24/7, 365 mission, and it's so great to have you on board and have you take the time to come down. By the way, how do we look at shoot around today?
Yeah, we look pretty good. So we don't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
As Loma says, you don't want to jinx it. Sometimes you have a great shoot around and play like crap at night. So you want to have a happy medium there. As long as they're paying attention to the films, and JB's got them locked in, and so that's the most important thing and the one thing too is the belief. You see it in the players' eyes. They believe. Even when they get down 10, 15 points, which you don't want to make a living doing, they still believe that they can do it. And I contributed that to JB and his staff. They come in every day with a positive attitude, a positive approach. JB's a great communicator, so he's got the guys believing. And that's, as you know, Lomas, that's probably 3/4 of the battle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If it was an all pregame dance team, we'll be on that too. Our boys got some moves.
I can do that.
Hey, we got some moves now.
I
I'm
saw
watching
that.
them come
I saw
out now,
that,
so
yeah.
I love that.
And that's one great thing about Malik Beasley. Malik is the spirit and the big brother on the shoulder guy. You know, you got to have that guy. He's the spirit of the team. Kind of does all the shimmy shakes and all that stuff. Have at it, because he brings that attitude to the team. And I know our fans out. He got one of the largest ovations the other night when he made the three and did the shimmy shake and all that stuff. You know, but that's what we need. Our young guys needed that confidence to go with them in the game.
14 years as the head man there in the NBA Coach of the Year, 4-year Kentucky Wildcat plus a national championship. I'll tell you what, he is the coach, Dwayne Casey. He takes no days off in helping out the Salvation Army, and he's ready to go back to work. We're going to step aside here with plenty more focus with Paul W. Smith, Lomas Brown, Anthony Bellino, the great Marie Osborne here filling in for Paul W. on this Friday. The great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR.
Anyone who knows me knows that I love ice cream almost as much as I love the Detroit Lions.
So if you are craving something sweet, Lomas Brown, then you have to try Hudsonville ice cream.
Hudsonville has been making real ice cream, AB, since 1926 right here in Michigan.
Lomas, have you tried out that mint chocolate chip?
Ooh, cool mint ice cream sprinkled with sweet darklet chocolate flakes.
Now you can have all the flakes you want. What about the strawberry cheesecake, Lomas?
Oh, that's creamy cheesecake flavored ice cream with just a swirl of strawberry on top.
Just a little bit. Hudsonville has something for everyone.
So next time you're looking to treat yourself, reach for Hudsonville ice cream at your local retailer and find your favorite flavor.
Trust Lomas Brown, folks. Once you try it, you'll be hooked.
Hudsonville ice cream, real ice cream since 1926.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by respected educator Dr. Robert Livernoy. It's a conversation on all things education, from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Wakely Associates Architects. The highest performing school facilities start with premier architectural design. Wakely Associates Architects, trusted since 1951.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
We've got some slow traffic on 8 Mile westbound between the Southfield Freeway and Losser. It looks like we still have that crash on I-275 northbound at Huron Road. We've got an accident blocking your right shoulder on I-275 northbound at I-94. Still have that crash involving a fire truck on McNichols Road between Livernois and Linwood. And the Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed for construction until 8 p.m. Sunday. Now WJR Weather First from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today with a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? Whether you're a local shop or global enterprise, Bank of America gives you access to a range of business solutions to help make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business.
And now a few words from Dick Purton.
The most popular giving level we have found as the years have gone on is $240. And that's wonderful. That really is. That's I realize most people can't afford to do something like that. And those that do and give the $240, we are forever grateful. And the people in line, forever grateful. Believe me, they're very, very wonderfully grateful. And they tell us that. That means a lot. It means a lot to us as we're standing up in the truck on the cold days and they're standing outside. I think we say every year there's more need, but we mean it. The Salvation Army is out there 365 days of the year. They never give up. They never stop. Salvation Army urges everyone to take care of each other.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Lomas, Anthony, and Marie.
Welcome back here to Focus with Paul W. Smith. Paul W. out today. That's Lomas Brown. I'm Anthony Bellino, of course, our senior news analyst. We may have changed her title as well. Maria Osborne is on site, as is Major Charlotte Kohler of the Metro Detroit area, commander of the Salvation Army, the Great Lakes Division. And Queen Marie, I believe we have got some good news over there.
Yeah, we sure do. We've got some pledges coming in that are really important. And this is a lesson in you're never too old to give. You're never too old to give. We want to send a special thanks out to Thelma in Highland for a $400 donation. She's 120.
Oh, wow.
So bless you, Thelma. We're glad you're on board with us. Brian from Ohio, or excuse me, from Ann Arbor, has a $240 gift for us. Please give a shout out to him. To Ann Arbor. Yeah, Ann Arbor. Big shout out to Ann Arbor. All right. Elaine from Deckerville, $150 and $240 this afternoon from Terry from Wyandotte. All great donations. Thank you so much. Great pledges.
That is fantastic news. Those are awesome pledges. You can pledge your support just like Coach Casey does, right? The Salvation Army. We're here at the Bed and Bread Club inside Ford's Garage. And I'm telling you what, you can smell the food, right? I'm getting ready to eat. It's about that time. But before we do that, we have to feed everyone. And you can take part in that. Call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the keyword bread to 24365, and you can join the club that's here for good. All right, and I think we need to. Yes. Oh, you need a pen.
Yes, I do.
You could
Thank
just
you,
ask me
AB.
for that. I would just. I would just
okay.
throw it on. I might just throw it at you.
People might not see that. So,
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
I saw it. It caught me off guard there. And if I'm not mistaken, Cody Johnson is joining us, president of Echelon. Cody, welcome to the program. And this is very, very exciting because Echelon's a program for the young professionals who support the Salvation Army. And members participate in activities like fundraising and networking and volunteering as well. And it's getting the young folks involved in the mission to be able to, at one day, accept that torch and carry it forward.
Absolutely. And first and foremost, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here this afternoon. It's 50 plus degrees outside. It's a beautiful day. But we also have a beautiful event going on for a great cause and everything that the Bed and Bread program does each and every day, right? We all know that rain or shine, they're out there and those trucks keep rolling. And, I have the privilege of getting to be the president for the Michigan, Detroit chapter of Echelon, which, as you said, Anthony, is really focused on mobilizing the next generation of the Salvation Army and really targeted and focused towards young professionals that are looking to get involved in their local communities. And so I know as a young professional myself, when I started back with the Salvation Army in 2017, I was not in a position to really, monetarily give back. But what I could do is I could give my time. I could leverage the skills that I've learned from my day job, in financial services. And I was given that opportunity through the Salvation Army. And so we're really focused on trying to continue to keep that mission front of mind for young professionals and mobilize the next generation of the Salvation Army.
So how has that role changed? I mean, it seemed like each generation is different. I mean, they come with different sets of problems, and different sets of good things about them too. So how have you seen that role kind of change? Do you guys have to do things differently to try to attract that young talent to the Salvation Army?
Absolutely. And I think social media is a big part of that. And I think that the Salvation Army, specifically Echelon and everything that we are doing today is a prime focus of that and all the folks that are here to support such a great cause. But as it pertains to young professionals, one of the things that I've realized is that they all want to make an impact in their local community, but they may not know how. They may not know where to get started. They may not know which nonprofit that they can connect with. And I think that's what's so great about the Salvation Army is they serve so many individuals and they don't judge, right? They're there to lend a helping hand and really meet the need wherever it is. And I know that that's what got me involved with Salvation Army was I had an opportunity to actually volunteer at Harbor Light. And, it was a couple hours I was making sandwiches and really just, giving my time. Had an opportunity to take a tour and I saw that those trucks were going out and, it's freezing outside. There's 6 inches of snow on the ground and I'm sitting there trying to get bundled up, but that truck's going out.
Yeah.
And so to me, I knew that I could easily get behind an organization that no matter rain or shine, there's 6 inches of snow on the ground or not, those trucks are rolling out and they're going to make an impact to the local community. And so that's why I'm here. And more importantly, I know that's what young professionals are looking to get part of as well.
How have you seen the interest from the young professionals, right? I mean, how do you go about, I know that Lomas talked about, and you did too, about social media, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a recruitment, but at the same time, you want to put it on people's radar. You want them to be interested and involved. How have you seen the numbers of young people getting involved kind of grow?
Well, I think there's a couple of different platforms that are out there. Obviously, LinkedIn's a big one for young professionals, right? Obviously, Facebook and all the different places that are out there, right? Everyone's got an iPhone these days or an Android, and they're really focused on scrolling, right? And so I think that that's a big part of it. But being able to tell the story around the need is really what I think is correlating and connecting with younger people, right? So, posting pictures out there of events that are out there in the community or different volunteer opportunities that not only the Salvation Army provides, but Echelon provides as well. And, the Salvation Army has, events that they're doing like today or Comedy for a Cause or the Walk for Justice. And so trying to make sure that we get the message out there in social media targeted towards those young professionals or young individuals so they know where it's at, where it's about, and how they can get involved. The other thing I would say is that professional development and networking is a huge opportunity for younger folks, right? They not only want to give back in their local community, but they also want to network with other young professionals as well. And so Echelon is a great platform for those individuals to really do both and also give back to a tremendous cause like what the Salvation Army is doing today.
Yeah, are you guys tied in with schools? I mean, do you guys tie yourself in with either DPS, I'm just as an example, or charter schools? Do you guys tie yourself in with them?
Well, listen, I think any opportunity to give back is a great opportunity. I think that's something that, you're giving me a great idea to be very candid here today in terms of, trying to connect in with schools more. But I would say that we're really focused on continuing to mobilize the next generation through the events that the Salvation already has established. And so events like today, Comedy for a Cause, Walk for Justice, different events like that is really where our primary focus has been. But absolutely, I think any opportunity that we have to get younger folks involved in their communities, the better.
It's incredible.
And talk about the importance. We had a little earlier, we had a guest on who talked about young people don't volunteer in the numbers that maybe our generation did. So talk a little bit about how important it is to really impress upon people, younger people, that it's important to you and your community to get involved.
Absolutely. I think it's, the generation before us did such a great job, to your point, in terms of giving back to their local communities. And I think that it's not that young, individuals don't want to get involved. I think it's that the challenge for them is that, they're trying to climb the corporate ladder or they're raising a family.
Yeah.
And I think time is more of the concern. And so I think instead of having maybe longer events, maybe having shorter events with more people where there's a rotation where they can still give their time and they can really be focused on, delivering for that organization that they're volunteering with.
But the benefit is very clear in terms of not just on a personal level, but at a corporate level too, because we talked about team building and how important that is, and that people are proud to work for companies that see beyond the bottom line, that they see some community justice and community involvement in their purpose.
Absolutely. I know for our organization, where I have the privilege of working at Bank of America and Merrill, right, that's almost a given, right? And that we are going to go back and we're going to support the communities in which we serve. And volunteerism is one way that we do that. And so I know that a lot of organizations out there are really committed to that. A lot of them obviously have been, on the radio so far today and supporting this event. But I just think, younger folks want to get involved. It's just continuing to get the message out there in social media and continuing to make sure that the Salvation Army is a part of that, as I know our focus in Echelon.
A lot of Lion fans.
Absolutely.
That's a prereq, right?
Absolutely.
That's one of the prereqs to be in this club, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, my man.
Absolutely.
I like it.
Not
it.
not allowed to root for any other team.
My man.
See,
that's
that's
what I'm
the
talking
support
about.
we need. It's an
Pretty
army
simple.
of support,
It
right?
Yes, right.
Army.
Yeah, Cody got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know what? You can join this army right now by calling the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673, or text the keyword bread to 24365. You could be just like Cody Johnson there, the president of Echelon, and you can join the club that's here for good. Cody, our friend, thank you for the time today.
Appreciate it, Cody.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Fantastic. We're going to continue to roll along here on Focus with Paul W. Smith. That's Marie and Lomas. I'm Anthony. We're back with more here on the Great Voice of the Great Lakes 760 WJR after this.
Elite Diversity Staffing is seeking dedicated individuals to join their dynamic team. They're hiring for a variety of roles, including CNC machinists, experienced CNC operators, quality auditors, data entry clerks, and so much more. So whether someone is a seasoned professional or just starting their career, Elite Diversity Staffing has a role for them. So don't miss out on these exciting opportunities. Apply today and take the next step in your career journey.
The 42nd annual Corktown races are Sunday, March 16th. It's family fun on the run. Run the mile, 5K, or do both. Kids get a shirt and a medal for completing the quarter mile. Join the race crowd at the newly renovated Roseville Park and visit Michigan Central before or after the race. Sign up online or just go to one of 6 packet pickup locations to get your shirt and race number in advance. Come out in costume, win prizes, and stay for the entertainment and St. Patrick's Parade. For more information, go to corktownrace.com or the Facebook fan page. Start your day by hitting play on
5 Things First Thing with JR Morning's Guy Gordon, Lloyd Jackson, and Jamie Edmonds.
Get the day's top 5 stories in just 5 minutes, delivered right to your device. Subscribe to JR Morning's 5 Things First Thing wherever you get your podcasts.
No matter how you use social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WJR is there for you at WJR Radio.
News, I'm Therese Crowley. Sparks in the Oval Office with Volodymyr Zelensky to finalize a rare earth mining deal with President Trump and pave the way for ending Russia's war with Ukraine. After pressing for further security guarantees, President Trump said you're in no position to dictate.
Thus you start having
playing cards.
Right now you don't
Very
you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm very serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
What do you think
You're
about-
gambling with
What do you
World War III.
Those security guarantees still to be hammered out. New details from the investigation still don't explain the deaths of actor Gene Hackman, his wife, and dog at their home in New Mexico. The pills found near her body were Tylenol, blood pressure, and thyroid medicine. White House confirms President Trump will sign an executive order making English the official language of the U.S. America is listening to Fox News.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
The Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed for construction until 8 p.m. Sunday. Looks like we've got some construction blocking your right lane on I-94 westbound at John R. Street. That should wrap up by 3 this afternoon. That crash on I-275 northbound at Huron Road is cleared. Still have that accident blocking your right shoulder on I-275 northbound at I-94. And we've got a crash involving a fire truck on McNichols Road between Livernois and Linwood. Now, WJR Weather First from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avastin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Hi, friends. Bill Golling here. We spotted the groundhog out front at Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, which means more great values during our President's Day sales event. This February, qualified Chrysler employees with lease loyalty can lease a 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $289 a month. Leases for 42 months, 10,000 miles a year with $2,000 down, plus tax title plates and dock car extra. That's Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Bloomfield Hills, Roseville, Chelsea, and always at Golling.com.
Did you see it? Rebound! Trey Holloman's half-court miracle propels the Spartans to an amazing win on the road over Maryland.
Holloman, he tries. Oh, he makes it. He makes it. Does it count? Wow! He's at half court. Doesn't count.
We're going to take a look at it. Look, Trey Holloman with a shot of the year.
Oh, baby. Pure pandemonium.
Oh, my goodness.
Up next, Michigan State hosts Wisconsin Sunday, March 2nd. Coverage starts at 12:30. And, of course, you can hear it right here on 760 WJR.
Holy cow.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Lomas, Anthony, and Marie.
Welcome back here. I don't know what
That's
the name of this
techno. That's techno music.
That is
They
techno.
just
You
do
keep
it.
doing
They
it,
do
it hurt
like
your
that.
neck.
I know you could. What's that? The Roxy Brothers? What's that? Was
Night at the Roxbury?
yeah, man, the Roxy Brothers. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what I was trying to do, Queen.
What is love, right? That was the name of
Yeah,
the song.
that's right. Yeah.
Welcome back here to Focus with Paul W. Smith, Anthony Bellino, and of course the legend Lomas Brown and the Queen Marie Osborne here, filling in for Paul W. The big shoes that it takes to fill Paul W. Took three of us plus Major Charlotte from the Salvation Army on board with us. It's incredible. And Lomas Marie has some really good news for us here.
Some of the pledges that have been rolling in are pretty remarkable. Mary Beth from Lawrence, Kansas, donating $250.04. There has to be some significance.
With the 4 cents.
Yeah, with the 4 cents. I don't know what it is. Barry from West Bloomfield joining us with $240.
A good name.
A generous gift from Geraldine in Clinton Township, $360.
Thank you,
And from Ann in Troy, a gift of $120.
Hey, Ann,
so all
thank
of these,
you.
thank you,
Yeah.
Ann. Thank you all, one and all.
Well, I thought Ann was over there. And now she's calling the line to donate the money.
What do you know?
It might be more than one Ann out there, AB.
I
Just
guess.
maybe.
But big thanks to our friend in Lawrence, Kansas, right? That's a
Yeah.
long
Yeah.
way to
That's
go.
awesome.
has
awesome.
that interface with the Salvation Army, perhaps,
And
in their
want to
life.
help
Yep,
our
yep,
community.
yep.
Isn't that
Right,
something?
right.
That's awesome.
And
Yeah.
you can help our community as well. Call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo. We still have the double match until 2 p.m. 833 Sal Hope is the number 833-725-4673. Text the keyword bread to 24365 and join the club that is here for good. Time now to welcome in the Vice President, Fixed Operations Director of Genthi Automotive, Andrew Genthi. Andrew, welcome to the program. Thank you for stopping by.
All right.
The fourth generation. Now, if anybody can tell you about fourth generation, now look at us. Me and Andrew, we're in there. Fourth generation.
Fourth
That's up there.
generation.
Fourth
There we go.
generation. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great grandfathers, right? I mean,
Okay.
that's what it takes. The next thing you know, you're just there every day of your life and you can't shake it, but that's okay. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Why the Bed and Bread Club Radiothon? Why important to you? Why important to your family?
Yeah, it's just been I know my father got involved with the very first time when he had the opportunity, and it's just something that we've continued to do, as well as our staff. Every year we do a donation during Christmas time, and our staff steps up and donates, and then we double that. But more so, we are thankful to our customers that allow us this opportunity to be able to do this and go out into the community and give back.
So, Andrew, what do you guys do? Talk to me. Talk to the big guy, because I might want to come patronize you, man. So, yeah, talk to me.
Yeah, so we have a Chevrolet dealership, a Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram dealership in Saline, and we service all makes, all models. We've got a body shop. We're here to do anything we can to help out you and your automotive needs.
Okay.
So, yeah.
My automotive needs.
I needed to.
He did.
I just got mine back this morning.
Yes.
And your dad provided the very first match at the Bed and Bread Club Radiothon.
Yes. Yeah. I remember that growing up.
What
and
a brainiac idea, right?
Yeah, no, it's been an honor for our family to be involved with this. I remember, being at home and my mom turning on the radio and hearing my dad going, oh my gosh, and here I am last year. If you guys remember, we announced that we were having another child.
How did that go?
Worked out great. She's absolutely beautiful. Her name is Scarlett.
Congratulations.
And so she's at home right now.
So how did your family, because I was there that day.
Yes.
How did your family, I think your mother was listening and she did not know. Is that right?
Correct. Nobody knew. The only people
Okay.
that knew were were our other kids that we have. So they is a great way to just get the word out there and everything like that.
Sure,
And
tell the whole world.
Yeah, so it was a lot of
So
fun.
was everybody surprised?
Oh yes, definitely. There was lots of surprise.
Good.
Yeah.
Family man.
I know.
Family
That was
man.
cute. I like the sound effects.
It is so great, and it's so great to be able to have the ability to help others, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it's all about. It's all about getting out there in the community, and whether it is with your time, whether it is with the donations, whatever it is, to be able to have your name and your family's name, right? That business name attached to it. I mean, it's
that
priceless.
speaks volumes just for what me and my brother and my sister are now the ones running the company. My dad's now retired, and it's something that we want to continue on because we know what our dollars can also do for the community and what we also do, with our own personal time and getting out there and helping people out. It's deep ingrained into us and who we are and why we want to keep doing things like this.
And isn't it true that a healthy community helps make your business healthy?
Oh,
right?
definitely,
So
100%.
the fewer problems you have within your community, which of course the Salvation Army helps with, that means that your company will do better.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. No, we love, like I said before, this wouldn't be possible without our customers and everyone else in the community coming to, be a patron at our businesses. So that way we can give back.
Yeah. So let's talk about the Lions a little bit. I know you're a big Lions.
Oh, yeah.
No, I had to throw it in there. We had to talk about some sports, AB, because he looks like he's into it.
Well, yeah. I mean, you were an All-Pro. You got a Super Bowl ring. Like, yeah, you can
Go ahead.
What's the matter with you? Of course.
So how do you look at the season? Some people look at it as a failure because we didn't get to the promised land. Some people look at it as a great season, 15-2, number 1 seed. How do you look? Or maybe incomplete. Maybe you have an incomplete at the end of it.
Yeah, no. I look at it as a success. I mean, anytime you get out there and you win and you're out there with the team, I mean, hands down, Campbell, just the way he talks, he can make anything sound motivational, and it's just amazing what he's been able to do with that team and being the leader and how much that means of who the leader is and in place. I know you guys were talking with Pistons coach earlier and everything like that, and what that does in just the leader, the person in charge. A lot of the same people are underneath, and just same thing with Salvation Army, the leadership that you guys bring out into the community, and what you do.
Well, Andrew, I had heard through the grapevine. It
Yes.
wasn't actually through the grapevine.
Yeah.
It was from the Queen, right?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
We said, "Come on over here." See how that works? I was once an
Yeah.
intern, so they whistle and then the collar gets pulled. But we have a double match hour going on right now until 2 p.m. And I was told that your company, your group, you, Andrew, you got some news for us.
Yes. Yeah. So we are going to be donating. I have my text here to make sure I say the number correctly. $7,180.
Awesome.
And is there anything else you want to announce? Any other pregnancy?
No more. This is number 6. So I think we're,
wow.
yeah, that's
Well, you one ahead of me, so I stopped at 5. So you just continue. All right, my man.
So did you guys swap out kitchen tables for
I
picnic
know.
tables? or-
That's basically what you got to do.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, he got a basketball team and a cheerleader to spare.
Yeah.
Hey, my man. Right.
$7,180 on behalf of Yankee fans and dealerships. This gift is actually being doubled due to the ongoing Metro Advisory Board match. You can double your impact right now until 2 p.m. Just call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673. Text the keyword bread to 24365. And just like Andrew and so many of our guests throughout the course of the day, so many of you that have already called in and some of you that are listening and waiting to pick up that phone once you get parked, you're going to dial into, and you are all going to join the club that is here for good. Andrew, thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you.
All right, Marie Osborne. So I heard also through the grapevine that we are going to take a break. Then we're going to come right back. We're going to close things down here on Focus. I don't know. Paul W does these 2 hours every day like this.
Yeah.
It just flies right by.
I know it does.
I feel like I just sat down.
Yeah.
You gonna eat that brownie or not?
No, that's for Raymond. If
You
we
know
find
Ray
a
can't
way.
have a brownie like
I
that.
know.
What's the matter with you? He's got sugar.
He's MIA too. Raymond.
Yeah, I think he left. The good news is the kingpin, Mr. 300 himself, Dave Rieger, is here at the helm.
Yes. I mean, 900. If you roll 900, 300s, you should be known as the kingpin.
That's 27,000. Okay, we're back with more Focus after this.
And now a few words from Dick Purton.
We had a driver tell me that working for the Salvation Army Bed and Bread program is a terrific experience. It's very fulfilling. And there were all kinds of people there, men, women, children, seniors, more than 80 or 90 people waiting in line. And because of the cold air, obviously, he distributed blankets and hats and gloves. And I remember in so many of the radiothons, the same thing, blankets, hats, and gloves to keep everybody warm on that particular day, or any day, obviously. He said he leaves work every day with a kind of a personal satisfaction that he helps families in needs. And that's one of the things people contribute to the Salvation Army Radiothon, the Bed and Bread Club. It's such a self-satisfying experience that you go through.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Livernoy. A conversation on all things education, from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Collins and Blaha, attorneys at law, specializing in the representation of school districts. Collins and Blaha, your education experts. collinsandblaha.com. Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-0WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law. Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Save now at Dell.com/deals. WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed for construction until 8 p.m. Sunday. Construction blocks your right lane on I-94 westbound at John R. Street. That should wrap up by 3 this afternoon. We still have that accident blocking your right shoulder on I-275 northbound at I-94. And we've got a crash involving a fire truck on McNichols Road between Livernois and Linwood. Now, WJR Weather First from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today with a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of just 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Lomas, Anthony, and Marie.
Welcome back here to Focus with Paul W. Smith. The legend Paul W. is out today, so we got another legend on board. That man's name is Lomas Brown. I am Anthony Bellino. Our senior news analyst, and with a brand new title, the Queen, Marie Osborne, is here as well for the Bed and Bread Club Radiothon. Be sure to join the mission, and you can call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. Text the keyword bread to 24365, and you too can join the club that's here for good.
AB, the Queen has a smile on her face, so that's some good news.
No, I just read. No, I do.
Okay.
We've got the pledge cards here, and it's cute what people, when they call in, what they say so that they hope to get it read on the air. So this made me laugh because earlier today when I was on the air with Kevin, he made a challenge to his brother Rice Brothers. I made a challenge to the University of Detroit Mercy, my alma mater. And then we made one with Catholic Central where I've got a new one here. Daniel calling in from Washington, $65 pledge today. Thank you so much. And he's also challenging De La Salle class of 1965 to call in with some pledges. So that made me laugh. All right. So then we also have a pledge of $240 from Joe and Diane from Chesterfield. Thank you so much there. We have Margaret calling in from Livonia, a $120 gift, which of course is a double match, right? This hour. So that's $120, $240. Thank you so much. David calling from Ann Arbor again says that, keep the little extra gifts, just put them back in the hopper. He donates $150. So thank you so much.
In a double match, 150 just randomly turned into 300. We love that double up.
I love
right
that
here.
math, right?
Yes, we do. That makes it really easy for us here, too. We don't have to pull out the calculators or anything. And as always, a reminder at the good work that the Salvation Army does for our people here in our community, nearly 37,000 nights of shelter annually. Salvation Army serves nearly 1.4 million meals. And you talk about that $240 donation, the most popular giving level right there, that would double up until 2 o'clock to make that, $480. But a gift of $240 can feed 10 people for nearly a month.
But AB, it's important too. If you don't have the 240, anything that you can give helps. I mean, all these amounts, a small amount goes to the greater cause. So if you can't, you're saying that, man, I can't really give the 240. Give what you can, because all of it's going to help the Salvation Army. It's going to help this community. So don't be afraid. Pick up the phone. Like I said, we accept everything, right? Do we
Oh,
accept
yeah.
different currencies? How's the
Bitcoin?
currency?
What
Do we
about
do
Bitcoin?
Yeah, do we do different currencies?
You know, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else on
Okay.
that one.
Major, let me
that's-
tell you, if
that's-
somebody says they want to throw a Bitcoin, we're going to find a way
All
to
right.
process
All
it.
right.
We'll
All
take it,
right.
right?
We'll be out there.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, we'll take
You
it.
see how my mind thinks? It's just things that just come off the rip. Just
Brilliant.
boom. Okay.
It's
All right.
brilliant.
See, that's why me and the majors are right here. Yeah.
Major Charlotte Kohler, the truck is going to be out and about. Coach
Yeah.
Casey talked about it earlier. There are no timeouts, right? This is what it is
Absolutely.
all about. It's a 24/7, 365 mission for the Salvation Army.
It absolutely is. It's part of our DNA. It's part of our heart. And wherever there's a need and we have the resources to meet it, we want to do that.
And Major Charlotte, earlier today, we had one of the drivers on. What was his name?
Maurice.
Maurice.
Mhm.
We had Maurice on. He was so articulate and talking.
Fantastic.
And talking about what it's like. He drives the truck, right?
Yeah.
So he sees people coming. He gets to know people.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said, most importantly, rather than they're just handing over this food. More than that, he says people want to talk with him. People want
Right.
to say hello to another human being,
Yeah.
and they want to, as the kids we talked about earlier, as the kids say, they want to be seen.
Yes.
That means you're acknowledging that this human exists and that's in your community and they are important enough for you to be there. And you can do that today with a donation to the
yeah.
Salvation Army.
Yes, we often hear people say that they feel invisible, that people don't see them, and so it is very important not just to give someone that meal, but also to give them an encouraging word and to look them in their eyes,
Yeah.
and smile at them even, and make them feel important because they're created in God's image, as we all are.
Yeah, that's what we try to do, AB. We try to make people smile the 6 and 7 p.m. hours.
Yep.
Yep.
Queen, we keep it light.
I
We
love
keep it
listening
light.
to you
Yeah.
guys.
Informative, but light.
All right, Coach Casey talked about chemistry. Hello, here's chemistry right here with
I
you,
agree.
right?
I have to agree.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh, we got-
it's excellent and it's heartwarming and it's so great to have you guys here today to do this with us too.
Oh, I mean,
Aw.
it's our
You're
pleasure.
part of the family.
Yeah,
Part of the family.
It's our pleasure. Anytime that the legend says, "Hey," he gives us the whistle, he taps the arm,
You're
bring in the bullpen. We are here
Yeah.
and happy to help out in any way, shape, or form. And of course, with today the Radiothon taking place, obviously our programming schedule is shifted around a little
Yes,
bit. So
yes.
today from 2 to 4, you know who you're going to get?
Oh, who are we?
I think your cousin's here.
Okay. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Ken Brown.
I think he's here.
Cousin Ken.
And wait, and I see the whole crew of the Mitch Album show.
Oh, yeah,
Are we all present in attendance?
Yes, I think they are out
All
there.
present and
I
accounted
think they're
for.
out for there.
Where is Mitchell?
Little Mitchell.
Where is he? at?
He-
He's on his way.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's on his
yeah.
way. He's
Okay.
on his
All right,
way.
well, good deal. You better
So-
hurry up.
We really want to make a push one more time to have people call in. We do have a double match hour, right?
Yes.
So this
yes, we
means
do.
you're $120 to feed 5 people for nearly a month. 120 is 240. Feed 10 people for nearly a month at $240. That will become $480. All you have to do is call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo. If you want to do it old school, you give them a call, 833 Sal Hope, 833 Sal Hope. If you want to be part of the cool kids, text bread, BREAD, text bread to 24365. And that stands for 24 hours, 365. Like we talked about before, you guys don't ever take a day off. There is no snow day. There's nothing like that. You're always out.
Absolutely.
And I was just handed the all-important
that's the
green
green
post-it.
sticky note.
There it
The
is, right
green
there.
post-it we have here. Do I
Drum
have a,
roll.
Do I have a drum roll?
Can we please?
Do I
There it
have a
is.
drum roll?
There you go.
Oh, wow, you guys. No, this is excellent. The tote board total for this hour, $722,405.
That's what I'm talking about.
Awesome.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, Anthony,
I
your
mean,
eyes are like as
yeah.
big as saucers.
Well, in
Those are
just that
awesome.
hour alone.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I'm telling you, man.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome.
Thank
That's
you for
awesome.
tuning in. Thank you for being a
Yes.
part of this. Thank you for donating your hard-earned money to the greater cause. And thank you for being with us here this afternoon.
Yeah, we got some great dedicated listeners.
Yeah,
man.
we do.
Let's go back
Generous
right
people.
over 100-year station, right? We've
Yeah.
been here for the people. We have
Yeah.
been the voice of the people for over 100 years. Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know what I'm saying? I can stick my chest out about that when I put on my vest.
Yes,
That
you should.
WJR, I can stick my chest
Oh,
out
you know what?
about
That means a lot coming from Lomas Brown, the great Lomas Brown, that you're proud to put on our call letters. We all are. It's such a-
I love the button. Yeah.
As the great Steve Courtney would say, the blowtorch.
The blowtorch, the blowtorch.
WJR.
But when it's not over, people can still call, people can
Yes.
still text. And of course, if you want to be part of something really big, bigger than yourself, participate in the Salvation Army bed and bread truck. And all you have to do is call 833-SAL-HOPE.
Just donate now. That is Marie Osborne. That is Lomas Brown. I am Anthony Bellino. Major Charlotte, she's not going anywhere. She's staying here all day. Mitch Album and the crew, they are going to be coming at you next here on the great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR.
This is Brian Godfrey from Pat Milliken Ford. We've supported the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years because as a family-owned business, serving the community around us is a key part of what we do. I hope you'll join us by calling, texting, or going online to make a donation yourself. Next time you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, or even service on your current vehicle, keep our award-winning team in mind. We're on Telegraph Road, just south of I-96 in Redford. Pat Milliken Ford, the experience you deserve.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
The 42nd Annual Corktown Races are Sunday, March 16th. It's family fun on the run. Run the mile, 5K, or do both. Kids get a shirt and a medal for completing the quarter mile. Join the race crowd at the newly renovated Roseville Park and visit Michigan Central before or after the race. Sign up online or just go to one of 6 packet pickup locations to get your shirt and race number in advance. Come out in costume, win prizes, and stay for the entertainment and St. Patrick's Parade. For more information, go to corktownrace.com or the Facebook fan page.
Be part of the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History's 60th anniversary celebration. Now featuring the exhibit, I, Charles H. Wright, My Story. Dr. Wright wasn't just a museum founder. He was a doctor, a civil rights activist, and an inspiration. From his childhood in the Jim Crow South to his groundbreaking work in Detroit, this is a story of struggle and triumph. Find more info at thewright.org. That's the WRIGHT.org.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes. WJR AM and WDVD HD2, Detroit.
This is a Fox News alert. The deal may be off on Lisa Brady. President Trump says Ukraine's leader is not ready for peace and can come back when he is. Just writing a social media post after an Oval Office meeting that turned into a shouting match at times, with President Trump accusing President Zelensky of gambling with millions of lives, as Zelensky emphasized the need for security guarantees.
President Trump defended his negotiations with Russian President Vladimir Putin as he met with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky about an economic partnership.
We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're
doing. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
President Trump says Ukraine is gambling with World War III.
Your country is in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this.
Vice President J.D. Vance accused Zelensky of being disrespectful to the president.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Zelensky was expected to sign a minerals deal with the U.S. today. Instead, a joint news conference was canceled, and President Zelensky has just left the White House.
You cannot overstate what a moment in time we've just witnessed. And while the president left the invitation open to come back when you're ready to talk seriously about what it takes to achieve peace, Zelensky feels very dug in. He was dismissive of the U.S. overtures that you've got to accept a ceasefire first. You've got to deal with the other side. The divide between the two could not be wider.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. We're also just getting word of a setback for Pope Francis, still hospitalized with pneumonia. The Vatican says he suffered a breathing crisis today, a bronchial spasm that led him breathing in vomit. He had a non-invasive mechanical ventilation. They said he's responding well. America is listening to Fox News.
WJR traffic and weather first.
That crash on McNichols Road between Livernois and Linwood is cleared. Expect delays on the Lodge northbound between Livernois and Wyoming Street. We also have slow traffic on the Jeffries westbound between Farmington Road and I-275. The Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed for construction until 8 p.m. Sunday. Construction blocks your right lane on I-94 westbound at John R. Street. That should wrap up by 3 this afternoon. Still have that accident blocking your right shoulder on I-275 northbound at I-94. And midday construction continues along I-94 westbound between Telegraph and Middle Belt. That's going to be with us 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily through March 7th. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today with a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
O'Reilly's Veriscan is a free check engine light testing program that pulls over 600 million vehicle scans confirmed by ASE certified technicians who provide a simple report and possible fixes available exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down. Get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by McFarland Painting.
Is your home looking dull and faded? Well, we needed a fresh new look on our home, and McFarland Painting is the expert for exterior services. They offer exterior painting on all types of siding, wood and siding replacement, door staining, and pressure washing. Don't wait. Beat the rush. Schedule your spring exterior project today and get $300 off. That's right, $300 off. Now, the deal must be booked in the month of February. Schedule today at McFarlandPainting.com. McFarlandPainting.com.
This is the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on 760 WJR. Donate now. Text BREAD to 24365 or call the Meridian phone bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673 and help keep the bed and bread trucks rolling. Here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we welcome you, everybody. A little earlier than we normally work. The 2 o'clock shift. We got up a little earlier. Mitch Albom, Ken Brown, and the rest of the gang are here with you to do the good work of trying to raise the money to help the Salvation Army, help the neediest of Detroiters. And we're happy to do this. We've done this many years in a row. Guys, how's everybody doing?
All right.
Hey, Mitchell.
Right.
What's going on there, mister?
All right. As you can hear, Steve Courtney and Kevin O'Neill.
Hello.
Rosie is somewhere joining us. And what we want to do here is try to keep this as entertaining as possible, but also to bring home the message that there are a lot of Detroiters in need. There are every year. And one of the great ways to help them is the Bed and Bread Truck program that's been going on for many, many years. Began in the Paleolithic era with
Kevin.
and Kevin O'Neill can tell us about that. What was that
attest to
like
that,
riding in first on the dinosaurs to begin with?
Well, when the Pony Express would bring in the checks,
Yes.
yeah, it was. It's been a long, long road, Mitch, and a wonderful one.
Yeah,
Proud to be a part of it.
All kidding aside, this was begun by Dick Burton back, how many years ago now?
We're talking 1990, I believe, was the first one. 1990, 89.
Yeah, and you were in on either the first or second, right?
Yes, I certainly was over at the old Q95 studios at 10 and Greenfield. That's right.
I can tell you, as someone who has started charities and watched them grow, it's a little bit like, blowing on the embers of a very small fire at the beginning. You don't know if it's going to catch. You don't know how long it's going to burn for. You just keep sort of nurturing it and surrounding it with your hands and spending a lot of tension on it and blowing on it and trying to get it to ignite. And all of a sudden it kind of does. And then you think, all right, well, now we're here. How big can we get this? How many logs can we throw on this fire? How large can it grow? And obviously the Salvation Army and the Bed and Bread program within it has done exactly that, launched from that idea that Dick Burton has. I'm sure it was much smaller.
$5,000 the first tote board.
$5,000.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and the thing to bring into conversation, Mitch, and we will throughout our portion here is, this great radio station does wonderful work as far as charity goes. And the great thing about that is we are smack dab in the middle of the most generous audience, I think, in the entire nation.
Yeah.
Never disappoints. And kudos to everyone.
It's a great meshing of efforts and audience. And, we know that we did our Say Detroit Radiothon in December. We're hoping that the giving fatigue has worn off by now that it's February, almost March.
Right.
It'll be March tomorrow, right?
That's right.
Yeah, right there, finally.
Yeah. So hopefully we've regenerated a little bit.
Yeah.
And,
Plus, it's a beautiful day outside for giving, Mitch. If it was snowy and cold, people just don't want to give. But it was so beautiful today that everybody wants to give today. So it's a good day to do it. A good day to have it done. And
but we have to remember about the snowy and cold days that the people who benefit from the Bed and Bread Truck have to endure. And when they don't have a place to sleep and when they don't have food to eat, and that's what the Bed and Bread program is all about. And it's been going on for a long time.
365 days a year. Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Kim Adams, I understand, is here with us.
Yeah.
The Emmy Award-winning meteorologist.
Speaking of weather. Speaking of weather.
And thank you, Kim, for this weather.
Nice segue, Kenny.
You are very welcome. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate your bringing the little sunshine and some warmth.
Yeah.
You have been doing the weather for over 25 years. Is that right?
Closer to 30. Yeah. I started at Channel 7 and then went to Channel 4.
And now you're on the forewarned weather team on DIV.
Yes.
And I love this. You deliver the forecast for the 4, the 5, the 6, the 10, and the 11 newscasts. And I keep
Yes.
wondering, like, how much can the weather vary between the 4 and the 5?
Well, the weather can change every second, especially here in Michigan. So it keeps me pretty busy.
Yeah. Well, tell us about your involvement with the Salvation Army and the Bread and Bread Truck program.
Well, it's just such a great program, and obviously I go way back with Dick. I started working with his daughter Joanne. We were hired at the same time at Channel 7, and so anything that he was involved in, we automatically were involved in as well. And so, as a meteorologist, I think about every time I have to predict really incredibly dangerously cold weather. I think about people who, we complain that, oh, we're cold walking to and from our car into our warm house or our job, and people don't have those same resources. And so, especially recently, as we've heard, the tragedies of, children dying in cold weather. And I think about that and think about how fortunate we are to have that shelter and to have the warmth. And some people don't have, as so many people don't have that. So anything that I can do as a meteorologist to help those people is certainly something that I want to be involved with.
Yeah. Well, of course, if you can make it stop snowing in the winter, that would help.
If I could make it snowing in the winter, stop snowing in the winter, I probably would be retired by now.
That's right. And you'd be living up above us.
Wicked, yeah.
But let me tell everybody, which is, and not bury the lead here, here is how you give money. You dial this number, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-SAL, S-A-L, HOPE, or if you like to just do it numbers-wise, 833-725-4673, 833-725-4673. If you prefer texting, you can text the word BREAD, B-R-E-A-D, not B-R-E-D. That's a whole different radiothon. To 24365. 24365. And you bring up, Kim, a very, I think, pertinent story and point in that right in our own backyard, we had an example of what homelessness can lead to. We've had several, some very disturbing ones. But the direct one about those 2 little children who died from freezing to death because their mother had to live inside a van, and she parked the van in the parking lot of the casino, and something happened with the car overnight, and there wasn't any heat. These are people who most definitely would have been benefiting not only from the food that the Bed and Bread truck does, which is the obvious thing, all the meals that they prepare, but the Salvation Army also provides shelter and advice to where you can go to shelter. We've worked with our Time to Help program at many of their shelters, Harbor Light and several of the other ones, and nobody will be turned away. I know that Mayor Duggan has made a big deal of increasing the phone hours now to 24 hours. Impossible to believe that they weren't 24 hours before. I mean, people do find themselves homeless at 1 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock in the morning, like this woman did. But Salvation Army has long been a place where if you show up at the shelter, they will make room for you, even if they're full, for that night until the next day they can figure out, what makes more sense. And that's exactly the kind of program, Kim, that might have saved 2 very young lives.
And will, by your donations, save more. We always feel helpless in the media and people watching. Sometimes they're like, oh, it's such a shame, but what am I supposed to do? You feel so small, and how can you solve such a large problem? But this is the way that you can contribute, is to a way that you can help families like this, mothers like this. I'm a single mom as well, and just making sure that other single moms know that there are resources out there for them so that they don't find themselves in these situations. But this is a way that you can do something, and it's very simple and easy, but it makes such a big impact. So when you see these stories, they ran that story, it was breaking news right before they came to weather. And, I just was crying. Some things you just can't hold back, these 2 children, and you think about that. And I remember feeling helpless. Well, what could I have done? This is something you can do. This is something I can do, something everyone can do. And I know times are difficult, but if you look at the amounts, it's really not that much in order to make a huge difference in people's lives.
It sure is.
Mitch, can I just add very quickly? Kim was also the former midday personality on the former 98.7 The Breeze, and she was wonderful.
Aw.
So, Kim, forget this TV gig. We need you back on the radio. We miss you on the radio.
Well, thank you so much. I did get fired from that job.
We all did.
What good radio person hasn't been fired?
And thank you, by the way, for preparing me. I had no idea of what flipping formats meant until I went from playing Frosty the Snowman to Nirvana in a commercial break. And none of you prepared me for that. I've never worked at a TV station that all of a sudden went from ABC to NBC in a commercial break. That never happened.
Kim, we're going in a different direction now.
But I do appreciate the compliment.
You just have to take one record off Smash and put another record on.
Right.
It's not that.
But I would love to work in radio. It's a great job.
Thank you for doing that.
All right, Kevin, you out. Come in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how Mitch and I got a job at
Now the
WLLC.
Yeah.
By flipping formats?
Yes.
Oh, really?
98.7, same frequency.
Same frequency. There you go.
Well,
So,
Kim, we
beware.
appreciate the good thoughts and the inspiration to people. Again, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. Or text the word bread to 24365. We're going to talk about some great matches that are coming up that for every dollar that you give, another dollar will be given. We'll talk about that in just a second. 760 WJR and the Salvation Army's Bed and Bread Club Radiothon.
WJR traffic and weather first.
We've got some construction slowing you down on I-94 westbound between Telegraph Road and Middle Belt. It's stop and go on the Lodge northbound between Livernois and Wyoming Street. Also on the Jeffries westbound between Farmington Road and I-275. Look out for a wreck on I-275 northbound approaching I-94. That's blocking your right shoulder. Another wreck on I-94 westbound at John R. Street. And the Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed for construction. That's going to be that way until 8 p.m. Sunday. Now WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Bluzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Make your weekend great with a great Michigan weekend. Catch Jim Harper and Cam Carmen Saturday mornings 8 to 10 on 760 WJR. Stream live on the free WJR app or at WJR.com.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
Of love, made with you in mind. Sandal Resorts are made of the Caribbean, and we want to send you there. Indulge in an all-inclusive romantic getaway with the one you love on a 4-day, 3-night vacation for two at any Sandals Resort in Jamaica, Curacao, or the Bahamas with round-trip airfare. Listen weekdays for the national text keywords for your chance to win as we give away a trip a day. Plus, head to WJR.com for an additional chance to win your dream vacation.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here's Mitch.
The way that you help your fellow Detroiters, a very direct way. Dial 833-SAL-HOPE to make a donation, 833-725-4673, or text the word bread to 24365 and help the Salvation Army Bread and Bread Club feed countless people here in our city and help provide shelter for them in this huge time of need. Joining us now, Paul Glantz, who is the chairman and CEO of Imagine Theaters. If you've ever gone to an Imagine Theater, you already know who Paul is. He's the guy who keeps the movie from starting by saying to you, well, wait, let's first have another video.
Now, Mitch, are you trying to tell me before Paul?
No, it's always like, first they show the previews and you get through the, the trailers of the other films. And finally you get to the last one. It's like, okay, we're done with the trailers. Now the movie's going to start. And up comes one of your very entertaining videos involving Imagine. And I keep waiting for you to ask us to be in one of these things because I see Jay Towers in that all kinds of times. He's only on the radio there too. And then there's another radio guy, I think, who else is on there? One of the morning. Another morning guy.
Mojo.
Yeah, Mojo in the morning is on there.
We were
and
in
yet,
the one.
And yet and still, for all the money that I have sunk into Imagine, no invitation, nothing. I'm just another customer sitting there and looking at you.
What do you say to that, Paul?
Not to put you on the spot.
No, I'm not on the spot here, am I?
You like the
well,
girl?
I would say if let's give it a a
There you go.
Yeah, you want to be in a trailer?
There you go.
You're in a trailer.
I think all of us should be in a trailer.
Yes,
all
of us. And so here's,
right,
what here's what I'm going to say to the talent, the creative type. Could you please write the script?
Oh, we can definitely write a script.
Oh, yeah.
That would not be a problem.
Yeah.
Going on now.
No problem. But today's not about that. We want to, in all seriousness, first of all, acknowledge that Imagine partners with the Salvation Army as a Red Kettle location partner. They strongly support the community and the Bed and Bread program. And Paul, you and your wife, Mary, are proud supporters of the Salvation Army. And I understand to bring that point home, you've got a check as well.
We do, Mitch. Got a check for $2,500.
Oh. Jumped up $2,500.
Our man with the big hearts.
I also want to welcome, I believe, is Julia on the line with us right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so Julia Verdin is the director of the No Address film. No Address follows a group of homeless people as they struggle to survive on the streets against the harassing gang and unforgiving community and the local authorities. Hi, Julia.
Hi there. How are you?
Good. Thank you for coming on with us. It's a very timely subject, obviously. The money that we're raising here today through the Salvation Army goes to help exactly the people that you chronicled. What did you learn about homelessness and about hunger in particular from making No Address?
Well, when we were filming No Address, it was the coldest winter ever, and we were filming out in blizzards and rain and freezing cold. And for us, we were just filming there for a short period of time, but really hit home to me that many people are actually living out permanently in those conditions. And so I think the work that the Salvation Army does with providing shelter and food to those individuals experiencing homelessness is so important. In fact, we have a Salvation Army food truck doing exactly what we're raising funding to here today for, featured in the film.
Oh, great. All right. So you can go see it. Well, actually, we've got a little incentive item here to nudge giving along. A $120 donation will not only help feed 5 people for nearly a month, and that should be reason enough to do it. If 5 people walked up to you and said, listen, we could eat for a month if you could just give us $120, wouldn't you do it for a month? But in addition, right now, if you do that, you also will get 2 tickets to see the movie, No Address, at the Imagine Theater Royal Oak on Wednesday night, March 5th. That's next Wednesday night at 7 p.m. And a $240 donation would not only help provide meals and feed 10 people for nearly a month, but also will include a limited edition Bed and Bread Club Radiothon tote bag, plus the 2 tickets to No Address on March 5th at the Imagine Royal Oak as a special thank you. So that's a great incentive. We hope people jump on that. And Paul, I want to salute you. In all seriousness, films like this don't often get homes or screenings in big theaters that show blockbusters because they just want to keep showing, whatever the latest Marvel film is, whatever, over and over and over again. But I've noticed that your Imagine theaters, particularly Birmingham 8 and even the Novi and Royal Oak, make room for a lot of films that are smaller, that are independent, that are being used to raise money. And I think that's deliberate on your part, isn't it?
It surely is, Mitch. These are important stories, and so it need not be all superheroes and so forth. Our job is to serve interests of all kinds, every demographic. And when we have the privilege of exhibiting films like Julia's that tell this important story, yes, we feel like it's incumbent upon us to do so.
Well, this is a great story and a great cause that we're bringing up here. And I know, Paul, you and your wife have been involved with Salvation Army for some time. I'm sure as a high-profile business person in Detroit, you get hit up a lot to get involved in this, get involved with that. Any particular pull that drew you to the Salvation Army and the Bed and Bread Club?
Well, there's no question, Mitch, but I was thinking back to the 2008, 2009 time period here in Detroit when things were so dire. And, during that period of time, we offered free films to people who are unemployed. And I can't begin to tell you how many people react with such gratitude over such little things when they're down on their luck. I mean, I literally was brought to tears by some of the notes and emails I received afterward. And so, oftentimes a small gift to someone who's down on their luck or suffering or is not doing as well as we are goes a long way. And we just feel like, again, part of our role is not just to take from society, but to give back as well. And so we're privileged to have the means and the ability to support important causes like the Salvation Army's Bed and Bread Club.
You know what, Paul? That's one thing that's never changed, because watching a film has a tendency to take your mind off the craziness of the world, like these days, for example.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're offering, Steve, is a couple hours of escapism.
Yeah.
Take you away from
That's what it's all about.
Take you away from the cares of the world, right? Just like a winning Michigan State basketball game.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to come down to the last second. I'm not sure that's good for people's hearts.
A 65-footer, though.
We'll take
It was good.
Well, Julia, congratulations on the film No Address, and look forward to seeing you at the special screening on March 5th at 7 p.m. People can go to that, obviously, the regular tickets, but also a $120 donation will get you 2 tickets to that as well. So try to make that donation. Thank you, Julia, for coming on with us.
Oh, my pleasure. And one of the reasons why you partnered with the Salvation Army on this is we're such fans of the wonderful work you guys do. I mean, 37,000 nights of shelter annually. That's amazing. Providing 1.4 million meals annually. Incredible. And I know from having been out there on the street with these people that, and talking to them, that many of those recipients of the meals that you're providing, that's the only source of food they get for the day.
Right.
So it is so important, the work that you're doing. And I really hope everyone will call 833-SAL, S-A-L, HOPE, and donate by phone. Because I know if they don't donate right now after they see our film and they fall in love with the people like the foster youth that have fallen through the system, the veterans that have served our country, the older women that are out on the streets because they can't pay the rent, I know that they will want to donate to what you're doing because you are helping people get off the streets, you're providing accommodation, job training for them, and just doing such wonderful work.
Well, thank you for that. And on behalf of the Salvation Army, thank you for the film that's going to call attention to it. Paul Glantz, thank you as always. You're always there for important causes. We will get the script to you, the concept. We'll do a storyboard. We'll have a meeting. We'll take a meeting with your people, take a meeting with our people.
Yeah, we'll have your agent call my agent.
Well, of course, Paul's in it. Paul is in all of them.
all of us.
All of us.
All
Yes.
I want is 50% of all your minerals. Sign them over.
Without yelling at you.
All right, we'll come back with more. 833-SAL-HOPE or text the word bread to 24365 at 760 WJR.
Start your day by hitting play on
5 Things First Thing with JR Morning's Guy Gordon, Lloyd Jackson, and Jamie Edmonds.
Get the day's top 5 stories in just 5 minutes, delivered right to your device. Subscribe to JR Morning's 5 Things First Thing wherever you get your podcasts.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Expect slow traffic on the Jeffries westbound between Farmington Road and I-275. Looks like we still have that accident on I-275 northbound approaching I-94 that's blocking your right shoulder. Construction slows you down on I-94 westbound between Telegraph and Middle Belt. We also have slow traffic on I-94 eastbound between Warren Avenue and Linwood Street. And an accident blocks the I-75 northbound off-ramp to eastbound I-94. That's on your right shoulder. You can still get through. Just going to take you a little longer. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by respected educator Dr. Robert Livernoy. It's a conversation on all things education, from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Wakely Associates Architects. The highest performing school facilities start with premier architectural design. Wakely Associates Architects, trusted since 1951.
Focus, noon to 2 p.m. with Paul W. Smith.
Well, now it's George Blaha, who's going into the Hall of Fame.
On my cell phone, it said Springfield, Massachusetts. So I figured it couldn't be a robocall. I answered, and the gentleman on the other end of the line said, "I have good news for you, George." And then when I hung up, I thought, holy cow. This is amazing.
To listen to the complete podcast and stream 760 WJR, go to WJR.com.
Ow. Ow.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here's Mitch.
All right, as we continue on the annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon here, raising money to help the neediest here in Detroit. Mitch Album and our entire crew working a couple hours earlier than our normal shift. I think the morning guys are going to come in at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
When we're usually on.
Yes.
Bring the whole thing home.
It's all upside down.
Jamie Winkler is.
It really is.
Jamie Winkler is with us now, the director of the Salvation Army Great Lakes Division Harbor Light System. And he's got a very special announcement to make. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Mitch. Thank you so much for inspiring so many
listeners, and you have inspired me over the years. We're really grateful for this opportunity to be together today. We've got some wonderful friends of the Salvation Army. They've been supporting the Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years. And you know what they're going to do this year is they are giving a matching dollars this next segment all the way till 4 p.m. $50,000 out of their own personal money that they to support the Bed and Bread program.
Outstanding.
Isn't that amazing
Wow.
how this program, their lives have been touched personally by the Bed and Bread program and the Salvation Army, and their lives have been radically changed, and what a tremendous gift.
Wow. Well, that's really important. And I think that people who have been affected, who have come close to it, are the best motivators, and often, if they have the means, the most frequent givers. Dan, back in the studio, is Renee with us? Or if not, please let us know. Please let us know when Renee joins, because there's a person who received services from the Salvation Army. Want to ask about her experience with the Salvation Army. I can tell you, it's a story that I've told before, but my sort of splash in the pool of homelessness started in 2006 when we formed Say Detroit, and Say Detroit was actually formed by an event of going to a shelter to write about the experience of spending a night in a shelter, because it was during the Super Bowl and they were rounding up all the homeless people and trying to get them off the streets, and then they're going to kick them back out into the street on Monday morning as soon as everyone went home, so the customers wouldn't see them. It's really an awful thing. But I went down to a shelter to spend the night, to write about it, and I was standing online. I had gotten my blanket, my bar of soap. I got my bed assigned to me, and I was standing online for the meal. And this gentleman in front of me turned around, looked me up and down, and said, "Aren't you Mitch Albom?" So I said, "Yeah," and then he looked me up and down again. He said, "So what happened to you?" And, of course, I kind of chuckled, but he saw he wasn't laughing. And I realized it was a serious question from him. And you know what? It was a totally legitimate one.
He wanted to know.
This was in 2006 when things were really starting to sink, and they got worse in 7, 8, and 9. And a lot of people are just one or two bad events away from being on one of those lines themselves. You have an accident at work, you can't work anymore. You have a bad split with your spouse or a bad breakup, and you don't have a place to live. Not everyone who is homeless or is hungry is somehow wandering the street, mumbling to themselves and drinking Woolite. It's not that dumb stereotype. It's people who have had jobs and have worked and have families and have taken care of them, and just some bad things have happened, some bad luck, some situations. So maybe they're coming out of incarceration and they aren't able to find work. There's all kinds of reasons and all kinds of worthy people. And we need to remember all of them. And what happened to you is a pretty good thing to keep in mind, that we are all, but for the grace of God, only a few steps away from that. Renee is with us now, who received services from the Salvation Army. Hello, Renee.
Hello.
Thank you for coming on with us.
All right, thank you.
Can you tell us about your experience with the Salvation Army?
Yes, I became homeless. I was out and about in the streets for a couple of days, and I went to Salvation Army. I thank God they were available, and they gave me, a place to stay until I get, my kids back together.
How long was
Then
that?
I was there for almost a year. But all the process, that I went through, they helped me through all the process, to be able to get my feet back, back on the ground.
What are some of the things that they actually did for you during that year?
Besides, staying there, for all this time, they also gave me information, for the kids, if you want, because I had two teenagers.
Uh-huh.
And so they gave me information for, for they can go somewhere to, play or work. They couldn't do homework. It was benefit. My kids enjoyed it. They, they weren't happy, of course. Nobody's happy to be in a shelter, but they weren't disgrateful. They were very grateful. That at least, we had some place to stay, to sleep, in a warm place, in a warm meal.
Yeah, and food to eat. Very important. Can you share with our audience, because a lot of people come on radiothons to help the homeless and talk about how bad it is, but they've never been homeless themselves. That period of time that you and your teenage kids were out on the street, just how bad was that, and what was that like?
It was very uncomfortable because we didn't have a big car. It was a medium size. So having, two teenagers and myself, yeah, it wasn't nothing comfortable. It was more shameful, to be, people like, oh, where'd you sleep? Or like, in the street, not in the street, in the car. And it's like, how can you do that? Why don't you go here and here? It's like, yeah, try here and here, and nothing has happened. So, but I was persistent on it too, going to a different program to be able to get to Salvation Army.
Yeah,
it sounds like, Renee, during the year you were at the Salvation Army with your teenagers, you took the necessary steps, and maybe you were motivated to step away from the situation you were in. And it sounds as though you have, and it sounds to me like you're a real Salvation Army success story.
Yes, I am. And anybody else can also go through Salvation Army or near, in which they can help and, get your place, get your own peace of mind also, because it can, that helps by being, feeling safe and where you're at. That helps you mentally.
With your self-esteem.
Absolutely.
Very important.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, security for
Sure.
your children, and knowing that you're going to have a bed to sleep in at night. We take these things so much for granted, but they should never be taken for granted. How are your children doing now?
Oh, they're doing great. They, they're grateful. Besides, that we had, to be at the Salvation Army for that time. The outcome was great. Like I said, I'll thank again, Salvation Army for being there for me and my kids, to go forward.
Well, we're happy you've been able to go forward, and that's exactly the idea.
Well done.
Thank you for sharing your story with us, Renee. We appreciate it. Phone numbers to help people like Renee, families like Renee. And remember, that's a very common story,
right?
That people go to a shelter with families, and not every shelter will take families. They're much more limited to family shelters than there are individual ones. So there's, the beds are limited. The Salvation Army clearly helps out in that way. And Jamie, I think that just quickly, that story says everything, doesn't it?
It really does, especially in today's world where 3 out of 5 Americans are living paycheck by paycheck, where just one misstep, one unexpected circumstance, that the house of cards falls apart. And we are so blessed, for Renee and her family and what we've been able to do, coming alongside of her, partnering with her, and encouraging her all the way.
That $50,000 match is in play right now, which means everything that we can raise up to $50,000 will bring in $50,000 more dollars. So 1 is 2, 2 is 4, 10 is 20, 100 is 200. Please give now at 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-SAL-HOPE on the phone. That's 833-725-4673, or text the word BREAD BREAD, to 24365 and make a donation that way. 24365. Back with more right after this.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Hines Drive remains closed in both directions between West Outer Drive and Ann Arbor Trail due to flooding. We've got some ramp closures on the Jeffries westbound from Newburgh Road. That's going to be with us until 8 p.m. Sunday. It looks like we've got some construction blocking your right lane on I-94 westbound at John R. Street still. Another wreck on I-275 northbound approaching I-94. That's blocking your right shoulder. Expect delays on the Jeffries westbound between Farmington Road and I-275. Also on I-94 eastbound between Warren Avenue and Linwood Street. And we've got an accident on I-75 southbound at I-696. That's blocking your right shoulder as well. Now WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
O'Reilly's Veriscan is a free check engine light testing program that pulls over 600 million vehicle scans confirmed by ASE certified technicians who provide a simple report and possible fixes available exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Valentine's month, and there's nothing Dr. Saul Kogan of the Nerve and Disc Institute loves more than helping people heal their back, neck, and knee pain without surgery. This has been Dr. Kogan's mission since high school, when an excruciating back injury left him barely able to move. Hi, it's Paul W. Smith. Dr. Kogan has helped thousands of patients heal, including me and my wife, using his exclusive, non-invasive, non-surgical treatments that have no side effects, by the way, to target the root cause of painful back, neck, and knee conditions and activate the body's natural built-in process for self-repair. Dr. Kogan loves helping people so much that during February, the month of love, the first 50 callers mentioning WJR will get half off. Yes, you heard me right. 50% off their treatment plan. Call 586-416-DISC. That's 586-416-3472. 586-416-3472. 50% off. Call now.
Hey, babe, how you doing?
It's lunchtime at the Rosa Parks Transit Center on a Tuesday in February.
You're welcome. When it's cold, it's really busy. They come looking for gloves, hats. We also supply those things sometimes, blankets.
That's Maurice. He's the driver of the bed and bread truck. He's been at it since mid-morning, and he won't be done until well after dinner. But to him, he's not just driving around handing out sandwiches.
Yeah, I see if they become our friends. Because you see the same people every day. You're talking to them about their lives.
Maurice and his fellow drivers, they're the eyes and ears of the bed and bread program. Someone just needs something to eat and a kind smile, he's got you. If you need something more like a safe place to stay, medical care, or even legal help, all of that is provided through the bed and bread program. And Maurice is uniquely qualified to be a starting point because he gets to know the people he's helping.
Some of our drivers have been on the other side of that truck. And so for someone like Maurice, who is very sensitive to the needs of the people of Detroit, we're ambassadors of grace. And we befriend those that have no friends. We love the unlovable. That's the work that we're doing.
You can help the Salvation Army Bed and Bread program continue this important work by texting BREAD to 24365. That's BREAD to 24365.
No, that's the drink we have right there.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here's Mitch.
Phone numbers are 833-SAL-HOPE, S-A-L HOPE, or 833-725-4673. Text the word BREAD to 24365 if you like to do it via text. BREAD to 24365. We are on a $50,000 match from Dan and Jean, who have personal experience with the Salvation Army, and that means every dollar up to $50,000 that we can raise before 4 o'clock will be matched. So 50 could turn to 100,000 really quick, and that's pretty important.
You're back.
Bob Malu is with us. He is the Director of Operations at the Salvation Army Great Lakes Harbor Light System. Bob, good to have you with us.
It's good to be here.
I think if you heard the previous story told in the previous segment by Renee, who was homeless, sleeping in her car with 2 teenage kids. Can you imagine trying to fit 2 teenage kids in a medium-sized car, plus yourself, and that becomes your shelter for the night? And she talked about staying in a Salvation Army shelter for over a year. And, the Bed and Bread Club is one part of what the Salvation Army does, but she spoke to the shelter part, the beds and the ability to stay long term until you get yourself straightened out and back on your feet. Can you talk a little bit about what goes on in the shelters and what programs there are for people like Renee?
He can.
Sure. In addition to the shelter, we also have, we offer residential drug treatment. We offer outpatient drug treatment. And so there's many other things that we do for our clients. So we're a tremendous resource to our clients as far as referring them. If it's something we can't do, we'll refer them to another agency that perhaps can better serve them. But we have all these services. We try to arrange housing for them, permanent housing, and really it's community placement and getting them on the right track, getting perhaps employment, stuff like that.
And there are not that many shelters that can take families, because obviously the logistics of housing a family where they need kind of, their own space or more privacy versus, beds, multiple beds, for example, for single men. It's more difficult to do, but the Salvation Army has multiple outlets to do that for families, correct?
Yes, we do.
Not a trick question. Just
thank God. Yeah.
Just asking.
Yeah.
All right. $50,000 match that we've got going here now at 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the word BREAD, B-R-E-A-D, to 24365. Kenny and Steve and Kevin, you guys have now done a number of these over the years, many of them, between what we do for Say Detroit, we do for the Salvation Army. As we mentioned before, Kevin goes back to the Civil War with this particular radiothon.
Yeah, we brought around hardtack for everybody.
Has there ever been something that you've seen or something that's particularly moved you that relates to these?
Well, Mitch, I'll tell you what really does move me. It's a quick, if you want to call it a shout out, the late Gene Taylor, Dick Purton's producer for a number of years. Gene passed away in 2001. And he brought so much attention to the Bed and Bread program. Gene would actually go out there and do the truck at least once, sometimes 2-3 times a week. He would take it out on his own at times. And when Gene passed away, the plan was to have one of the trucks in front of the church as to lead the funeral procession. And the day before the funeral, Dick Purton said, that's not the way Gene would have wanted it. He didn't want to call attention to himself. He wanted that truck to be out on the road. I thought that meant so much. And it said so much about the program. Instead of the truck being there, it was out on the road the next day and doing the work of so many good people.
That is not a sound effect that we use between 4 and 6. I can tell you that.
A little heavy-handed.
No.
Yeah, a little heavy on the sarcasm.
So God bless Gene Taylor.
Yeah, no, that's a good story. And of course, instead of it being used for a personal purpose, it was out on the street feeding people, which is what, of course, he and others who get involved would like to do. Kenny, Steve?
Well, you know what? We had that conversation with Renee and been a part of this Bed and Bread Club Radiothon for a while. And the stories are what get me. And, Renee, it was awesome because she mentioned she was there for a year. Look, nobody wants to be in that situation. But as we found out over the years, Mitchell, people who go through this, they do what they need to do to overcome it, get back on their feet, and move on. And it's with the great help and the assistance of the Salvation Army. They've got professionals in place that will help you to get to where you want to be and, quite frankly, where you need to be.
Exactly. And my own piece with this is we're narrating a story here this afternoon. I mean, we can tell you, you can look at pictures and show you, or you can see things and show you. But I went out on that bread truck a few years ago, and I'm telling you right now, it's an experience you will not forget.
Exactly.
When people come to that truck, hoping, not expecting, hoping. And then the next day, they hope it's there again or whatever, and the need. And like I said, we can narrate this to you today for the need, but look, just open your eyes and look around, and you can see it. And when you see it and have that feeling, then you can help by just a little thing you're doing. It's not even a big thing you're doing. It's a little thing you're doing. It's the littlest of things you can do. It helps so much. You just got to do it. And like I said, we'll narrate it for you today. But after the day is over, there'll be a tomorrow, and you get out there and be a part of it.
And Mitchell, in case anybody was wondering, back in the day, Kevin told us during the break, there was a separate billboard for the Union and Confederate.
And Mitch, you really do turn around lives. I mean, the commercial break had a truck, driver describing that many of the truck drivers were on the other side of that truck receiving.
Yes.
Yep. So it really does make an impact, and so you can see and hear where the dollars are directed and really, change people's lives for the better.
Yeah, it would be great if we could have one day a year where everybody didn't go to work and instead went out on a truck or served soup in a shelter or made the beds up at a shelter or, or attended some of the treatment programs, whatever. I think if people had one day of encounter like that per year, the giving would triple, because once you see it, as you guys so well pointed out, Kenny and Steve and Kevin, when you see it firsthand, you go, wow, okay, I know what they're talking about. And it stops being one of these shapeless sort of things you can give to and becomes a personal thing that you went through. So if you can't all get out there and do what we have done in various times, please trust us that we're telling a true story. Yes. And when you hear someone like Renee tell it from the heart, and you can see, there's still a sense of embarrassment that she had to go through that and had to stay in a shelter for a year, but she was brave enough to come on and talk about how it changed her life. That should be a good narrated story, as Kenny puts it, and hopefully enough to get you to give. 833-SAL-HOPE is the number, 833-725-4673. Text the word BREAD to 24365 if you prefer to give that way. Bob Malo, thank you very much for spending a little time with us, and more importantly, for the work that you do as a director of operations all year long at the Salvation Army.
My pleasure.
We'll be back with more. 833-SAL-HOPE, or text the word BREAD to 24365. It's 760 WJR.
This is Brian Godfrey from Pat Milliken Ford. We've supported the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years because as a family-owned business, serving the community around us is a key part of what we do. I hope you'll join us by calling, texting, or going online to make a donation yourself. Next time you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, or even service on your current vehicle, keep our award-winning team in mind. We're on Telegraph Road, just south of I-96 in Redford. Pat Milliken Ford, the experience you deserve.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Lace up your skates for winter fun at the rink at Campus Martius Park in the heart of Detroit. Glide under the dazzling city lights, enjoy hot cocoa and festive treats, and create unforgettable memories. Visit the rink at Campus Martius Park for a truly magical winter experience. Open 7 days a week through March 2nd.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes. WJR AM and WDVD HD2, Detroit.
This is a Fox News alert. A plan falls apart at the White House. I'm Lisa Brady. Ukraine's president cutting short a White House visit after he and President Trump grew frustrated with each other during an Oval Office meeting.
President Trump says Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved. The two leaders were supposed to sign an economic partnership framework and host a news conference, but Zelensky made a quick exit following heated exchanges with President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance.
The very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't have to play.
Zelensky had hoped to ink a partnership for Ukraine's rare earth minerals and also make his case for security guarantees as part of any peace settlement with Russia.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House, where Fox's Jackie Heinrich reports the minerals deal had no pledge of future U.S. assistance.
Zelensky had resisted signing it as a holding out for that. And in this meeting that we witnessed, we saw him voice the need for those security guarantees once again. And that's when everything devolved. Neither the U.S. side nor the Ukrainians really wanted to get into the guts of the deal because you don't want to negotiate in public. That was really why J.D. Vance initially got pretty upset.
Mixed reaction from Congress, with Democrats criticizing the president.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer writing, Trump and Vance are doing Putin's dirty work. Senate Democrats will not stop fighting for freedom and democracy. Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat of Connecticut, writing, what an utter embarrassment for America. This is a whole sad scene. Republicans taking a much different view. They are applauding Trump and Vance's effort for a long-term solution.
Fox's Mark Meredith, South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham calling it a masterclass in how to stand up for America. President Zelensky just posting thanks to the president, Congress, and the American people. But he says Ukraine is working for a just and lasting peace. America is listening to Fox News.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Some good news. Hines Drive is reopened in both directions between West Outer Drive and Ann Arbor Trail. Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road remains closed for construction until 8 p.m. Sunday. We've got a wreck blocking your right shoulder on I-275 northbound approaching I-94. Expect delays on the Jeffries westbound between Farmington Road and I-275. Also on I-94 eastbound between Livernois and Linwood Street. An accident blocks your right shoulder on I-75 southbound at I-696. Another wreck on I-696 westbound after DeQuinder Road. And we've got an accident on the I-96 eastbound off-ramp to the Southfield Freeway. That's causing stop-go traffic from Evergreen Road. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
One more reason to choose Michigan Auto Law.
11 times insurance companies made lowball settlement offers to good people who were seriously hurt in auto accidents, offering between nothing, not even a penny, and $30,000. And 11 times the verdict at trial was over $1 million, including the largest auto accident trial verdict in Michigan last year. Don't let the insurance companies lowball you. We specialize in auto law.
Michigan Auto Law, autolaw.com.
Catch School Talks with Dr. Robert Livernoy.
Tune in this week as we come to you from the offices of Collins and Blaha, a primary sponsor of School Talks. We'll be discussing many different facets of public education and some of our most difficult history.
We kept schools segregated, so it wasn't really free public education for all. We had the Supreme Court decision in Plessy v. Ferguson that reinforced the doctrine of separate but equal, essentially legalizing segregation at that time.
School Talks, Sundays at 3 on WJR.
That split second, that one text, it can change everything. Distracted driving is a leading cause of teen crashes, but you can make a difference. Michigan Auto Law is giving 4 Michigan high school juniors and seniors a chance to win part of $5,000 in scholarships. Create a video or graphic about the dangers of distracted driving for the 2025 Kelsey's Law Distracted Driving Awareness Scholarship. Apply today at michiganautolaw.com. Deadline is March 21st. Winners will be announced in April to coincide with National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Get full details at michiganautolaw.com.
Be part of the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History's 60th anniversary celebration. Now featuring the exhibit, I, Charles H. Wright, My Story. Dr. Wright wasn't just a museum founder. He was a doctor, a civil rights activist, and an inspiration. From his childhood in the Jim Crow South to his groundbreaking work in Detroit, this is a story of struggle and triumph. Find more info at thewright.org That's the WRIGHT.org.
Former Secret Service agent Dan Bongino brings his expert insight to today's biggest news stories.
You may not hear this anywhere else. This is the kind of stuff. It's real.
Tackling hot-button issues with unmatched energy.
This isn't hard.
And a passion for the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. If there was ever a time to put one of the many Bongino rules of the show tattooed on your cerebral cortex, it is this one.
The Dan Bongino Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform. Live from Ford's Garage in Dearborn, this is the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon. We need your help to continue to feed nearly 4,300 Metro Detroiters every day of the year. Call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673 to make your donation now. Here's Mitch Albin.
The phone numbers to make a difference are 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or you can text the word bread to 24365 if you prefer to do it that way. And we are, for one more hour, on a $50,000 match from Dan and Jean, who personally had experience with the Salvation Army and have pledged $50,000 match to the $50,000 that we could raise. So if we can raise $50,000, we'll get $100,000.
And Mitch, I guess we have $10,000 left in that match, so keep them
Wow.
ringing. Yep.
All right, we can get that done in the next 15 minutes, I'm hoping.
Are you ready for a tote board?
Yeah, we can. Do we have a tote board?
We do have a tote board.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. There's the
Kevin, I'll leave the honors to you.
Ed Kelly, and the words of Casey, Kiss, shout it out loud.
764,774.
Okay, don't give it to a guy who just had eyes.
Absolutely true.
Note to self.
That's
Of all, we got 19 guys on this show, and we give it to the guy who had eye surgery.
For our tote board, Stevie Wonder.
Have the dog read it.
Why didn't he say the tote board? I could have got it, man.
Anyhow, it's a good number, but it can be better, and we're hoping that it will.
Let's
be
work it.
better.
Let's work
Yeah.
it. 3 o'clock hour. Here we go.
Jamie Winkler's still with us
Yep.
from the Salvation Army itself, and Jamie, you want to share with us a story of a particularly inspiring client named Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to share our stories, because every time you go on that truck, you are hit with reality. It's somebody else's reality that's very, very hard to imagine. And I have to tell you, I was out earlier this week, and I saw something that I've never seen before. It was about 3 blocks down from where our truck had stopped, and this older gentleman with a cane was running to the truck and waving his cane at us to please don't leave. And I got out of the truck and I met him halfway, and I could see that he had a hat on. He's a veteran. And I asked him, when was the last time you've eaten? And he says it's been 2 days.
Oh boy.
Wow. And when we have our stories and we go around and we share, how this bed and bread program impacts lives and how it impacts us, to be in a position to give, it just rocks us to our core of who we are. And so I asked him, how are you doing? How are you staying warm? And because it is cold, tonight it's going to be down in the 20s. Yep. And he looked at me, and you could just see it in his eyes. He didn't know. He doesn't know how to stay warm. He doesn't have anybody, and he just has this Salvation Army truck that is stopping by. And so talk about just an opportunity to show great compassion. We had some gloves on the truck, so we helped him with that. But this is a beautiful thing about the bed and bread truck. It's a mobile soup kitchen. And so often the city of Detroit is so big, but so often there are so many barriers that prevent people from getting access to help. But here we go to these very underserved communities where people like Mr. Johnson, who is homeless, who's trying to figure it out. Where do I go? Where do I go? How do I make ends meet? And so I told him, come back tomorrow, and we're going to give you some extra gear. But this is a very common story of what is happening here in the city of Detroit. Our poverty rate in the city of Detroit is 3 times higher than the national average. And about 65% of households here in Detroit are struggling with food insecurity. There are just so many stories. There are so many people who are desperate. Mr. Johnson, his eyes, you can see it, and you can see it in so many other people who are desperate and are grateful for the wonderful work that this bed and bread program. It reminds me of a mom that also stopped by on this route, and she happens to work at the VA, and she actually pulled up in her car, and she stopped, and she needed a sandwich, and she just told us how much that she and her family love the Salvation Army Bed and Bread program. She said, my kids have grown up on the Bed and Bread program, and being a mom, with a single mom with 5 kids, this was their dinner. This is how she made it. And I just asked her, like, what do these meals mean to you? And she said, you just don't understand the struggle. You don't understand what it's like unless you're in my shoes. And to be a single mom with 5 kids, this was their dinner. This was the way that they could go to bed at night with some food in their belly. And so this is a perfect time. We wonder, how we can make a difference in the lives of those who are struggling. There's no better time than right now to text bread to 24365, knowing that your dollar is going to be matched. And we want you to be very, very generous. The people of Detroit need our help. Please give $120. Feeds 5 people. It's being matched. So your 120 is 240. It will help 10 people for nearly a month. Please give to the Salvation Army.
You bring up a really important point that often gets forgotten about Detroit that is unique to Detroit. I remember when Dave Bing was the mayor, and he came in to do something with the show. We had a minute to talk in the break, and I said, tell me just between you and me, like, if you could wave your wand and do one thing that would change Detroit for the better, one thing right now, what would it be? He said, well, if I could wave a wand, I would shrink the city. And I said, what do you mean? He said, it's way too big geographically for the number of people that we have. It was built for 2 million plus, which we once had back in the 50s. But now we have 700,000, 600,000. And he said, so you have a person living way out here, almost by themselves, and then another person kind of living way out here with 2 other neighbors, and you've got to bring services, and you've got to bring electrical out there and water out there and whatever, and it doesn't make any sense because you're running these city services for very small and unpopulated neighborhoods. Well, think about that philosophy, as you just mentioned, Jamie, about trying to feed people in a city this big. We are not Manhattan, a little island, right, a couple miles long where everybody is living on top of each other in skyscrapers. So you just come downstairs and you can go out and get food. How are people who are living in some of these deserted corners of the city going to get food if not for a bread truck like this? It's not for a program that's mobile and gets out to them. So more than most major cities, because of Detroit's geography, these kinds of programs are vital because there's no other way. You can't open a soup kitchen every 3 blocks in Detroit and cover people because there's just too many blocks. It would never make sense. But if you have something that drives around and goes on a route and knows where people are hungry, you can feed them. So that problem still hasn't changed. We've grown a little bit since Dave Bing was the mayor, but we still have that geographical challenge. And so, Jamie, you bring up a really great point about the truck. Thank you for doing that. And another reason to give, 833-SAL-HOPE, the phone number if you want to do it over the phone. You got the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo. Wonderful people there, volunteers working to help out. 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the word bread to 24365 as we continue on the Bed and Bread Club Radiothon here on 760 WJR.
WJR traffic and weather first.
The Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed for construction until 8 p.m. Sunday. We've got a wreck on I-275 northbound approaching I-94 that's blocking your right shoulder. Look out for some stop and go on the Jeffries westbound between Farmington Road and I-275. It's also a slow go on I-94 eastbound between Livernois and Linwood Street. Got a wreck blocking your right shoulder on I-75 southbound at I-696. Another crash on I-696 westbound after DeQuinder Road. And we've got an accident on the I-96 eastbound off-ramp to the Southfield Freeway. Looks like you're stop and go there from Evergreen. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today. A little bit of sunshine peeking in. A high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Looking for affordable blinds, shades, or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where we offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com.
Paul W. Smith here, speaking from the heart during Valentine's month about how much my wife Kim and I love waking up every day without horrible back and neck pain. Thanks to Dr. Saul Kogan of the Nerve and Disc Institute, we love living life pain-free, as do thousands of other appreciative patients. Dr. Kogan's proprietary, non-invasive, non-surgical, zero-side-effect intra-disc neutrosis treatment for bulging and herniated discs, spinal stenosis, sciatica, and degenerative disc disease has provided lasting relief to so many. And now it's your turn to give yourself the gift of love and healing. During February, the month of love, the first 50 callers who mention WJR will get half off. That's right, 50% off their treatment plan. End your pain and love your life again. Call the Nerve and Disc Institute today at 586-416-DISC. That's 586-416-3472. 586-416-3472. Call now.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Save now at Dell.com/deals.
If Michigan is talking about it, so is Chris Renwick on JR Afternoon, 2 to 4 p.m. on 760 WJR, where Michigan comes to talk.
Hi, this is Dick Burton. Thanks for tuning in to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Radiothon benefiting the Bed and Bread Club. I've had the opportunity and the privilege to go out on the bed and bread trucks more times than I can count over the years. And I think the thing that stands out most are the eyes of the people we serve, the spark of hope you can actually see. It's not just a sandwich or a cup of coffee or hot chocolate, maybe on a bitter cold day. No, it's a genuine look of hope. I remember one gentleman came up to the window. I'll admit he looked a little rough. And I said, "How you doing today, sir?" He said, "Well, I've been down on my luck. But with you coming by, things seem to be looking up for me." And he smiled. When you donate to the Bread and Bed Club, you're handing these folks so much more than something to eat or a safe place to stay for the night. You're offering them a better today and the possibility of a brighter tomorrow. That's pretty powerful. You can make a difference right now by calling 1-833-SAL-HOPE or texting BREAD to 24365 to donate. The Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club, it's a real life changer, and not just for the people we serve. As always, thank you so much for donating.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here's Mitch.
All right. We are back continuing to raise money here. 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. Or text the word bread to 24365. 833-725-4665. It's a good way of doing something good to help your fellow Detroiters, maybe combat the nauseating feeling you might have after watching that press conference between Donald
Oh
Trump
my goodness.
Wow.
and Vladimir
Pretty
Zelensky,
heavy. Yeah.
where I don't care how MAGA you may be, we just embarrassed ourselves on an international stage. The president screaming at an international leader that he doesn't have, he's not giving enough gratitude to the United States, and J.D. Vance doing the same thing. How awful.
Might be an all-time low, Mitch.
Well, there'll probably be more.
that.
It's only been a month.
An embarrassment for
Yeah.
sure.
And so there is no natural resources agreement. The news conference was canceled. Trump ordered the Ukrainians to leave the White House early.
And lunch was canceled.
So this, and no lunch for you.
No lunch. No lunch.
And he said, he texted that he can come back when he's ready for peace.
Yeah.
Just remember which country is actually being attacked.
Exactly.
You know, we're sitting here, we're fine. You know, everything's fine in America, and this is a country where that's literally getting wiped out every day, and bombs and people dying and all the rest. And we're like, you're not grateful enough.
Well, that would mean he'd have to implicate his buddy, right?
I
Trump's
don't
not
want to
gonna
get
do
into
that.
it. That's
I
not
don't
what
either.
we're here for.
No,
I'm just saying,
not at all.
I'm just saying that if you want to feel better about things, maybe make a donation to help your neighbors here in Detroit, because you can't do much about that.
We're
but
doing
you
grown
can do
folks stuff
something
here.
about it.
We're not doing that kiddie stuff. This
Doing
is grown
grown-up
folks.
work.
Mitch,
Grown
could I just point out there are so many ways you can donate, and Barbara from Sterling Heights gave us a call a little while ago, and she said, could I go with the monthly? And we said, certainly. And that's the way I did it for a number of years. If you don't want to come up with the 120 or the 240 right now, you can do $20 a month. $20 a month, and at the end of the 12 months, that's $240 right there. So
Yeah.
you can do it that way.
Yeah.
That's great. So if that's the way you want to do it, when you make a phone call to 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, just tell them. The nice folks at the Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, will be happy
They'll
to
work with you.
accommodate. They'll work with
They'll
you.
work
But
with
like
you.
a bank.
Right. They'll work with you. Just come on in.
So on the line with us right now is a woman named Mariah, who, like Renee, we just heard from not too long ago, also received services from the Salvation Army. Mariah, thank you for coming on with us.
No problem. How you doing?
Good. So tell us your story and how you became involved with the Salvation Army.
I had did time in prison. I came home and I had got pregnant, and I didn't want to live with nobody. Pretty much, I didn't have nobody to live with, honestly. So I went to the shelter and they opened their arms for me, and they got me at home within 10 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you were at the shelter for 10 months and then were able to move into your own home?
Yeah.
Is that the baby I hear in the background there?
Yeah, I had another one right after my first one. So I have two girls. They 1 and 2. Yeah.
And you're in that home that the Salvation Army helped find for you.
Still, yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's great. What was it like for you when you didn't have a place to stay? I mean, describe that feeling to people who are listening, even if it's for a night, for a week, for a month, when you don't
It's
have
hard.
a place.
It's
Yeah.
hard. It's very hard, and you be trying to wonder like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be able to be warm tonight. I'm gonna be cold, or it's hard.
And
And
with
it's real
children,
sad. It's depressing. Yeah,
yeah, what's it like when you doubly hard with children, I imagine?
it's got to be extremely hard. It got to, because when you're spending for yourself, it's hard. So for you to have a child and you really trying to make sure your child is okay, I know it got to be double time.
Yeah. And when you were at the shelter with the Salvation Army, what were some of the things during the days that you spent there that you were most grateful for?
The staffing, like they were really like understanding, and they was very helpful.
In what ways?
It was ways where just even if you need to talk, or if you needed something like far as like hygiene, money, anything like that, they never like really be like, oh no, they never said no. They was always helpful. They never said no.
Yeah.
And then the food and then the activities that they do with you, like it wasn't like they were treating you like you wasn't human. They had a heart.
Mm-hmm. Did you actually have your baby while you were staying at the shelter? Because you said you were pregnant when this
Yeah.
happened.
Yes. I had my daughter while I was at the shelter.
Wow. And what was the support like from the Salvation Army people during that?
It was super supportive. Like even with me having a fresh baby, I was new to like, being a mom. So the staff would come in, they'd be like, I help you with her. Take a nap, so it was easy. It was so easy.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you were able to go through that experience with someone else around. It would be awfully sad to think about doing that out on the street.
Yeah.
And we appreciate your sharing your experience with the Salvation Army. It helps motivate people to give.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for coming on, Mariah. So another experience there, and a different one than Renee, but that's the nature of the people that we're helping. There are so many stories, so many wide variety of people who need help, who find themselves. Imagine you find yourself homeless when you're pregnant. That's got to be scary.
Right.
Where am I going to sleep, and how am I going to have this baby delivered? Even, how am I going to? Where am I going to go? What am I going to do when the baby is suddenly in my life, and I'm, the next day I'm back out on the street, and now I have a baby with me. And this is, unfortunately, I see this kind of thing all the time in Haiti. And we were just brought a baby that was 8 days old, 8 days. And the woman had she was sick and was mentally sick. And there was actually someone who knew her that said, this baby's not going to live. And if you don't think that same kind of thing happens here in America, you're wrong. It's just that in America, we have lifelines like the Salvation Army, where you can go, and the kind of shelters that exist in the city. And that's exactly the kind of thing that we need to support, especially since it seems like more and more funding for these kinds of things is going to get cut off. So here's a way that you can help out in our own backyard by calling 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the word bread to 24365 if you prefer to do it via text. I don't know about you guys, but every time I talk to somebody who's homeless and hear their actual story or sit with them or whatever, you go out on the truck and you talk to them, it changes your whole perspective. It goes from,
no doubt,
a concept to a reality.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Well, and I wanted to talk to Jamie Winkler, and you can relate to this as well, Mitchell, with the orphanage. Jamie, in your illustrious career with the Salvation Army, you go from one extreme to the other. You come across individuals, people who are destitute, who are in their darkest hour. You extend the Salvation Army hand, and you see them improve to a point where they are able to get on their own feet. And that's got to be such a gratifying feeling.
It is to see the growth of that. And, when you say about getting on your own feet, it makes me think about someone that was struggling to actually walk. We helped a woman out. Her name's Sherry, and homeless, and she got frostbite on her feet. It turned to gangrene.
Oh my God.
And came to us, to our program, and she needed medical care. She needed housing. She needed a very strong support network. And that's what we have to offer. And for Sherry, we made sure that she got connected with her primary care physician. She needed a wound specialist to help her with her feet. We helped her get insurance. She had no insurance whatsoever, so we got her on Medicaid. We found her a provider with Medicaid to do that.
That's just
and then
wonderful.
we worked out a housing plan. Yeah, no, absolutely. She could have died. Could have died. And to see someone that comes in so broken, and again, just the look in their eyes of desperation. And but for Sherry, coming through our program, getting the medical care, us helping her with the housing, and to see the look on her face when she left our building,
that is the
it can bring you to tears.
It's the cocoon to butterfly story.
Yes,
it really is,
absolutely. And we're just so grateful for the tremendous support of Detroit. There's a beautiful spirit about the city of Detroit, And we want people to be generous. That spirit is, we're here for our brothers and sisters. And this is the time to give, especially as your dollar is being matched. It's very simple. Call 833-SAL-HOPE or text BREAD, BREAD, to 24365. The Salvation Army's out there 24 hours, 365
And my
days
mother
a year.
always said you can trust the Army.
You can trust the Salvation Army.
favorite.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think she was trying to get you to join the Army.
No, Mitch, she
think
would
that
not.
didn't work. We'll come
That
back with more here on 760 WJR. 833-SAL-HOPE or text the word BREAD to 24365. It's 760 WJR.
On Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. We're at WJR Radio.
President of Ukraine deals off.
You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world.
He and Volodymyr Zelensky failed to reach a deal on rare minerals so far, which might have led to an end to the war with Russia. The U.S. cutting funding to the UN.
These cuts impact a wide range of critical programs, from life-saving humanitarian aid to support to vulnerable communities.
Secretary General Antonio Guterres says the move endangers not just the United Nations, but it also endangers the entire world. America is listening to Fox News.
WJR traffic and weather first.
We still have the Jeffries westbound on-ramp closed from Newburgh Road due to construction. That's going to reopen 8 p.m. Sunday. Picked up a wreck on I-275 northbound approaching I-94, blocking your right shoulder. Expect delays on I-94 eastbound between Lanyo Street and Mount Elliott Street. Some good news, that wreck on I-75 southbound at I-696 is cleared. Still have that accident on I-696 westbound after DeQuinder Road. Hines Drive is now closed eastbound and westbound at Reservoir Street due to an accident. Slow traffic on I-96 westbound between Milford Road and Kensington Road. And we still have that wreck on the I-96 eastbound off-ramp to the Southfield Freeway. You're backed up to Evergreen there. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today with a high of 53. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
We talked to the groundhog, and he told us to continue the great values all month long. Hi, friends. Bill Gonning here, inviting you to come see us during our President's Day sales event all February at Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, qualified Chrysler employees with lease loyalty can lease a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for just $329 a month. Lease it for 27 months, 10,000 miles a year with $2,000 down, plus tax title plates and Docker Extra. That's Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Bloomfield Hills, Chelsea, Roseville, or Golling.com.
O'Reilly's Veriscan is a free check engine light testing program that pulls over 600 million vehicle scans confirmed by ASE certified technicians who provide a simple report and possible fixes available exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My friends, portions of this Bed and Bread Club Radiothon here on 760 WJR, brought to you by the hardworking men and women at Bill Brown Ford. You know, my good friend Matt Garco. He and his team doing great things for you each and every day. Do yourselves a favor. Drive with the champions at Bill Brown Ford. Shop their TrueView inventory at BillBrownFord.com today.
YouTube personality Benny Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong opinions. A person who speaks truth fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country, bro.
The Benny Show.
Get ready if this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. No? Yeah? Okay.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Did you see it? Rebound! Trey Holloman's half-court miracle propels the Spartans to an amazing win on the road over Maryland.
Holloman, he tries. Oh, he makes it. He makes it. Does it count?
Wow!
He said half court doesn't count.
We're going to take a look at it. Look, Trey Holloman with a shot of the year. Oh, baby. Pure pandemonium.
Oh, my goodness.
Up next, Michigan State hosts Wisconsin, Sunday, March 2nd. Coverage starts at 12:30. And, of course, you can hear it right here on 760 WJR.
Holy cow.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here's Mitch.
All right, once again, the phone numbers are 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. If you prefer to text, you can give that way by texting the word bread to 24365, 24365. And as Kevin pointed out, there are many ways to give. If you don't want to give all the money right now, you want to do it over a monthly kind of schedule, you can do that. $10 a month, $20 a month adds up. $120 feeds 5 people for a month. And think about how quickly you can spend $120 at a restaurant for one night, feeding a couple of people. It's nothing. You know, you go out for 2-3 people at a restaurant, you pay $120. Okay, you got a nice meal for a night. You could feed 5 people or a family of 5 for a month for that same money. You could skip that meal, right?
Yes.
Probably wasn't even that good. How many times have you spent $120 at a restaurant and gone, you know what? That wasn't worth it.
No.
That could have been better spent. Yeah.
That could have been, you know, that I'm like, I can't believe we spent that much money in this. The fish was dry. Right. So instead of going through that experience, feed 5 people for a month, you definitely will be, you know, grateful about that and satisfied with how you spent your money.
Yeah.
So something to keep in mind.
Mitch, before you get there, I got to segue back into that last interview we did. It's been bothering me all break. The woman with the 2 kids. And when people out there listen to that, they're thinking about the woman, but think about the 2 kids. And the Salvation Army helps many people break that cycle of dependency. And I'm thinking about the 2 kids, 1 and 2. Think of them too when you're doing these things. Everybody heard the mother's story and we're concerned, but the kids, you got to get them out of that cycle. And that's what the Salvation Army does. And that's where your money will go, because you're paying forward something for tomorrow that you can work on today. And it just bothered me a break. I'm sorry I had to go back to that, but
that's
that
okay.
comes out.
No, it's a really important point.
Generation.
And that woman has a home now, thanks to the Salvation Army's efforts to get her hooked up with the right organization. And by living in a home, those kids are going to have a much, much better chance. And more than likely, their mother will share with them as they get older that moment that things turn for them. And hopefully that, you know, appreciation and that understanding of how precarious life can be will change their lives for the better, for the future. Good point, Kenny. Wes Pakula is here with us, the chief brand officer for Buddy's Pizza. Of course, Buddy's.
All right.
I can tell you, I've dropped a lot of money at Buddy's Pizza lately because it happens to be a favorite of the kids from Haiti. Both my kids who are in college, who have got 13 of them in college, and then I have 6 that are staying at the house for the last several months getting medical care. And it's hard to get 19 kids to agree on anything. But Buddy's Pizza is the one thing. Can we go to Buddy's Pizza? And they don't even really eat the pizza, which is crazy. They have like the chicken wings and the burgers and stuff like that. A couple of them got the pizzas. But every time we walk in there, it's one of the few places you can get a table for 19.
Yes.
Yes.
Push them together.
Yeah. So we go to the one up on Northwestern Highway. Of course, best known as the home of the original Detroit-style pizza, Buddy's Pizza created a Motor City icon when they took the square pan and baked the first Detroit-style pizza in the oven. At their original location at 6 Mile and Conant, That was in 1946, or as Kevin calls it, high school. Wes has been a member of the Buddy's Pizza family for 50 years and an integral part of the 79-year-old brand's success. Continues to motivate Buddy's teams every day. He's been involved with the partnership between Buddy's Pizza and the Salvation Army since the 1980s, and they help support it through food donations, volunteer opportunities, partnership activations, and much, much more. And the Buddy's Pizza has generously supported the Salvation Army Radiothon. And we welcome Wes Pakula to the show. Hi, Wes.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Mitch and WJR, for all you guys do. It's really an honor for Buddy's. We've been supporting the Salvation Army Battle Bread, as you said, for over 38 years. We started feeding the volunteers and the people that man the phone bank back at Oakland Mall when Dick Burton was running the show there. We've also evolved the partnership a little bit. We do the Red Kettle. We became their official pizza partner. And I think what's exciting about it is that when you have 3 restaurants in Detroit like we do, you're very aware of the homeless and the hunger that exists in the city. And our partnership, because it lasted so many years, Buddy's is very aware. So we try to do everything we can to lend a helping hand. And one of the things I'd like to do is invite all our Buddy's fans out there to donate. And I'm going to start the process because I know there's a match. And I'd like to personally donate $1,000 to start the cycle here.
All right.
And hopefully we can have the best 2 hours in the history of the Radiothon, the Mitch Album 2-hour hosting. And I'm excited about doing that. And I think when people, if they ever get a chance to volunteer there and really see the work that's being done, or do a ride along on one of the trucks, Harbor Light is a great one to volunteer at. And then you really get to see what's really happening in the city and the people like the volunteers with the Salvation Army and the work that they do and the commitment that they make to make a difference in the Detroit community.
Well, it is. It's anytime you have any kind of volunteer experience, personally, it takes it from a concept and makes it a reality, makes it a memory, makes it something that you can draw on yourself when you think about helping. And of course, people are always more motivated to help something that feels personal. So that's great. And we echo your call out to anyone who has ever eaten Buddy's Pizza, including my 19 Haitian kids, to make a donation now. And at the risk of, we don't want to cost Buddy's any business, but just think about what you might have spent at your last meal at Buddy's and just give that amount to help feed somebody else. I mean, if you would feed yourself or your family, whatever it was, just say, I spent $80 there the other day, or I spent $40 there the other day, or when I take my 19 kids, I spent $326 there the other day. Then take that and say, well, we were able to do it and eat in a restaurant. And there are so many people here in the city who can't afford to eat, period. I think that story that we were told, Jamie told us just a little earlier, about a man when he asked him, well, when was the last time you ate? And he said 2 days ago. And ask yourself, when it comes to food, how many times you have said the sentence, man, I'm starving. Let's eat. I'm starving. And how long was it since your last meal? 6 hours? 7 hours? We say, I haven't eaten all day. Well, that usually means like you had a muffin for breakfast and something and the coffee, and then you didn't eat until dinner time. That's still only less than 12 hours. Now you take a person who hasn't eaten anything in 2 days, and that's a regular part of their lives. And when we talk about I'm starving, I'm famished, we have no idea what that means.
No.
We don't know what it means to have our bodies actually revolting and saying, we need to have some food, we need to have some clean water, or we're not going to function. That's not what we go through when we say we're famished or we're starving. So for people who do endure that,
Mitch, one thing to mention, if the people visit the Buddy's website, there's tremendous amount of discounts and savings that we offered to our guests. I mean, I think if you take advantage of one of those discounts, you could take that money then and you could use it, especially in the program where you can pay the $20 a month, sort of the installment plan. So, I mean, you go to Buddy's, you have Detroit's #1 square pizza, and then you get the discount and you use that money to fund the monthly payment. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, take the money you save and give it to somebody else. Pass it forward. Thank you, Wes,
Mitch,
on
thank you
behalf
so
of
much.
the
Thank you, and
Salvation Army
Anuda.
people. It's
Appreciate you
wonderful what
guys.
Buddies does. And table for 19, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good talking to you. The phone numbers are 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. That's if you don't want to dial letters. And text the word bread to 24365. Bread to 24365. We'll continue here. Remember, until for another 15 minutes, we are under a $50,000 match plus $1,000 that just got thrown on there by Wes. So $51,000 match. If we can raise $51,000, we can add in another $51,000, and that'll be $102,000 if my math is correct. That's pretty good effort for a short period of time. Let's see if we can do that. And every dollar counts. You got $1 to spare, $5 to spare, $20, $100. The nice folks at the Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, will be happy to take your call. 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the word bread to 24365. Back with
Mitch, I
more
want to
right
add before
after
you go to
this.
break, I want to put this in. The Sandals Resorts are made for the Caribbean, and we want to send you there. Indulge in an all-inclusive romantic getaway with one for the one you love on a 4-day, 3-night vacation for two at any Sandals Resort in Jamaica, Curaçao, or the Bahamas with round-trip airfare. To enter, please text this hour's national keyword WAVE to 95819. For full details and official contest rules, visit WJR.com. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Kenny. Back with more after this.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, yeah. Real straight.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But DC politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
We saw our shadow here at the dealership, which means more great deals all month long. Hi, friends. Bill Golling here. Invite you to come see us during the President's Day sales event at Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This February, qualified Chrysler employees with lease loyalty can lease a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo L 4x4 for just $359 a month. Leases for 27 months, 10,000 miles a year with $2,000 down, plus tax title plates and dock car extra. That's Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Bloomfield Hills, Chelsea, Roseville, and at Golling.com.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-0WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law. Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Sponsored by Big Tommy's Parthenon. Big Tommy's has brought you authentic Greek dining experiences from the old Parthenon in Greektown to Big Tommy's Parthenon in Novi. Big Tommy's, where they say it's in our blood and we've gotten better with age. Break bread with us. You'll always be welcome at our house. That wreck on I-696 westbound after DeQuinder Road is cleared. We still have that accident on I-275 northbound approaching I-94. The Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed until 8 p.m. Sunday for repairs. We've got a wreck on the I-96 eastbound off-ramp to Southfield Freeway. That's causing slow traffic from Evergreen Road. Hines Drive is now closed in both directions at Reservoir Street due to an accident. And expect occasional stop and go on I-96 westbound between Milford Road and Kent Lake Road. Now WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, a high of 53. Some peaks of sunshine through the clouds here and there. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday, going to be cold, a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get matched to your perfect bed now and sleep at night. Plus, if you see a lower price, they'll match it. Hurry and stop by Mattress Firm to upgrade today. Restrictions apply.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here's Mitch.
All right, as we're closing down our hour here, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, as we're trying to match that $50,000 match. That would be just wonderful if we could here. So let's do our best to make that happen.
Mitch, can I mention someone who just helped make that happen? Her name is Marilyn. She's in Sterling Heights, and this is in memory of Isabel and Ted. Isabel just passed away at 99 years old. Ted is one of our beloved veterans. So on behalf of them, Marilyn just pledged $1,000. Wow. Thank you, Marilyn. That's wonderful.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you.
We're clawing our way there.
Yes. Can you do that math?
1,000 at a time. Yeah. I'm very hopeful that by the time we finish these next 8 minutes, we will have that money. We'll let you know with the tote board check-in. Muhammad Ahmed is the manager of Turkish Village Cuisine. Located in the heart of Dearborn, Turkish Village Cuisine brings the essence of Turkish culture to life, offering an immersive culinary experience with every plate and celebrating the indulgent details of authentic flavors. Turkish Village generously provided food for the Comedy for a Cause earlier this month to help raise money for the Salvation Army and Bed and Bread Club. And Muhammad is with us now. Thanks for coming on.
Well, thank you, Mitch. I do appreciate you for the beautiful introduction. Thank you so much.
Well, tell us about your choice of involvement with the Salvation Army.
Well, we will more gladly to have the Salvation Army meeting, and we are hopefully to do more of that coming. I'm hoping it's beautiful to help the homeless. It's really it gives us more hopes in Detroit and Michigan, Dearborn, everything. I'm happy to be part of it. Turkish Village is really happy to be part of that.
I'm guessing at some point you came here to Detroit. You weren't born here. I'm just guessing by the accent, right?
Yes.
So
I basically grew up in New York City. So
okay. Well, it's not a New York accent, I can tell you that. But the question is, when you came to Detroit, whenever you came to Detroit, were you surprised to find the level of caring that goes on, considering our city is very challenged economically? You know, we're not the richest of cities, and yet we seem to be the richest in terms of how people want to help and give, including a restaurant like yours. Did you notice that it's different than other places you've lived?
Not really. I haven't seen that. Not even in New York City, to be honest with you. I have been growing up in New York City, and I haven't seen that, especially when it comes like you guys. So the Salvation Army doing a great job on that. We are more than happy to be helping on. But I haven't seen that to help more people.
Well, Detroit is very unique in that way. And
yes.
Detroit really comes out and helps its own.
That's why we bring in Turkish Village to Detroit. So we will help as much as we can.
Yeah.
And it should be
I'm just
pointed
curious, like when you brought the food for Comedy for a Cause, I've never been to Turkey, so I don't know what Turkish cuisine is. What's the specialty?
Well, the specialty in it is the kebab. We have a beautiful kebab that made in-house by a Turkish people. And also we have the best sweets, which is called kunafa. We make it in-house too by a Turkish guy. So that's why we call it Turkish Village, because we have the food and the sweets.
And the coffee.
What's the coffee? Yeah. How was the coffee, by the way?
Great. I love
very
Turkish. Yeah. The nice thing about Turkish coffee is you can have some. You don't have to sleep for a month.
Right.
But
Yeah, everybody's going to go home and build an addition on their house.
Yeah.
That's right. It is high test. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
That's
why.
it's one step above actually chewing on the grains.
No, this is smooth.
But
You see, that's why I brought it to them, because I want them to be more energized. You know.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of good that does us on a Friday. It's next 2 days we're not on the air.
No, I'm
But
changing
let me
Kevin's
ask you about
oil
that.
in the parking lot after the
Let
show.
me ask you about that dessert. What is it? You just gave us the name, but what is it?
It's called Turkish delights, basically, and Turkish kunafa, which is basically kadayif mixed with the cheese and pistachios and cream, and it's really delicious and sweet at the same time.
Is it a pastry?
Basically, similar to that.
Okay.
Yes, and it's really sweet on it. So
Wow.
after the coffee that you guys drink,
yeah,
you should follow up with that.
Right.
It's
Or
really
vice
sweet,
versa.
Tamps it
beautiful.
down, yeah.
Yes.
I'm watching my girlish figure.
And hopefully within next month we are opening a new Arbor.
Okay.
So
Cool.
we guys,
okay,
we
great.
are expanding too. So it's gonna be more challenging and also more helpful for the community.
Well, thank you, Mohammed, for what you're doing to
Well,
help.
thank you so
the
much, guys.
Salvation
We
Army.
appreciate you for having us.
And in the 2 minutes or so that we have left, we want to thank all of you for helping out as well. And it's in the end, these radiothons and efforts, telethons and the like, they only work if the people who are listening participate and give. People can talk on the radio all they want. We can bring you guests. We can bring you stories. We can try to tug at the heartstrings. But if you don't respond, there's no reason to do these things. And the fact is you do. You've done it so many years for the Bed and Bread Club Radiothon. You've done it so many years now for the Say Detroit Radiothon in December. And there are many other efforts that are like this that people get involved in. So I recognize that it can get tiring when people ask you again and again for help. And the only thing I would say to that is it can also get tiring being out on the street, needing to ask for help, needing to beg people for $1 so that you can get something to eat, needing to sleep in your car because you don't have a place to house your children. And we've already seen how 2 children were lost to this world from that. And yet, right in this last 2 hours, we had another phone call from a woman who said she was living in her car with her 2 teenagers. So that cycle goes on. And so as tired as we can get of being asked to give, I'm thinking that the people who must endure this type of poverty get even more tired.
Yeah.
One thing that you will always notice as someone who has worked with the poor now for a long part of my life, whether they be here or in Haiti, one absolutely unifying characteristic is exhaustion. You rarely see energized poor people, or energized starving people, because it is exhausting to worry about where your food's going to come from or how you're going to feed your children or where you're going to sleep. It's exhausting. And it's the reason that people have bags under their eyes and they look bad and people say, oh, look at that guy. Well, how would you look if you had to spend every minute worrying about whether you're going to eat or where you're going to sleep? It is exhausting. It's more exhausting, I promise you, than the fatigue that we get from being asked to give. So let's try to keep that in mind and maybe make one last push in the last minute we have here to try to get over the hump and see if we can match that $50,000.
Mitch, we just got an update on the tote board if you want.
Sal Hope. Well, let me give each
Don't
one
have
of
Ed
you,
read it.
Yeah, let me give each one of you 5 seconds to just say a little message as we leave. Kenny?
You said it was Sal Hope. I just say we hope. So I hope you give.
All right. Steve?
We talked about it earlier, Mitch. Our audience never disappoints, whether it's for the Bed and Bread, whether it's for Say Detroit. We call them a lot, and they're always there. And thank you for that.
Ed?
We grew up food starved in a cold house, so I know what it's like to be hungry. So thank you for everyone that donated today.
Rosie?
Michiganders rise to the occasion all the time, Mitch. So this year's going to be no exception.
All right, Kevin, why don't you do the honors of reading us the tote board and let's see how we did.
Certainly will, Mitch. Thank you. It is an honor to do this. Here we go. It is $888,190. That's what we got.
Well, considering I couldn't remember a lot of what Ed said since it was the blind man reading, but I'm pretty sure it was 770 something, and now we're at 880 something. So I think we matched the 50,000. God bless all of you.
$17 with Ed. One of the two.
Those aren't S's?
Thank all of you for your participation, and Guy Gordon and his group.
Yes, they're
and everybody will be coming up next right after this. 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the word bread to 24365. Back with more right after this.
Want to know what's happening in Metro Detroit? Check out JR Afternoon, 2 to 4 with Chris Renwick on 760 WJR. Stream live on the free WJR app or at WJR.com. WJR, Detroit.
Europe rallies to Ukraine's defense. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The EU Commission president just posting you're never alone after President Zelensky's Oval Office clash with President Trump, who accused the Ukrainian leader of being disrespectful after Zelensky made a public push for security guarantees. Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky left here abruptly following a heated Oval Office meeting with President Trump.
If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want to ceasefire?
I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
Guarantee.
Zelensky and President Trump had intended to sign a framework deal creating a partnership to develop Ukraine's rare earth minerals. That was not signed, and the two leaders scrapped a press conference. Zelensky says any peace deal with Russia that the Trump administration is trying to negotiate must include security guarantees.
Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy calls the Oval Office blow-up an utter embarrassment for America. But South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham tells Fox News he's never been more proud of President Trump.
If I'm China, I'm Iran, I'm any would-be adversary, I'd be worried about right now. He gave a master class in how to stand up for America.
After leaving the White House, Zelensky posted a message of thanks to President Trump, Congress, and the American people, also writing that Ukraine is working for a lasting peace. There's word now that he's canceled 2 other events in Washington today, but an interview with Fox's Brett Baer is still expected, scheduled to air 6 Eastern tonight on Fox News Channel. An Illinois landlord found guilty of murder and hate crime charges for an attack on a Palestinian-American family that killed a 6-year-old boy. That jury deliberating for less than 90 minutes. A late rally on Wall Street, the Dow up 600 points at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
WJR traffic and weather first.
That accident on I-275 northbound approaching I-94 is cleared. We still have some construction shutting down the Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road. That's until Sunday, 8 p.m. Slow traffic on the Jeffries westbound between Newburgh and I-275. Also on I-94 eastbound between Lanyo Street and Mount Elliott Street. That wreck on I-96 eastbound at the Southfield Freeway is cleared as well. We do have some delays on the northbound Southfield Freeway between Ford Road and Plymouth Road, and also on I-75 northbound between the Davison and 8 Mile. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Cloudy and windy today, a little bit of sunshine peeking through, a high of 53. Overcast for tonight. We'll drop down to 21. Partly cloudy Saturday, a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Bluzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
The 42nd Annual Corktown Races are Sunday, March 16th. It's family fun on the run. Run the mile, 5K, or do both. Kids get a shirt and a medal for completing the quarter mile. Join the race crowd at the newly renovated Roseville Park and visit Michigan Central before or after the race. Sign up online or just go to one of 6 packet pickup locations to get your shirt and race number in advance. Come out in costume, win prizes, and stay for the entertainment and St. Patrick's Parade. For more information, go to CorktownRace.com or the Facebook fan page.
This is Brian Godfrey from Pat Milliken Ford. We've supported the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years because as a family-owned business, serving the community around us is a key part of what we do. I hope you'll join us by calling, texting, or going online to make a donation yourself. Next time you're in the market for a new or used vehicle or even service on your current vehicle, keep our award-winning team in mind. We're on Telegraph Road just south of I-96 in Redford. Pat Milliken Ford, the experience you deserve.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-291-3143. 800-291-3143. Again, that's 800-291-3143.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Libanoy, a conversation on all things education from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Clark Construction Company, thoughtfully planning and building educational facilities to foster innovation where students and faculty thrive. Visit clarkcc.com.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion. And he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos. They started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit lls.org.
Hi, this is Dick Burton, and this is a big hour for the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR Radio. It's a matching hour. On behalf of the Burton Family Foundation, we're providing a $38,000 match. Why 38? Well, because it's been 38 years since Burton's people and I held the very first Radiothon. Since then, you've helped raise more than $44.8 million to feed and shelter those in need in the city of Detroit. Having ridden on the bed and bread truck many times, I can tell you that your donation will not only fill bellies and provide a safe, warm place to sleep, but it provides hope to people struggling to make ends meet. So make your money go twice as far, taking advantage of the Burton Family Foundation match this hour, and donate now by calling 833-SAL-HOPE, texting BREAD to 24365, or going to sametrodetroit.org. And as always, I thank you.
Now for the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon. Here are Guy Gordon and Joanne Purton.
One of the many Purton daughters, Joanne Purton, one of my favorite partners from years gone by. Hello there.
Oh, hello, Guy, and likewise, my friend.
I mean,
many years since we've worked together, but such great memories.
Well, but not as many years as your dad has been doing this, and as generous as your family has been. 38 years, $38,000. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, no need to thank us. I mean, I know it's certainly nice to do, but it comes from our heart, and we would do nothing but. I mean, this organization, Salvation Army, does so much good. I've seen it, Guy. I've ridden on the bed and bread truck with my dad before in the past. And I'm telling you, when you get out and when you are there in person and seeing the good work that this organization does, it just inspires you to want to give and want to support it because it's making a difference day in and day out for Detroiters.
Well, we know it's about the sandwich, the soup, the hot chocolate. But for those that are serving on the truck, it's about the faces, isn't it?
Oh my gosh. It's the faces, it's the look in their eyes, it's their gratitude. I just can't tell you that when you go out and if you have the opportunity, and I think that the Army is always looking for volunteers to go and help and serve. When you serve the food and some hope as well to these people, there is it always follows with thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. They are so grateful for what you're doing. And as my dad likes to say, and as I say, because you're not just filling their bellies and giving them food for the day, but it really is showing them that people care, that they're not forgotten about, and that there are people who can help them, not just with that meal, but, on that truck, the people from the Salvation Army will give them cards of, hey, here's who to contact. Let's get you in a shelter if you don't have someplace to live. Let's get you a winter coat. There are gloves and coats that they'll keep on the truck during the freezing cold winter months to hand out to people in need. So it's just so much more than just providing a meal to everybody. And their gratitude is just over the top always.
Whether you're working in radio or whether you're working in news, so often once the electrons and the waves bombard out into the ether, there's not always the next day a lot left to show what you did with your day. And while he's got so many great memories in his radio career, this is something that is a family legacy that will live on long after those shows have been forgotten.
Without a doubt, Guy. And I remember growing up, because when you say that this is the 38th year, not that I'm going to tell you how old I am, but I remember when my dad started this, and to have his kids see my dad and my mom and their giving, and my dad involved in this year after year, it's the legacy that he has spread to all of us kids as well about the importance of giving back to our community. He had a career in this town, and how many people do you know that spend, my dad was in a few other markets before, but he spent more than 45 years broadcasting in Detroit, right?
Right.
And to be able to give back to the community that gave so much to him. And all of his girls, we all live here. We all live in Metro Detroit too. So this is our home too, our community, and anything that we can do to give back, we'll do. And we just thank my dad for really, fostering that in all of us.
Well, and I suspect that in a few years, maybe we'll be involving your kids in this, that the third generation will be part of it as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's been very important for my husband, Eric, and me to teach them and live out the giving and the volunteering and things like that to see, because really, to me, it's what is life about? If you can't make it all about you, right? There's so many in need in this world, and if we can all just give a little bit, and that's why we're encouraging people to get back to the message of today, to pick up the phone and to make a donation, or to text to donate, or to go to the website to donate, because you make one donation right now in the month of February, and you can know that in August, when you're enjoying a beautiful summer day, that your donation is still going to help feed and shelter people in our community.
Well, and encouraging people to do it now, because every dollar that you donate in this moment will be matched with another dollar from the Purton Family Foundation, up to $38,000 to commemorate 38 wonderful years of supporting the bed and bread trucks and this program. Just before I let you go, Joanne, is there any one memory on those trucks or any one little vignette that can kind of bring this into a focus?
A couple for me, actually. I mentioned how people are always so thankful. And I remember at one stop, I don't remember exactly where it was, but one of the guys comes out of, it was like a building and came out and ate, and he had a smile on his face and so much gratitude in his heart for what we were doing by providing that meal to him. It just absolutely touched my heart. And then another one was, I think I was out one year, and it was during winter break for the kids. And because you have to remember, the Salvation Army is out there 365 days a year doing this. And when the kids aren't in school, to get the free breakfast and the free lunch. And we came out, and a little girl, she couldn't have been more than 6-7 years old. And I have a picture of my dad and me and that young girl coming out, that with permission we took, of course, from, I think it was her grandpa who was with her. And she just bounded out of the house and so happy and so joyful to get that meal as well. And it's just it's a picture in my mind and that I have at home that will always make me remember the amazing work the Salvation Army does.
Yeah. And it's so important for all of us to put ourselves not just in the shoes of those that are receiving it, but in the shoes of the parents who certainly don't want their children to have to rely on something like this, but are deeply grateful that there is this net to catch them on days when things are lean.
Absolutely, Guy. Absolutely.
Joanne, thank you so much. And again, thanks to the Purton Family Foundation. And we urge people to jump on that match right now.
Thanks, Guy.
Now WJR Health Watch. Here's Lloyd Jackson.
For people living with joint pain, freezing temperatures, low barometric pressure, and precipitation can increase discomfort.
And there really isn't a whole lot of data of why that happens, but we certainly see it clinically that there's an increase in joint-related pain when the temperature drops.
That's Dr. Trevor Banka, an orthopedic surgeon at Henry Ford Health, who says cold weather can decrease circulation, which constricts the blood vessels, which means less blood reaching the joints.
Probably what the more common reason is, it would be like reduced physical activity, where we know that the joints respond to motion and being more active. In the colder months, we have less activity, which can attribute to muscle stiffness and joint pain.
Dr. Banka says staying well hydrated and using over-the-counter pain medication can help joint pain associated with the winter months. But
if like self-directed therapy or maintaining a healthy activity level, if that's not cutting it, over-the-counter pain medications, if you're continuing to have pain, which is decreasing the or affecting the activities that you want to do, that would be time to see someone.
1-800-HENRY-FORD is the number to call for more information. I'm Lloyd Jackson for WJR Health Watch.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
We've got some road work on 8 Mile westbound between the Southfield Freeway and Losser. That's going to be with us until 5 p.m. Looks like we still have those slowdowns on I-75 northbound between the Davison and 8 Mile. Hines Drive remains closed in both directions between Reservoir Street and Cass Benton Parkway due to an accident. That wreck on I-75 northbound after Grand River Avenue is cleared. Still have that wreck on US 23 northbound at M36. Drivers are tapping the brakes from 8 Mile there. Got a wreck on Highland Road, westbound at North Williams Lake Road. That's stop and go from North Hospital Road. Expect delays on I-96 eastbound between Kensington Road and Kent Lake Road. Looks like we picked up a wreck on I-94 eastbound after Michigan Avenue as well. Now WJR Weather First from the Weather Channel. Well, it's mostly sunny here and 54 degrees. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Bluzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This is the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on 760 WJR. Donate now. Text BREAD to 24365. Or call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673. And help keep the bed and bread trucks rolling. Now here are JR Morning's Guy Gordon and Lloyd Jackson.
It is JR Morning
In the afternoon.
or
in
the evening. Yeah, depending on whether how close to home you are. I guess, as you're driving home. And as you're driving home, it's so great to hear Dick, and he sounds terrific.
God bless the Purton family, man. really, for what they're doing, what they've done with this Radiothon over the years.
And I want to thank our friends over at WOMC for sharing Joanne with us. She does mornings over there. And something that she said that really hits home, and I hope it hits home for our listeners, is they're considering when they're going to make their pledge to the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Radiothon. It is that these values of giving back are instilled in us by our parents.
Mm-hmm.
You got it from your mom and dad.
I sure did.
They're not with us any longer, but I know those angels are on your shoulder.
As always, yes.
Telling you, remember my lessons.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. We're going to
Especially
celebrate my dad's 100th birthday here in a month, and he left us 4 years ago. But he started this with our family, and so what I want you to do is you're heading home, getting ready to head home. Think about those lessons that mom and dad gave you about paying it forward or paying it back, and making sure you're taking care of the others less fortunate, and use that mobile device to either text BREAD to 24365, or call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, and you can make that donation in someone's name.
You sure can.
Mom and dad would be a good place to start.
Because if they instilled it in you, that would be great for them. And, they're watching over you. And speaking of Lingo and what they are doing, we have Chris Ramsey on the line. He's the Chief Revenue Officer at Lingo. Chris, good afternoon. I'm so used to saying good morning.
I know.
Good
I know. You and I, we will be forgiven if we do that a few times this evening.
Chris, how are you? Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you having me on.
Well, we appreciate you and the folks at Lingo for powering this phone bank here at the Salvation Army Radiothon. Tell us about Lingo.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you. We're very honored and privileged to be a part of this program. This is our 7th year being a part of the Salvation Army Bed and Bread program Radiothon. And we supply, you've heard over and over again throughout the program, powered by Lingo, right? So that's what we do. We power businesses so they can communicate and do their jobs.
Well, we're into our 12th hour. Could you power us too?
That's right. You need some power. It's the power hour, right? Here we go.
That
Time
it
to go.
is.
We're getting so close to our to the 1.2 million goal, right?
Yes.
We got 50,000 watts, and now, thanks to the Purton family, 38,000 reasons why we need people to call right now
and make that dollar go even further.
It is huge. You know what? You guys were talking about the memories, right, and the families getting involved. But one of my fondest memories is my dad taking me on a food truck and doing the deliveries as a grade school kid. Wow. And he was he was a busy guy. But for him to take that time apart and for us to go together and do that, and then see people be so appreciative, and so thankful. And some people, they don't want to visit. They're just, hey, it's there. But other people just want to talk and say, hi, thank you for dropping this off. And what are you doing? But it is an amazing ministry and just a great family time to share with each other. And like you said, pass it on to generations. It really is one of the most practical things that make a difference in people's life. And I really am privileged to be part of this, and I love it. And I hope people call in. And we have people here, volunteers from our Lingo team, both our IT team and our volunteers, taking the phones, ready to go. And let's get us over that 1.2 million goal, guys. I love it.
And let's just tell folks too. I mean, you say when we're powered by Lingo on the phone bank, what does that mean? What does Lingo do in terms of comm services and things like that?
Yeah, so we do. So think of phone, internet services, network security. Like just getting this set up, right? We had to work coordinate with other companies so that these numbers are routed directly to the phone systems here. We set up, security. People are always worried about network security these days, right? Or my email security, or am I going to get hacked? Lingo can help prevent that. That's what we do. Cloud phone, you hear people talk about the cloud all the time. Well, there's not, the landline phones aren't really there anymore. You have your phone that you can call from an app. You can call your work from an app. we have that for folks. So that's what we do. We keep businesses running. Even think about when people swipe a card, right? Hey, where does that card go? It's a transaction that's taking place. We provide those transactions.
Well, we know there are a lot of nefarious characters out there that would like to, to make use of that. So we appreciate the fact that you're securing these transactions that are so important to the families that are out there that are the needing of the help. And we appreciate that Lingo is you're our shield, our armor, and our maybe even our sword if we need if tries to come after our sensitive data.
Yeah, and because of the world we live in now, I mean, technology is, always evolving. And so the people at Lingo, you guys have to be on top of that all the time.
You always got to be one step ahead of the game. That's right.
All right. So you mentioned your dad. If your dad were here, what would he say to the listeners who are maybe on the fence about whether or not to pick up the phone? We know these are uncertain times. We got an inflation report today that was not the most encouraging, but I guess not the worst either, but it's still there, still with us. People are still feeling it. What would Dad say? Have him whisper in everybody's ear.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, there's nothing better than you can do to put a smile on someone's face. And this is not just a smile. For some, this is a survival. And to be a part of that and to make a difference and make someone happy for even a day, it is well worth the time.
Chris Ramsey, thanks so much. And thanks for your involvement now for many years, both on your dad's knee and now with powering our phone bank. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be on here.
All right. Have a good one. Chris Ramsey, Chief Revenue Officer at Lingo. And we should, for those that may be just tuning in, we should explain how this goes. Right now, we know that $240 is the most popular giving level. That means that you will feed 10 people for a month. But for this hour, thanks to the Dick and Gail Purton Family Foundation and their $38,000 match, you'll be feeding 20 people.
That's right. And that 240
for a month
is 480.
Yeah. And honestly, folks, the only way that match takes effect is if you donate too. That's the contract that we have with these donors who are being so generous. So it requires all of us. I'm going to be making my donation here in a minute, and I want everybody to think of that little angel on their shoulder, their mom, their dad, that said, hey, here's how we do it. This is how we take care of others in our community.
Yeah, I know my dad was one of the kind that would go to Eastern Market and just get food and take it to churches. I'm sure he took it to Salvation Army as well. He would take it to places, and he wouldn't ask for any accolades. He would just do it because he knew how it was for him as a child growing up and, having hunger at times. And he's always thought about that. He's always talked about that. And so he was a donator. He always donated to education, to food banks. That was just how he was.
Yeah, I've got a wife that when she's in the checkout line, she'll swipe the card and then she'll point at the cashier, point to the family behind her and say, I'm swiping for them too.
Oh yeah.
And that's
those
are just such great things to do. Coming up, we're going to be talking with Major Andrew as we are in the home stretch now. And as you're headed home, so are we. You've got a goal to get home safely. We've got a goal, $1.2 million to make sure that the families that need help in our community, people who are suffering with circumstances well beyond their control and not their responsibility in many cases, how life can blindside you.
Oh, yeah.
And we've seen that again and again. So that's what we are hoping that you will help us with over between now and 7 p.m. this evening as we reach that 1.2
We're in the home
million.
stretch, sir.
We are, and I'm an old horse, so I'm going to need everybody's help. I'm going to need the equivalent of an equine tush push to get me over the goal line.
The Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or pull out that mobile device and text BREAD to 24365.
You are on the 38th annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon. The Purton family match is underway, $38,000. We're going to hear from another important Purton next on JR.
This is Brian Godfrey from Pat Milliken Ford. We've supported the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years because as a family-owned business, serving the community around us is a key part of what we do. I hope you'll join us by calling, texting, or going online to make a donation yourself. Next time you're in the market for a new or used vehicle or even service on your current vehicle, keep our award-winning team in mind. We're on Telegraph Road, just south of I-96 in Redford. Pat Milliken Ford, the experience you deserve.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, no, real straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
I'm Ann Thomas. Congratulations to the 2025 Women Who Lead class. Dr. Sonia Hassan Duggan, founding director of the Office of Women's Health at Wayne State University, is working to solve Michigan's maternal and child health crisis.
We brought together the leading universities, hospitals, health systems, collaborators and policymakers and community organizations who are interested in this space and developed a pregnancy care program.
Special thanks to the University of Michigan Health on Voigtlander Women's Hospital for supporting Women Who Lead.
No matter how you use social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WJR is there for you at WJR Radio.
I'm Daria Albinger. No deal. President Trump and his Ukrainian counterpart debate a rare earth minerals deal, which might have led to the end of the war in Russia.
Right now, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
He tells Volodymyr Zelensky after that meeting today that come back when he's ready to be serious to talk about peace. Sign of the times. Microsoft is shutting down its calling and messaging service, Skype, after 21 years. The company encouraging users instead to migrate to its Teams app. America's listening to Fox News.
WJR traffic and weather first.
We've got an accident on I-94 eastbound after Michigan Avenue. Some slow traffic on I-96 eastbound between Pleasant Valley Road and Kent Lake Road. Look out for a wreck on Highland Road westbound at North Williams Lake Road. That's causing stop-and-go traffic from North Hospital Road. Another accident on US 23 northbound at M36, causing stop-and-go from Barker Road. Expect delays on I-75 southbound between the Lodge and Porter Street, and also on I-94 eastbound between 11 and 12 Mile. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. Right now, 55 degrees in the Motor City and sunny. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
All Talk, 9 a.m. to noon with Kevin D.
Joe Zago is our newest member of the All Talk All-Stars. You still come across a lot of people who are down on their luck. What advice do you give to people who feel like there is no hope?
Be resourceful. Give a man a fish and he eats for a day. You teach him how to fish, he can eat for a lifetime and feed others. And I think that's important that we do just that.
To listen to the complete podcast and stream 760 WJR, go to WJR.com.
That split second, that one text, it can change everything. Distracted driving is a leading cause of teen crashes, but you can make a difference. Michigan Auto Law is giving 4 Michigan high school juniors and seniors a chance to win part of $5,000 in scholarships. Create a video or graphic about the dangers of distracted driving for the 2025 Kelsey's Law Distracted Driving Awareness Scholarship. Apply today at MichiganAutoLaw.com. Deadline is March 21st. Winners will be announced in April to coincide with National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Get full details at MichiganAutoLaw.com.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
And we want to invite you if, you're heading home, maybe you want a little bite to eat, maybe you want a little refreshment, to stop by Ford's Garage. It's here on Michigan Avenue in Dearborn, just east of Oakwood Boulevard. It is like...
Wow, what a great place this is.
It's like having great eats in a museum.
Yeah, right.
Because, this is an homage to all things Ford. And, we got a Model T, I think it's a 23, right?
Uh-huh.
A 1923 Model T
hanging
over
right
the
over the bar.
Some beautiful Model A trucks out front, and it's a fun place. Try the buffalo dip, recommend it.
The bathrooms have you wash your hands in a tire.
Yeah, you're washing. The basin is a Firestone tire, and the spigot is a gas pump. It's really
But don't
fun.
get scared when you leave out, though.
No. We're not going to give them the punchline.
Okay.
No, we want that to be a surprise.
Just don't be scared when you get it. And you're okay.
You're okay.
All right.
We'll just tell you it's okay. We were talking this morning when we kicked off things after Mike Parsons and Ray Vitale kicked things off for us about the fact, and we're joined by Andrew Shields, the major for the Great Lakes region. You never know who's going to wind up in the Salvation Army line, do you?
Yeah, you don't. And she had a beautiful story, and she talked about when she was just a young...
She being Renee Vitale, does traffic and hosts the first thing on JR.
She was sharing a story about when she was 16, 17 years old as a high school student, and the impact that the Salvation Army played on her life when they had a tragedy hit their family when her father was diagnosed with cancer. She has no idea how it happened, who called.
It was the double whammy because Dad got diagnosed with cancer, and then 2 weeks after that, Mom got laid off.
Yeah.
So both breadwinners were knocked out of commission.
Yep.
And I can't imagine you're going to feel like the bottom totally fell out of your life.
Yeah.
And you're looking at a mountain of medical bills, certainly. And
you're thinking about the kids.
Exactly.
You're thinking about the kids.
And Renee was one of those kids. You've been one of those kids.
Yeah. I remember as a young boy being impacted by the fact that my biological father left my mom and my sister to figure out where we were going to live. We found ourselves living in a Salvation Army shelter as well. And the similarities in both of those stories are someone came alongside and met us right where we were with our need. Somebody from the Salvation Army as a young boy came to our family and said, you know what? You don't have anywhere to live right now. You can stay here. We'll provide you somewhere safe to stay. We'll provide a warm meal for you so you don't have to worry about that today. No different than the story for Renee.
Yes.
Some angel came alongside. We still don't even know how that happened. We do know how that happened. Right. But we have this opportunity to bring that same service to the other people that are in need here in the Metro Detroit area.
And a lot of the employees who work for the Salvation Army, many of them have had issues and gone through Salvation Army, have come back. And so you see a lot of that?
Yeah, you do see a lot because once you go through a program or if you go through some opportunity, you tend to look at things different. You see the world differently. You see the opportunities. And we have a number of employees that have either gone through some kind of program of ours or some kind of shelter or even received some kind of assistance, because the truth is you never know when you're going to need something like that because, any moment those situations can change for us. And it's because of the generous donors, because of the fact that we have people in this community that can come alongside.
And that's why we urge you and appeal to your sense of humanity to text the word bread to 24365 or go to our Meridian phone bank powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673. And we also heard from a gentleman by the name of John Slappy earlier today. And John is one of those guys that said, yeah, I was an alcoholic. I was an addict. I was hopeless. And the word hope is right there in the phone number today for a reason. Because John Slappy found hope at the Salvation Army. And he said, it wasn't overnight. He said, I kept failing, but they stuck by me. And now John is counseling others like him. He is a role model. He is a walking miracle. And he's helping miracles every day through the Salvation Army, made possible by your donations and your pledges at events just like this one.
And giving to the bed and bread truck, I mean, that's a touch point right there. It touches because it's out every day. It's talking to people every day. And that's the touch point that can get people other services that they need besides being fed.
Right. It's not a gateway drug. It's a gateway solution
To
it's
salvation.
A gateway to a miracle. And solution's a good word too. And we have seen it happen again and again. And I was just, John is so, you could sense in him his pride at what he had accomplished, but more importantly, the fact that he is making, in his words, God's mission come to life in the lives of others, and truly the salvation that this agency can offer.
Yeah, because one of the things that's beautiful about his story is it's very difficult for people to have to come to say, I need help, right? So to have to walk into the door of a shelter and say, I just don't have any other options, or to come to your wit's end and say that I finally need to kick this habit or whatever it is. It takes a lot to finally get to that point. And what's beautiful about many of our staff and the people that are working in our facilities is they're met with people that aren't with judgment. They just come and say,
That's important.
We're just going to help wherever we can. We're going to meet that need however we can. And now look at a story with John as he has gone through his journey. And now he gets to breathe that experience into others that are also meeting challenges.
And then to just put a coda on Renee Vitale's story, and she struggled to get through it when she told it this morning, because it was still, even though it's a couple decades in the rear view now, it's still very raw. When she was 16, and she said she remembers the people that came asking two things: is there food in the fridge, and do the children have a ride to school?
Right.
They wanted to make sure that those bases were covered.
And Dad was able to get to his chemo.
Exactly. And so, as long as those bases were covered, everything was going to be okay. But we're going to make sure that we got the basics covered. And Renee said what she remembers was that for the first time in a couple of weeks, her parents could exhale.
Yeah.
That there was the relief of knowing that someone had their back with the minimums, but the basics are that's what you needed. And that was what they were grateful for. And today is a lot about gratitude and showing your gratitude. And if you're going home to a nice warm home and a good meal and a family that's secure, you can pay it forward. And
as you said too, just look at your kids, look at your own kids,
look at your own kids, and imagine if you saw the hungry faces, staring back at you. I know it's got to be gut wrenching. And I always think of those people that you see come with their children to the truck. You know they're putting their pride aside. You know that this is the last place they want to be, but their gratitude is genuine.
Yeah, absolutely.
We invite you to give us a call because some wonderful people already have, and we want to thank them. Karen called in from Ann Arbor. I know Karen. Karen and I worked together in Cadillac. That was 45 years ago.
You don't look a day over 44.
She is a radio reporter or a recovering radio reporter. and Karen, thank you so much. I just saw your name pop up here, and God bless you. And it's good to know that you're still in the area and that things are well. And
Chuck Tucker,
that's a good memory.
Charles, rather, he called from Lathrop Village, and he pledged $255. So that's $510.
Right.
With the mat.
Exactly. Feeding 20 people for nearly a month. And this is a nice little bonus, too. You're going to get the Great Salvation Army tote bag, which is a beautiful tote bag, nice canvas, sturdy bag that your groceries won't break through it.
Will not.
It'll hold up. But it also means that one of our clients with the Salvation Army gets the very same bag, because we know and sometimes that's all they got for their possessions. And that's important too. Our thanks to Dominic and Marie out in Highland, a $240 pledge from them. Again, 20 people will be fed for a month.
And Rosemary in Lake Orion, another $255.
And this is all made possible, that this double duty, this double whammy that we can do is all made possible for the Dick and Gail Purton Family Foundation. We've got a very special member of that Purton family up next here on JR Afternoon, the 38th Annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, three-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion. And he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos. They started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit lls.org.
WJR traffic and weather first.
Still have that accident on US 23 northbound at M36. Also on Highland Road westbound at North Williams Lake Road. We've got a wreck there causing slow traffic from North Hospital Road. Expect delays on I-96 eastbound between Kensington Road and Kent Lake Road. Hines Drive remains closed in both directions between Reservoir Street and Cass Benton Parkway due to an accident. And expect delays on the northbound Southfield Freeway between Warren Avenue and Plymouth Road. Now WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday, a high of 33. Right now it's 53 degrees and partly sunny. I'm Rich Bluszensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First. And now a few words from Dick Purton.
I'll never forget two little kids who lined up, a little boy and a little girl. They said, "Thank you, mister," as I passed the food out to them and so forth. And then I watched them walk away, and they walked to their home, which they said is just 1 or 2 blocks away. And I saw him, the little boy who might have been 7, and the little girl was probably a year younger. And I saw him grab her hand as they walked away from the truck and went to their home, which I said was a block or a little bit more away. And it was really kind of a heart-stopping moment. Little boy taking care of his younger sister with food and everything else that we provided.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
And welcome back to the 38th annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon here on WJR.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Listen, you got to answer those calls, man. Come on.
When mom calls, you got to answer the phone. She's 90, and so you got to make sure that
everything's good.
It's not a fallen and can't get up call.
Right, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how long ago it was. It was more than 30 years ago at Channel 7 that we hired a young writer in what we used to lovingly refer to as the pit. It was kind of like a squared off area where all the writers wrote for the newscast.
Mm-hmm.
And this perky young woman came up and said, "My name is Jackie Purton." And I said,
when you heard that name.
I heard that name. And I said, "Dick Purton?" "Yes." And it was from then on that I realized conclusively, didn't need any kind of clinical testing, that there is such a thing as a funny gene. Because the Purton girls are genetically programmed to be fun and hilarious. Jackie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you guys. How are you?
Fond memories. And I mean, I know we had to juggle a lot of heavy topics in those days and write about terrible breaking news stories, but my Lord, we had an awful lot of fun.
We did have fun, and that's why I failed miserably at that job, because I was not destined to write about serious topics.
No.
I would say, like, a surprise day off for a bunch of people stricken by food poisoning. When that kind of thing. When not a good thing at all. Not a good thing at all.
Yeah, and it would be Jackie saying, "I'll have seconds, please."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, well, it's so great to connect with you. Talk about this legacy that your family has had now for 38 years, making sure that other families don't go hungry.
Unbelievable. I'll tell you, I was part of the first one. I was blessed to be part of the first one. Dad said, we're doing this thing for the Salvation Army at the station. It was a couple hours on the air. And for the Salvation Army, and we went down at the first thing. We all did voices. We raised $10,000, I think it was, the first year. And we're literally over the moon to raise $10,000 in a couple of years. And what has it been now? 44.8 million, I think, 38 years later. And all of those people, and all of those people, and I have to tell you, I think Joanne, who is so wonderful, touched on this earlier. All of my sisters are wonderful. Touched on this earlier, that it's the spirit of giving that my parents instilled in us early on. They kind of taught us two things. There are ways you can give to people. You can make them laugh, and you can give back in ways like this. And I think both of those things are important. You know what I mean? You can brighten people's day by making them smile, and you can brighten them by filling their bellies and giving them a hand up. And that is what the Salvation Army does, and that's what we work every year to do.
I agree. And, with you and your writing for comedy, that's one way to, make people feel joyous and feel good about themselves. The Salvation Army does it in another way. But a lot of times these people who, by no fault of their own, fall on hard times, it's not a laughing matter.
No, it's not. And like you said, it isn't by a fault of their own. My God, they lose their job or a medical emergency or something comes up, and, we're all about, it can be 5 minutes away from something like that happening. And all we need is somebody who just takes a minute and cares. And that is why the Salvation Army is there in the Bed and Bread program, to step in and help. And it's remarkable in the stories of the people who got that help and turned their lives around. And it is a remarkable thing. And, I was listening to that piece of Dad right before I came on, where he was talking about those two little kids, the brother and the sister, and I started to cry. I mean, when I hear that, and I've been out on the trucks, I've seen these people, and the look of gratitude to a person, the look of gratitude, because they know that you're there to help. And what a gift! What a gift for them, and a gift for you when you're the one giving.
Well,
so
I know that look of gratitude was replaced once they got to that food truck. But before, it was the look of fear. It was the look of desperation. It was the look of someone who was no longer in control of their life or to assist their families. And so, I mean, those are people are desperate for that kind of help. And thanks to your family's legacy, we're going to raise, hopefully, thanks to your matching challenge grant and through the generous donations of our listeners, we're going to raise 120 times what you raised in that first telethon.
And I love that. And I will just proudly say, on behalf of my sisters, let's spend my dad's money. Let's do work.
I think that sounds like a game show that we could
Don't
pitch
you
to.
think?
Yes, spend dad's money.
And I will be the semi-lovely assistant.
There you go.
There you go.
Semi-lovely.
$38,000 is a generous donation. It is $1,000 for every year that we've been doing this radiothon. Six stations or here on AM 760 WJR. Jackie, tell us what you're doing now. I know that that your dad's got a website, and that you are you still putting up fresh content? Is there still fun stuff to be had every day?
Monday through Friday, we are at dickburton.com, and then also we're on the website on Facebook. I sound like an old person. We're on the World Wide Web, on the internet. Yes, you can go to
the
Facebook.
intranet. Yes,
the intranet, exactly. And you can go to our Facebook page. It's the Dick Burton official fan page, and we do topical every single day. We put up stuff, and as you can imagine right now, there's plenty of stuff to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There was a
plenty of stuff.
little office meetup that turned into the political equivalent of a food fight. And, I'm sure you can mine.
Yeah.
You can mine gold from that. Yeah, all kinds of even precious metals that aren't found in Ukraine. You can be able to mine from that.
They did not play well in the sandbox.
No.
Go to William Devane's house. He's got all the gold. Yeah.
And didn't he used to be Jack Kennedy? I don't know. Well, Jackie, it's so good to connect with you and
you too.
And your sisters. God love you. And I was telling Joanne, you girls, Dad is obviously still very vibrant, still very committed to this cause.
Yeah.
But you are picking up some of his burden on that. And you got another generation there that's going to be able to carry on the Purton family commitment as well.
Oh, you will never get rid of us. You will never get rid of us. And Guy, I would love to personally thank you for what you do, because you have done such an amazing job. All you guys have. But my connection to you runs deep, and I really thank you for everything you do. It really means a lot.
I have been blessed. They used to say one of the great things about working at Channel 7 was the people that you got to work with were great, but especially the women you got to work with were great because they were just so much fun and so smart.
Yeah.
And that certainly, I've been blessed to work with 3 different Purton daughters over my career. So, Jackie, thanks so much. Thanks for the memories. And most of all, thanks for thinking of the families here in Metro Detroit.
Absolutely. God bless you, and God bless the Salvation Army. Thank you.
Amen. And the Purton family has take care, Jackie. Love to you. Love to your dad. The Purton family, $38,000, and the only way that we can tap into all of that is to make sure that our listeners call in those pledges. We've only got 5 minutes left on this challenge. For goodness sake, let's not let this go to waste.
Dick's money.
That's right. That may be. We may be, in addition to the tote bags, we may give out bumper stickers for that next year.
Exactly.
The Purton daughters say, "Spend Dick's money."
The Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo. Call us now, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text BREAD to 24365.
We should point out too that in addition to the Bed and Bread Club, and by the way, we saw the new truck.
Oh, man.
The new truck is out here, and it's really, Andrew, very quickly, it's going to change what we got only a minute, but it's going to change what you can deliver in real time at the point of giving.
Yeah, it's an innovative truck, and we're super excited about it because we were able to add some new technology to it, and so we're going to be able to take hot food out, and it's going to keep it warm and ready for those smiling faces when they come to that truck when they need it the most.
When you pass by Ford Garage and you come on in, you'll see it right parked in the front.
All right. As this hour draws to a close, can we have our very special tote board drum roll, please? Before we hit the break, thanks to the Purton family, thanks to the match, thanks to you matching the match and the challenge, and we got another challenge in the next hour. Our total for this moment is $1,005,691. We are in 7-figure territory, but we are not done yet. $1.2 million is the goal. The only way we can get there is with a push and help from you, and we will continue on that mission. Next on JR, it's the 38th annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
That split second, that one text, it can change everything. Distracted driving is a leading cause of teen crashes, but you can make a difference. Michigan Auto Law is giving 4 Michigan high school juniors and seniors a chance to win part of $5,000 in scholarships. Create a video or graphic about the dangers of distracted driving for the 2025 Kelsey's Law Distracted Driving Awareness Scholarship. Apply today at MichiganAutoLaw.com. Deadline is March 21st. Winners will be announced in April to coincide with National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Get full details at MichiganAutoLaw.com. Made of love, made with you in mind. Sandal Resorts are made of the Caribbean. And we want to send you there. Indulge in an all-inclusive romantic getaway with the one you love on a 4-day, 3-night vacation for two at any Sandals resort in Jamaica, Curacao, or the Bahamas with round-trip airfare. Listen weekdays for the national text keywords for your chance to win as we give away a trip a day. Plus, head to WJR.com for an additional chance to win your dream vacation.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
Custom built for Detroit. 760 WJR. This is the great voice of the Great Lakes. WJR AM and WDVD HD2 Detroit.
There's still a chance, tell Lisa Brady, Fox News. That view from the State Department after an Oval Office meeting that took an unexpected turn.
President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky grew frustrated with each other during an Oval Office meeting intended to secure a rare earth minerals deal and discussions on ending the war with Russia.
With us, you start having
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people.
You're gambling with World War III.
Vice President J.D. Vance accused Zelensky of being disrespectful.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
Zelensky is seeking security guarantees as part of any agreement with Russia to end its invasion.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House, where Ukraine's president later left without signing that minerals deal with the U.S. President Trump later posting Zelensky is not yet ready for peace. President Zelensky in his own post offering thanks and reaffirming his country's push for a lasting peace. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce telling Fox Business Zelensky has a chance to turn things around.
A number of choices he's going to have to make, and clearly he's got a big problem in his country.
She says this does not mean a minerals deal can't be done. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy posting a video calling today's meeting an ambush.
It was a planned ambush designed to embarrass President Zelensky in order to benefit Vladimir Putin.
The Connecticut senator accusing President Trump of becoming a lapdog for the Russian president. But South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham tells Fox News,
Ukraine's an important ally that fought like tigers. I don't want Putin to win. I want to help Ukraine. But it's hard to help people who seemed unable to realize the moment they're in.
Graham says he's proud of President Trump for standing up for America. America is listening to Fox News.
WJR traffic and weather first.
We've got an accident blocking your right shoulder on I-94 eastbound after Telegraph Road. Another wreck on I-94 eastbound after Connor Street. Look out for slow traffic on I-275 southbound between 8 Mile and M14. We've got a wreck on M59 eastbound at Garfield Road. That's slowing you down from Hayes Road. Another wreck on I-94 eastbound at the Lodge, blocking your right shoulder. Expect stop and go on I-94 eastbound between Ann Arbor, Saline Road and State Street. Also on I-94 westbound between Michigan Avenue and State Street. And that wreck on US 23 northbound at M36 is cleared. Still have some residual backups from 6 Mile. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. Right now, it's sunny and 54 degrees. I'm Rich Luzenski, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
YouTube personality Benny Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong opinions, a person who speaks truth.
fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country, bro.
The Benny Show.
Get ready if this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. No? Yeah? Okay.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, yeah. Straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Stay close to your radio or device Tuesday on 760 WJR. It's the first President Donald Trump joint congressional address. Coverage begins at 9 p.m., immediately followed by the Democratic response from Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Both sides, their best pitch. Tuesday night on WJR, where Michigan comes to talk.
This is the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on 760 WJR. Donate now. Text BREAD to 24365 or call the Meridian Phone Bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673. And help keep the bed and bread trucks rolling. Now here are JR Morning's Guy Gordon and Lloyd Jackson.
And we should point out that those bed bread trucks are Ford products.
Yes, they are.
Doing a lot of good work. 60 different destinations in a day. If you can imagine that, and 1.4 million meals in a year. And we're here at the Ford's Garage, which is interesting because people used to say, I work at Ford's. It was all they always put an apostrophe in, and so that's what they've done here. It's Ford's Garage, and it is really a trip down memory lane. And on the walls, we see Henry Ford, Edsel Ford, and a gentleman who is the great-grandson of one and the grandson of the other, joining us live to top our 5 o'clock hour, Edsel B. Ford II. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How is there? I'm glad to hear that you're at Ford's Garage. That's a great place to be.
It sure is.
Well, it's like a family reunion, a century in the making for you.
Yeah, it's great. And actually, I've been there on several occasions, and the food is quite good there.
Yes, it is.
It is, and this
army
army also runs on its stomach too. Edsel, you join us as a longtime supporter of the Radiothon, a longtime supporter of the Bed and Bread Truck, and you and Cynthia, of course, so involved in the Salvation Army, and you're stepping up once again for us, and let's thank you in advance. But I know you have a little announcement to make.
Well, as we do every year, Cynthia and I would like to pledge $35,000 for this hour.
Right.
Hopefully we'll be able to match the $35,000. But we're thrilled to be able to participate again. And Guy, as you know, and Major Shields knows, I've been involved with the Army for 20 years or so, and it's a absolutely wonderful organization. It helps so many people. It's so important to the community. And I was amazed to read that for $120, the Salvation, a gift, $120 donation, the Salvation Army can feed up to 5 people for nearly a month. I mean, it is remarkable.
And Mr. Ford, as a great grandson of Henry Ford, a longtime leader of Ford's philanthropic efforts, talk about the role you believe legacy plays in charitable giving.
I think it's critical. And luckily, I'm the fourth generation of the Ford family, and the fifth generation is also playing an important role in the community. As an example, I'm very proud to say that my son Calvin serves on the board of Henry Ford Hospital, and my son Henry is on the board of the Ford Foundation in New York, and Bill's kids are involved, and so the history of giving and participating is now down to the fifth generation, and hopefully maybe the sixth generation in a few years.
That's got to make you awfully proud.
Wow.
Well, it's important. It's important to be a part of the community. It's important to give back to the community. It's who we are, and it's what we believe in. And it really started with Henry Ford and his wife Clara. Always proud to say that Clara had quite a bit to do with the nursing program at Henry Ford Hospital. So it's the history of our family is exciting.
Well, and we want to tell our listeners the only way these matches work is if you make your pledge. And as we said in our first hour of our second shift for Lloyd and I,
exactly.
that it really, if you want to make a pledge, you can make it in the name of someone. And you can make it in the name of maybe that grandmother or great-grandmother that taught you the importance of giving back, or maybe it's a mother and father. And Lloyd's, in my case, we certainly think of our moms and dads and the impact that they've had on their communities. And so we invite you to call 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or you can text the word bread to 24365. And thanks to Edsel and Cynthia Ford, that dollar will be matched with another right up until the total amount. And if you go with the $240 level, which is our most popular giving level, you will serve the needs of 20 people for a month. Edsel, I know things didn't quite go the way we wanted them to down at Daytona, but you've got to be awfully excited about what happened at Le Mans.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Guy. And I was hopeful. We had a big race in Atlanta last weekend. So we're hopeful this will be a successful NASCAR season. The announcement for Le Mans is very exciting. And I think one of the most exciting things we're doing, Guy, and I know you're an enthusiast, is our Formula One program. So that launches in 2026. So Ford's committing to racing. I love it. So exciting.
Well, we're looking at it. All started with a nice little 4-cylinder that putted around, and we're looking at the one hanging over the bar here, the 1923 Model T, which kind of got things. It was what got things started.
Well, actually, what got things started was Henry Ford won his first race in 1901. So it goes back even further, and that's why we all say that racing is an important DNA of Ford Motor Company, and I for one, and Bill as well. Bill's a huge supporter of racing, and our CEO Jim Farley is a racer. So racing is an important ingredient at Ford Motor Company today, which is wonderful.
So for listeners, Edsel, who are maybe on the fence, on their way home, they're in the car, they're listening right now, what would you say to them to encourage them to give during this critical matching hour?
Well, having been involved with the Salvation Army for as many years as I had, and see where people's money go, especially the bed and bed program. I mean, to think that we can shelter people, that we can feed people, especially in the Detroit community, it is so important. And $120 or $240 it goes so far. And I've always been amazed at what the Salvation Army can do with the money that they raise. It is a remarkable organization with incredibly dedicated people.
Well, and I guess what's stunning is we know that folks out there are looking at the price of eggs and they're shocked by it. The price of beef is nearing a historic high. Same thing for coffee's at a 50-year high. That hits too close to home for a morning show team, I'll tell you. But that when you look at that, here's the thing: if you're shocked by those prices, imagine if you didn't have a job, if you didn't have a home, and your family's hungry, how shocked you would be, because it just adds to the burden of the basics. And what this match does, Edsel, and thanks again to you and Cynthia for stepping up as you always have with this $35,000 challenge match. We know our listeners are going to make it happen and make sure that every dollar of that is matched. And thanks so much. Good luck in all of the next races. I'm trying to think of which one is up next, but it's is it? I know we've got the Mustang Dark Horse Cup car that is also getting a lot of attention, and
that's getting
exciting.
a lot of attention. The big NASCAR race, I think, this weekend is
Echo Park.
At Echo Park, yeah. So it's fun, and I root for the number 21 car by the Wood Brothers. It's being campaigned by the Wood Brothers. They're a great group of people, and talk about people who care about their community. They're a wonderful family, and thanks to you guys for all the work you do, Major Shields. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for all the good work, and please say hello to everybody at the Salvation Army team for me. They're a great group of people.
We sure will. And thanks again for all that the Ford family does through Ford Philanthropy, the blue shirts that show up at so many important events here and really make it happen. Take care, Edsel. Best to you and Cynthia. Right. We've got to go, but we got the hard work now, which is matching that donation. And only you can do that by calling 833-SAL-HOPE. 833-725-4673.
Or you can text Brad to 24365, Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo.
We've got some thank yous to do. Some very nice people that have donated. Alexander out in Huron Township, $75. Every dollar counts. We thank you for your donation.
Nancy from White Lake, $1,000.
Whoa, I can't even do the math on how many people that's going to feed, but I think it's well beyond 50.
Yes.
Then we've got also Mary Claire from, I believe it's Novi, Michigan, a $240 pledge. That feeds 10 people, 20, thanks to the Ford family.
And Susan from Farmington Hills, $240.
We'll be back with more. This is JR and the 38th Annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon.
WJR Traffic and Weather first.
Still have that wreck on M59 eastbound at Garfield Road. That's causing stop-and-go traffic from Hayes Road. Expect slower conditions on I-275 southbound between 7 Mile and M14. We've got a wreck on I-94 eastbound after Connor Street. That's blocking your right shoulder. An accident on I-696 eastbound at Cousins Avenue blocks your left shoulder. And steer clear of a wreck on US 23 northbound at Plymouth Road. Now WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. Closing out the afternoon here with some sunshine and 55 degrees. I'm Rich Bluzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
Did you see it? Rebound! Trey Holloman's half-court miracle propels the Spartans to an amazing win on the road over Maryland.
Holloman, he tries. Oh, he makes it! He makes it to the count! Wow! He's at half court, doesn't count!
They're going to take a look at it. Look, Trey Holloman with a shot of the year. Oh, baby, pure pandemonium.
Oh, my goodness.
Up next, Michigan State hosts Wisconsin, Sunday, March 2nd. Coverage starts at 12:30. And, of course, you can hear it right here on 760 WJR.
Holy cow.
And now a few words from Dick Purton.
Dorothy, this is a lady who lived on the street and had no place to sleep or call home type of thing. Not able to afford medications. Also no rent and no food. I mean, it was a terrible situation. So she gave up before reaching out to Henry Ford Hospital at that particular time. She was then connected to the Salvation Army by Henry Ford Hospital. Then they gave her a safe place to sleep that very same day. 8 or 9 months later, something like that, the Salvation Army set Dorothy up with an apartment that she now calls home. And now she's able to take her medication, and every day she wakes up, as she herself said, quote unquote, with joy in her heart. So thanks to the Salvation Army Bed and Bread program, Dorothy has a home, she has her medications, she has food, she has a fresh start, everything we wanted her to have, and she had it.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
Welcome back. We are under a very important challenge, and we've only got an hour 40 minutes left to get to the end of this road. And this road leads to 1.4 million meals being served to the needy every year. But we need your hard-earned dollars to do that. And we appreciate the sacrifice that you're making when you call in at 833-725-4673. But we're under a $35,000 match. Edsel B. Ford II, his wife Cynthia, as they always do every year, have made a commitment of a $35,000 challenge. It will do the work of $70,000, but only if you fill in the
rest.
other half.
Yes.
It is a dollar for dollar match. And, this, we're surrounded by great volunteers. We keep every year meeting new faces from the Salvation Army who cycle in and out of different communities, all
just
bringing
as happy as the ones from the year before,
and bring the same passion,
same energy.
right?
Yes.
And we're joined by Charlotte Kohler, who is the Detroit area commander for the Salvation Army Great Lakes Division. Charlotte, hello.
Hi, well, so thank you. It's good to be here.
You were saying this is the family business that your mom and dad
It
both
absolutely
were
is.
part of the Salvation Army mission. And how many different cities did you serve over the years?
Too many to count, more than both hands. And you'd think I would have joined a different business, but I went ahead and joined the family business. So
I think a lot of Salvation Army people who work for the Salvation Army, their parents or someone was in the business, or they got services or something, and they used to recycle. They come back, and it means so much to the people that they're helping day to day.
That's how we got involved. My dad, 5 years old, his parents sat him down on Christmas Eve to tell him that Santa would not be visiting them that year. And lo and behold, a knock on the door, and Santa did show up that year, but he had on a blue suit. And he was a Salvation Army officer there in his little town, and brought food and gifts and even a Christmas tree to his family.
Oh, my Lord.
And that was that very night. He was 5 years old, and he said, I'm going to give people Christmas when I grow up.
Wow.
And he did.
Think about that through a five-year-old's eyes, and how impressionable you are at that age, saying, well, wait a minute. If I can make someone feel the way that I feel right now,
Yeah. Yep.
imagine what life would be like, how rewarding that might be.
They might forget what you say, but they don't forget how you made them feel.
Right. That's absolutely right.
That's
Yep.
a really, really good point.
Yeah.
And we have fantastic volunteers who see their volunteer work as more than just giving out food to people as well. They notice need. One of our volunteers, in fact, was at one of our bed and bread trucks giving away food, and noticed a gentleman walking up, an older gentleman with shoes on. They were his tennis shoes, and they were all tied up with duct tape. And the man noticed it and came around and took the brand new shoes off of his feet and put them on the feet of this gentleman. So our volunteers, they see this as more than just feeding people, but it's treating people with dignity, treating people with respect, and giving people the basic needs that they notice and that they need.
And the bed and bread truck is a touch point, because it touches so many people every day, 365 every day. And so it's a touch point for people to find out other services as well. Not just being fed, but other services that the Salvation Army provides.
And tell us about some of those services, because I mean, sometimes it is bad choices, sometimes it's just life calamities, but you've got services that can help people overcome those things.
Right. Yes. So throughout the city of Detroit, we have about 13 different units where people can go to get basic human needs. Some of our units will do food pantry. Some of our units have a feeding program. We have, of course, our drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers, and we have shelters, and there are just so many other ways that the Salvation Army helps. There are times when we can help with utility assistance or rental assistance. So if we have the funds to do it, and someone comes to us in need, we try to meet that need at the point of contact.
In terms of running things, we've heard stories. I've done exposés on charities that turned out to basically be an excuse for a lot of overhead and a lot of administrative costs. And boy, you're so disappointed when you find out that your donation didn't really trickle down to the intended mission.
Right.
That is not the problem here.
No.
I mean, my Lord, when you say to folks, for $120, we can feed 5 people for a month, you run lean and not mean, and I mean in a good way.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And because we're the Salvation Army and we buy things in bulk at times, you get a better bang for your buck, right?
You
There are people who support us, and they've been on the phone all day here talking about the ways that they support us, and even with food donations and in-kind donations, and it's just amazing how people come together and help the Salvation Army.
Talk about, I would think it's those in-kind donations. How does that happen?
Yeah, well, a lot of times it's, I mean, the perfect example, and I know this is bed and bread, but at Christmas time, when we do our Love Beyond Christmas campaign, you see us out with our ding-a-lings, you know, and
your bells too.
our bells, yeah. Oh boy. But that would be one example of gifts in kind is
The
people,
ghost of Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Guy Gordon
reached up.
You are too much. But that's one of our gifts in kind is people bring in toys that we can give out at Christmas time. But people are just generous, and we can't do what we do without the people who support us. So,
I donate to Salvation Army, but I also donate clothing to the thrift stores. People don't think about those, as well. And people who are
people who complain about not having enough closet space.
Oh, let me tell you,
need to know.
They need to know about that, and
Yes.
that's helpful to people too. Some people are, they're working or they're trying to get a job. They don't have the clothing. They can go there. Let me tell you, they have some pretty nice things in there.
There's some nice
and
things,
and they
yes.
help people, and they make people feel good about themselves, so they can go out and
Right.
get that job and turn their life around. And so the Salvation Army helps in so many ways.
I was telling Devin Skillian after he retired at Local 4, I said, you're going to end up doing what I did, which is you're going to go walk into your closet about 2 or 3 years after you've given up television saying, why do I have 20 suits hanging in the closet? And only a few of them fit now.
Yeah.
And so that is a great way that you can continue giving. And we should point out, if you're watching us on our Facebook page or WJR.com or streaming on YouTube, I want you to note the amazing array of businesses that we have partnering with us right now. Moran Automotive,
Yeah.
the Tim Allen Foundation. Tim Allen called in at noon. Normally he would be on this show.
Yeah.
He tapes on Fridays.
Oh,
So he wasn't
Yeah.
able to be with us. Who you talk about a guy with just an amazing career.
He's here in
Who's
spirit.
had 3
Yes.
TV hit series in his career.
Oh,
Dick Van Dyke
absolutely.
didn't.
No.
Yeah.
Bill Bixby
Yeah.
didn't. You think of all the great TV stars that have had all these sitcoms. Tim's done something nobody else has done. We've got Ford's Garage, Pat Milliken Ford,
Fifth Third.
Meridian, Fifth Third got us kicked off
Yes.
yesterday. Plunkett and Cooney, our good friend Doug Bernstein, coming in with $5,000 from the barristers at Plunkett and Cooney, and we appreciate that.
So generous.
But we need you to follow their lead and to follow in their footsteps here as we are in the closing, almost now 90 minutes of this broadcast, where we hope to raise $1.2 million for the Bed and Bread Club. I am reminded of a lady that I met when I was out with the truck about 4 years ago. And it's the little things that stick with you. She came out in her wheelchair from a home for seniors that is right behind the Fisher Building.
I
You
was
know,
there.
right, it is.
I know exactly where
off of
you-
Pallister
Yes.
there. And she And how you doing things? She goes, oh, this truck is so important to me. She said, I love to cook, and I love to cook for myself. But she said, I've really only got for the day the strength to stand for maybe about 10 or 15 minutes. So I need to conserve my energy. But because lunch is provided by the Salvation Army, that means I can cook for myself at 5 o'clock when 5 o'clock rolls around. And I love cooking dinner for myself. And you think the simple pleasures in life, a pleasure that might be denied to her, but for the fact that she didn't have to get up and fix herself lunch, that she would have the strength in her legs to do what is still
very
important for her to do.
They're so very appreciative.
Yes. And for her, it was a gateway to still having that self-sufficiency and that pride and self-sufficiency.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
she could,
dignity.
She could stand at the stove for a few minutes and take care of things. And I hope she's still with us, but those stories stick with you for a long time. And those are the kind of people that you're helping with your call. We'll be back with more. This is the 38th annual Bed and Bread Truck Radiothon.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
Lace up your skates for winter fun at the rink at Campus Martius Park in the heart of Detroit. Glide under the dazzling city lights, enjoy hot cocoa and festive treats, and create unforgettable memories. Visit the rink at Campus Martius Park for a truly magical winter experience. Open 7 days a week through March 2nd.
Custom built for Detroit. 760 WJR.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Tom Rigotti. Shock at the White House as an Oval Office meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky melts down.
Excuse me, that was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful.
A rare earth minerals mining deal is now off with the news conference between the two leaders canceled and Zelensky kicked out of the White House. An administration official saying Trump isn't ruling out an agreement, but not until Ukraine is ready to have a constructive conversation. Zelensky posting on X, thanking America for its support, saying Ukraine is working for a just and lasting peace. This has been a Fox News alert. I'm Tom Rigotti.
WJR traffic and weather first.
The Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed until 8 p.m. Sunday. We've got some slow traffic on the Jeffries westbound between Levan Road and I-275. Stop and go on I-94 eastbound between Ann Arbor Saline Road and State Street. We do have a wreck on US 23 northbound at Plymouth Road. That's causing stop-and-go traffic from Geddes Road. I-94 eastbound after Telegraph. Look out for a wreck blocking your right lane. We've got some slow traffic on the southbound Southfield Freeway between 8 Mile and Grand River, and also on US 23 northbound between 8 Mile and I-96. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. Right now, some cloud cover, 54 degrees. I'm Rich Bluzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
YouTube personality Benny Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong opinions. A person who speaks truth fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country, bro.
The Benny Show.
Get ready. If this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. No? Yeah? Okay.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion. And he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos. They started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit lls.org.
I'm Ann Thomas. Congratulations to the 2025 Women Who Lead class. Dr. Sonia Hassan Duggan, founding director of the Office of Women's Health at Wayne State University, is working to solve Michigan's maternal and child health crisis.
We brought together the leading universities, hospitals, health systems, collaborators, and policymakers and community organizations who are interested in this space and developed a pregnancy care program.
Special thanks to the University of Michigan Health on Voigtlander Women's Hospital for supporting Women Who Lead.
Lace up your skates for winter fun at the rink at Campus Martius Park in the heart of Detroit. Glide under the dazzling city lights, enjoy hot cocoa and festive treats, and create unforgettable memories. Visit the rink at Campus Martius Park for a truly magical winter experience. Open 7 days a week through March 2nd.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
So when you think about the bed and bread truck and the lives of the people that visit it on a daily basis, hundreds of them at 60 different stops, rain or shine, they're there because they need to be there, because in many cases they don't have any other options, and you see them with their families. We want you to think about if you found yourself in those circumstances, because what we know, and Bank of America does a survey, and they find that 30% to 50% of income earners out there, people with steady jobs, are living paycheck to paycheck.
Some are underemployed.
And that too.
Yeah.
You know, where they're working 2 to 3 jobs.
I met a guy off on the truck when I was on the truck. He was underemployed. He was there for lunch. He says, you know, this one meal for lunch helps me because that means it's one less that I have to buy and I can make sure my kids eat.
Right, and especially when you look at just what even a hot dog and a bag of chips cost these days. My heavens.
Right.
And so, yeah, it really means a lot to those that are doing that. And I think of the folks with kids and how I was looking at my granddaughter last night as she was playing hide and seek with her little brother who's 3. And I just thought, what if I had to look at her and I knew that I couldn't feed her tonight. Or that my daughter and her husband couldn't feed her tonight.
Right.
How the desperation that you would feel and the heartsick feeling you would get. So I want to pledge $500 for every grandchild that I have. Last year, I had 5. The Gordons have been particularly productive this year.
Oh, my God.
And so we now have 7. Little Sydney joined us. And so I want you to think about the little ones in your family. And you know they're going to face speed bumps in life. And if they should hit one, you want someone to make sure that they don't veer off into the weeds or go off the road.
Yeah.
And the Salvation Army is that agency that will do that. So if you want to make a pledge, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. Do it for someone you love. Pay it forward because you know life is going to throw you curveballs, and sometimes they're going to throw you chin music, and, and you're going to have to duck.
And it could be for your kids, for your mom, your granddad, your father, your mom, the people who instilled that in you, the give back. to pay it forward. It could be in their names as well. So please give. Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text Brad to 24365.
And we want to remind folks we got that great match.
$35,000.
From Edsel B. Ford and his wife Cynthia, something that they do annually on behalf of their family and their loved ones, and making sure that for every dollar that you donate, it will do the work of two. So that $240 in the popular giving amount, or, I guess I put it, one of my grandchildren will be able to do the work of feeding 40 people.
Yeah.
How's that?
How's that?
And I don't know Lucy can do that math yet, but I'll tell her about it when I get home tonight.
We were talking earlier to Guy about how, covering stories and covering fires where people lose everything. And we get
And
there.
you and I roll up in our truck
and
to cover it.
The Salvation Army is there. A lot of times, riding up right when the fire trucks get there. And, see that a lot. And there's a story that kind of incorporates that whole story that we talked about.
The narrative, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There are, I can think of a couple actually, of people who have been helped, who have been in house fires. One gal, Letitia, she was a nursing student, and or she was working as a nurse and working multiple shifts, and found herself just exhausted, single mother, trying to make it on her own. And so she came home after having worked 12-hour night shifts for 10 days straight.
That's a lot of hours.
It absolutely is. She started making the dinner in the house and fell asleep. And next thing she knew, her apartment was on fire. And so thankfully everyone was okay, but Letitia lost her apartment and most of her possessions. And so the Salvation Army was able to be there. She had no support service per se.
She's got the clothes on her back.
Exactly.
And that's about it.
Yeah. And she's got her
And her life.
family, and that was the most important thing. But because she was able to get connected with Salvation Army, she and her daughters got a clean place to stay at the Salvation Army's women's shelter. And then after 5 months in that shelter, thanks to Salvation Army, she was able to move into her own apartment once again with her daughters. And so there's that. And then we have a man named Maurice, who is one of our drivers.
I know.
And
Maurice.
I don't know if you know
Yeah,
Maurice.
I know Maurice.
I told Maurice earlier today when he was here, when you say Bed and Bread Club, you think of Maurice.
Oh, absolutely.
His heart's as
and
big as the truck.
it absolutely is. And Maurice came to the Salvation Army because of fire that he experienced in his home as well. And so he was able to come to us. And now not only did he come to receive those services after he had his fire, but now he has been a faithful volunteer and now driver for us. I think he told us 5 years.
And that happens a lot with Salvation Army.
It does. It absolutely does. I tell people what we get in the blood. Yeah. The Salvation Army, our flag colors are red, yellow, and blue. And so I tell people, you come around Salvation Army enough, you're going to bleed red, yellow, and blue.
Well, and as we said earlier, you find out the feeling that you can give somebody, the feeling of relief,
Yes.
the end of the desperation,
Mhm.
the endless question of what now? What will become of me? What will become of my family? You
Mhm.
provide those answers, and then you can provide those answers as a career with the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing a little recruiting here.
There you
too,
go.
which is okay.
Yeah.
Do you find that a lot of folks, when they retire, say, I'm looking for, I want relevancy. I want to do something special. I want to make a difference.
We absolutely do. A lot of our advisory board members, in fact, are retired. They've gone through businesses and they've built a life, and now are retired. But they continue to serve by lending their expertise to Salvation Army. People in our units all throughout the city of Detroit are coming in, volunteering to answer phones, or volunteering to just help at the food pantry to stock the shelves. Or, people want a place to belong, and we hope that the Salvation Army will be that place for them.
And a place they can do the most good.
Absolutely.
Right. And we're not ringing bells. There is no kettle here. But if you want to come down to Ford's garage, by golly,
and give in person.
You can give in person, sign a little chit, let us know about it. We'll read your name on the air, and you can also get some great eats and a wet your whistle at the same time. And we've got some folks we want to say thank you to.
Yes, Victoria from Madison Heights. She pledged $255.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you. And also Robert from Manchester pledging $240.
Very good. Our challenge match is still active. We still need you to make that match. The $35,000 Edsel B. Ford II, Cynthia Ford, giving so generously. Can you please help us match it by calling 833-SAL-HOPE at the Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-725-4673, or text BREAD, because they're there 24 hours, 365 days a year. That's all you need to do is text BREAD to 24365. We'll be back with more. The 38th Annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
We've got some slowdowns on I-75 southbound between 14 Mile and I-696. It looks like there isn't an accident there. That's just general traffic. Stop and go on I-94 eastbound between Ann Arbor, Saline Road and State Street. That wreck on US 23 northbound at Plymouth Road is cleared. Still seeing some stop and go from Geddes Road there. I-94 eastbound after Telegraph Road. We've got some slow traffic from Middle Belt Road. Expect delays on US 23 northbound between M36 and I-96. And remember, the Jeffries westbound on-ramp from Newburgh Road is closed until 8 p.m. Sunday. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Overcast for tonight, a low of 21. Partly cloudy Saturday, a high of 25. Mostly cloudy for Sunday with a high of 33. I'm Rich Luzinski, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
This is Brian Godfrey from Pat Milliken Ford. We've supported the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years because as a family-owned business, serving the community around us is a key part of what we do. I hope you'll join us by calling, texting, or going online to make a donation yourself. Next time you're in the market for a newer used vehicle or even service on your current vehicle, keep our award-winning team in mind. We're on Telegraph Road, just south of I-96 in Redford. Pat Milliken Ford, the experience you deserve.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-0WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law. Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Lace up your skates for winter fun at the rink at Campus Martius Park in the heart of Detroit. Glide under the dazzling city lights, enjoy hot cocoa and festive treats, and create unforgettable memories. Visit the rink at Campus Martius Park for a truly magical winter experience. Open 7 days a week through March 2nd.
And now a few words from Dick Purton.
It was my 5th anniversary at my radio station. I wanted to have some kind of sort of a celebration, and everybody was called into the studio. I called them in and I said, guys, what's your favorite charity? So I said, we talked a little more about things, and I then asked Gene Taylor, Gene, will you call somebody at the Salvation Army, tell them that we'd like to get involved with the Salvation Army as part of the celebration? Went over and I think he met with Colonel Harvey, who was the head of the Eastern Division at that time, and decided to have a radiothon. And the radiothon was very short, 5-hour radiothon, 5 or something like that. That was our radiothon. We raised that day something like $15,000. And that's how we got involved with the Salvation Army Radiothon. It's a wonderful program, and may it continue forever.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
And we still have that Edsel Ford match, $35,000. If you give, that's actually worth, $70,000. So if you give, we need your half, though. We need you to plug in that donation by calling the Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text BREAD to 24365. It's the 38th Annual Bed and Bread Club Radiothon here on WJR.
I'm getting pretty good at this math. That $7,000 will feed 400 people.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. Guy Google.
Yeah, that's
Guy Google.
That's what we call it.
yeah. Yeah,
We
no,
knew, I knew we'd get the numbers.
Yeah, yeah. It's about it's going to be about 40,000 people for $70,000. That'd be wow. That's an incredible thing that these matches do, and we're going to have another match coming up at 6:00. But first, we got to finish off this one from the Edsel B. Ford family fund there, and Edsel B. and Cynthia have been so generous for so many years, and I know have served in various capacities with the Salvation Army. He's got his fingers in so many pies. He's just a wonderful guy. When you think back, I'm sure you remember like I remember the little lady that was at the senior home. I also remember my old friend Gene Taylor, who was Dick Burton's producer and comedy writer, who every Wednesday would go out on the bed and bread truck. And you know the phrase "busier than a one-armed paper hanger." Well, somehow Gene managed that truck like he had four hands. It was amazing to watch him. And he used to say, "You want the full hookup," and that meant sandwich, soup, and hot chocolate. And he could deliver 2 helpings of both with one hand. He somehow stacked them so that they didn't end up, tumbling to the curb. But you remember people, and you remember the people that were looking up at you because you're a little higher up there when you're in the truck, and you've got to have over your career touched the lives of so many people, and I'm sure there are some specific ones that really stick with you beyond the lady that you shared with us who came through the Hope Fire.
Absolutely. Just last week I was out on one of the trucks and met a man named Dwayne. And I wasn't inside the truck. I was outside kind of just talking to people as they were in line waiting to kind of go up, and just kind of trying to lighten the mood outside, and just, talk to people. And I met Dwayne, and he asked me for a tent. It was one of those days when it was bitter cold, and the gloves, he didn't have gloves. He didn't have anything. He had just gotten out of prison recently. And he's the last one in his family, so he doesn't have a family support group.
Okay.
And so he asked me for a tent, and we don't have a tent. We didn't have a tent to give to him, but we were able to give him his food. Later that day, we did have an anonymous donor who gave a tent, and not only just a tent, but also a sleeping bag that was like good for 20 degrees. And we were able to meet up with Dwayne again and get him that tent and sleeping bag. And he was just so thankful to have just that possession. He had nothing with him, just a backpack. And all of his possessions, I would have to guess, were in that backpack that he had. Didn't have warm clothes. And so he's just one person out of, that day I was there were 77 people at the first stop.
Oh, wow.
And he's one of those 77. And I wish I knew the story for all of those people, but I know they all have a story to tell.
God bless the anonymous donor as well.
Right.
Because some people, they may not want the
recognition.
Yeah, the accolades, but they give. And that's still very important to help this person.
Absolutely. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, then we have so many different people who come to our trucks. We had a father who came to the truck who brought his sons with him. He had lost his job. Mom was working, but he was able to bring his boys to the truck to get lunch during the day. And they had been cut, their food stamps had been cut, things like that.
Yeah.
And, so often when those kinds of things happen, it spirals a person's life. And you find yourself in a desperate situation.
And especially a lot of times for men, because, we provide. And when we can't provide, that's another burden on top of us. And then you're thinking about your kids, and I need to feed my kids and stuff. That's just another. So to have the Salvation Army there to help you with that, and to get that off you, make sure you and your children can eat is huge.
Well, and I've having talked to people that have gone through this, they'll say, not only did I lost my ability to provide, but I lost my sense of self, because that's my self identity.
Exactly.
I'm the guy who makes sure that everybody's okay. And it's, it could be a loss of a job. It could be illness. It could be maybe someone ran up the credit card and all of a sudden you find yourself underwater. Maybe you got hacked and lost money, or mom and dad got in trouble and you needed to help them. And so you did that, and then you lost your job and you found out that it's usually not just one thing. It's a series of things that put these folks, because most of us have a little something to fall back on. But what you find out is, man, life can be pretty cruel sometimes.
Yeah.
And so, that's where these folks say, I was able to find myself again. You got me, you built the bridge for me so I could get from this place of desperation that I was to a place where at least my basic worries were covered, and then I could reboot. I wasn't so locked in and stymied.
Yes.
And that's so important for people, the fact that it gives you the strength to keep moving forward rather than getting overwhelmed.
And I was just talking about anonymous donors. Someone at the garage at the bar, they overheard the show. They just donated $250.
Wow.
God bless you. I'd like to buy that man a dinner, or that lady a dinner. Thank you, so much. And the folks, we've got folks that are wandering in, the regulars here at Ford's Garage. If you're not one of them, you need to find out about this place.
Yes,
it is a wonderful place.
The menu's terrific. The vibe is great, and it really is a piece of Detroit history as they celebrate all the wonderful things that the Ford company has done, and it's also an homage to the great products. And we're being powered by Ford for the next 6 minutes. That's will be Ford, his wife Cynthia, with that $35,000 donation. We need you to complete the match, please, as we head into the final hour here on the 38th annual Bed and Bread Truck Radiothon. If you didn't have a chance throughout the day, we've been hearing from Dick Purton. He's in his 80-something young. The guy's amazing. Still is as young and as hearty as ever. And
what a legacy.
And generous.
What
Absolutely.
a legacy. Yeah. And you know what? The number already slipped my mind, but I mean that, we're doing basically $1 million a year for the last couple of decades. So when you think about that,
coming from his first year, which was like
$10,000 now today, God willing, well, we'll make sure that there's 120 times that in the bank for I mean, you're now going after 38 years. In some ways, you may be in your third generation of people that have had to seek help at one time or another. And the Purton family has done that. And I got to say, Dick sounds great. His daughters have been incredible. And we, thanks to them, thanks to the Fords, and thanks to another wonderful donor who you will meet in our next hour, are making sure that what started 38 years ago on Dick's radio station, I want to say it was WCXI. I could be wrong about that. But it was a little something that Gene Taylor brought to him and said, I just became aware of this, what these folks are doing at the Salvation Army. Maybe we could help them out. And Dick, being that kind of guy, said, well, sure. And the boss signed up. And now, 38 years later, over the course of nearly 5 decades now, our boss has, come up as well. And we're just so privileged to be able to do this. Before we head to break here, let's check that tote board one more time as we seek that $1.2 million mark.
We are at $1,128,798.
Our goal is 1.2. Let's go for 1.3. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And we're going to do that with the help of a very special family who you will meet coming up in our next hour here on the Bed and Bread Truck Radiothon. You're at AM 760 WJR.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
Start your day by hitting play on 5 Things First Thing with JR Morning's Guy Gordon, Lloyd Jackson, and Jamie Edmonds. Get the day's top 5 stories in just 5 minutes, delivered right to your device. Subscribe to JR Morning's 5 Things First Thing wherever you get your podcasts.
Made of love, made with you in mind. Sandal Resorts are made of the Caribbean. And we want to send you there.
Indulge in an all-inclusive romantic getaway with the one you love on a 4-day, 3-night vacation for two at any Sandals resort in Jamaica, Curacao, or the Bahamas with round-trip airfare. Listen weekdays for the national text keywords for your chance to win as we give away a trip a day. Plus, head to WJR.com for an additional chance to win your dream vacation.
On Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. We're at WJR Radio.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
Made of love, made with you in mind. Sandal Resorts are made of the Caribbean. And we want to send you there. Indulge in an all-inclusive romantic getaway with the one you love on a 4-day, 3-night vacation for two at any Sandals resort in Jamaica, Curacao, or the Bahamas with round-trip airfare. Listen weekdays for the national text keywords for your chance to win as we give away a trip a day. Plus, head to WJR.com for an additional chance to win your dream vacation.
Is the great voice of the Great Lakes. WJR AM and WDVD HD2, Detroit.
He didn't look like a man who wants peace. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Those words from President Trump hours after an Oval Office meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky that devolved into a shouting match.
It didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand.
The president with the comments as he departed the White House from Mar-a-Lago. The two were supposed to sign a deal that would give U.S. access to rare earth minerals in Ukraine to offset the U.S. cost of helping Ukraine fight Russia. Part of the agreement calls for negotiations with Russia to end the war.
Now, if we don't do anything, he's going to have to make peace, but he's dealing with a very weak set of cards. If we sign, he's dealing with a very strong set of cards, and then he doesn't want to make peace. So that's where we are. It's very simple.
Zelensky left the White House without signing anything. Meanwhile, a Russian strike on a medical facility started a fire in Kharkiv. That's according to the mayor. An update on the investigation to the death of Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman and his wife, who were found dead in their Santa Fe, New Mexico home earlier this week.
Both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. An initial interrogation was conducted of Mr. Hackman's pacemaker. This revealed that his last event was recorded on February 17th, 2025.
Santa Fe County Sheriff Adon Mendoza, Hackman's body was found in the entryway of the home while his wife was found in the bathroom. A dead German Shepherd was found in a kennel. There were open bottles of medication found in the bathroom. Authorities recovered thyroid medicine, high blood pressure medication, and Tylenol. The sheriff's office says there's no indication of foul play, but the deaths are suspicious enough to require a thorough search and investigation. Wall Street stocks rallied, making up for some of the losses this month. The Dow gained 601 points. America's listening to Fox News.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Libanoy, a conversation on all things education from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Clark Construction Company, thoughtfully planning and building educational facilities to foster innovation where students and faculty thrive. Visit clarkcc.com. Stay close to your radio or device Tuesday on 760 WJR. It's the first President Donald Trump joint congressional address. Coverage begins at 9 p.m., immediately followed by the Democratic response from Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Both sides, their best pitch. Tuesday night on WJR, where Michigan comes to talk. Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Livernoy. A conversation on all things education, from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Collins and Blaha, attorneys at law, specializing in the representation of school districts. Collins and Blaha, your education experts. collinsandblaha.com. That split second, that one text, it can change everything. Distracted driving is a leading cause of teen crashes, but you can make a difference. Michigan Auto Law is giving 4 Michigan high school juniors and seniors a chance to win part of $5,000 in scholarships. Create a video or graphic about the dangers of distracted driving for the 2025 Kelsey's Law Distracted Driving Awareness Scholarship. Apply today at michiganautolaw.com. Deadline is March 21st. Winners will be announced in April to coincide with National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Get full details at michiganautolaw.com.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
iHeartRadio, the WJR app, WJR.com. However you like to listen, WJR is there. Oh, and we're on your radio, too. This is the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on 760 WJR. Donate now. Text BREAD to 24365 or call the Meridian phone bank powered by Lingo at 833-SAL-HOPE. That's 833-725-4673 and help keep the bed and bread trucks rolling. Now here are JR Morning's Guy Gordon and Lloyd Jackson.
And we are. Thank you, everybody. Let's rev it up. Absolutely. 6:06 on AM 760. The work week has come to an end for most of us, and we are thankful for that. And if you want to celebrate Friday and also help a lot of people, you can help with these this wonderful bed and bread program that has been we've been supporting in the media sphere for 38 years now. That challenge last hour took us very close to where we need to be. So close, in fact, that we'd like to raise the bar. And we know we can do this because we know we can count on Detroiters.
Absolutely.
So our original goal was 1.2 million. Our new goal is 1.3 million because we know we're already close and we want you to help us get over that goal line. But you have been so generous. And just very quickly, Charlotte, we know that the need is there, that this is an arbitrary goal that we set, and that every dollar will be going to a good use.
It absolutely will. Absolutely. This will help us to sustain and continue our Bed and Bread Club throughout the year, all around the city of Detroit.
We are at 1.1 million now. We've got a very important challenge to tell you about. If there is an Entrepreneur Hall of Fame, this man should be the number one inductee. He is the Ty Cobb of Detroit entrepreneurs. Jack Aronson
had an idea, a little salsa recipe that he started in his home kitchen, and that led to Garden Fresh, which led to an entirely new business that was so successful. It was spun off and has led to so many good things, but he also loved the bed and bread truck program at Salvation Army, and we lost Jack a few years ago. His son, Dan Aronson, joining us live this morning, representing the Artichoke Garlic Foundation.
You say this morning.
I did say this morning, didn't I?
That's all right.
Force
You
of
get forgiven.
habit.
Yeah.
Dan, pardon my time warp.
No, you're good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
We sure can. We just think such warm thoughts of your dad, all that he created in terms of business, all the warm memories we have thanks to the spicy salsa that he also put on our snack table all these years. And I know you're continuing in that tradition.
Yeah, I really appreciate those words. And yeah, as part of our mission, it was really important to give back to the community, and that's why we just love being a part of what you guys do and the mission that the Salvation Army does on a day-to-day basis.
I mean, your father inspired you and your family to be entrepreneurial, and your father was such a big supporter of the Salvation Army's Bed and Bread program.
Absolutely, that's why it's a pleasure to keep it going. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you guys this year. I feel I got a little bit of FOMO, but I'm sure you guys are having a great time.
Well, you're usually my wingman, so I'm missing you here. And I know that Lloyd appreciated meeting you last year, and we've met your sister and some of your nieces and nephews. The Artichoke Garlic Foundation, carrying on your dad's charitable legacy. Tell me what we're at $1.1 million right now, Dan. We're $100,000 short of our goal, and I know you've got some ideas on how we can get it across the finish line.
I do. First off, I just want to speak on the program, and it's amazing that people every day are getting the help they need, whether it's food or supplies. It's truly great. We had the privilege of going in with Ford Motor Company donating a truck last year. It was truly an honor to be partnered with such a great corporation and help a great cause that the Salvation Army does. So we decided to up the ante this year. So we are going to match Ford with a truck. So Ford Motor Company is going to do a truck, and we're going to do the same.
Wow, that's
big.
Incredible.
That's big.
That's
anything we can do to help.
That is terrific, Dan. We appreciate that so much, and we know that you have been so generous in the past to do. I believe the amount was $20,000. Then we did 25, and then another. I think it was over $75,000 that you ended up giving last year, and we appreciate that.
I believe that's right, and that's about it's going to take that per year to get one of those trucks. But it's really important getting those on the road and helping people get what they need.
So to be clear, what you're offering to get to that truck, to get those wheels on the pavement, is a $75,000 challenge match for this hour. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All righty then. Well, that
Thank you so much.
Just doing the math, if we can get our listeners and their generosity going, just a $32,500 donation from them can put us over the top to $1.2 million. We'd love another $100,000 and to carry this momentum into the new year, because there is no shortage of need out there. Dan, you told me a story that brought me to tears when you and I first met. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, about your dad. Busy guy, running his own business, but saw something on the side of the road that made him stop in his tracks. Can you relate that story for us?
I can. It's a good one too. So I'm hoping the guy that he did see was also a big guy like my dad, because he took off his size 15 shoes and gave them to the man, and then he just finished his workday shoeless.
Wow.
But
Wow.
was happy.
Was
to,
he going
happy
to
do so
sleep in
someone.
those shoes? My goodness.
Listen, you can't find size 15s all the time. So,
Yeah,
No,
man,
it was,
get a
it was
size
a challenge.
15.
Absolutely.
Man, as a son, you do have big shoes to fill. But I mean, it just brought into clear focus the kind of guy your dad was.
Absolutely. It's great hearing, people reminisce and hearing of the impact that he's had years later. So it's truly appreciated, guy and crew. I appreciate that.
How many people have you heard from over the years that have said, I've heard Jack Aronson's story. I've heard the Garlic Fresh story. I've tasted the Garlic Fresh products, and I want to do what Jack did. How many people has he inspired to go off on their own and to try to create their own business?
In the entrepreneurial sense, dozens probably that I've had a first-hand encounter with, and I just think it's great. That's been ingrained in us, his children, and we've almost each of us have our own perspective businesses. And it's I think it's a great thing. It is it's the American dream, and
yeah,
if you have that desire, that flame, even if it's a small spark or ember, you just need a little fuel, and anything can happen.
Well, Dan, we appreciate the $75,000 donation match for this hour. We are on the air for another, 45 minutes or so, and we need those phones to start lighting up right now. The Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text BREAD to 24365.
I love the competition here. Ford puts a truck on the road. By golly, the Aronson family is going to put a truck on the
You
road.
got it.
And I mean, because there is a lot of miles on
We
these
need them.
very quickly.
Yes.
Dan, thanks to you and your family, and we just hold your father's memory so dear in our hearts. And next year, we hope to see your smiling face.
Yes, that would be great. Our pleasure, and thank you guys for all the work that you do.
It's the Artichoke Garlic Foundation, which sounds like a flavor that I've got to try.
Yeah,
but they are certainly filling the need here and spicing up our challenge with a $75,000 match. We will be back with a very personal story from a member of our WJR family.
Yes.
And that's coming up on the 38th annual Bed and Bread Radiothon here on WJR. Stay with us, please.
Hey there, it's Dick Burton, and you're listening to the Salvation Army Radiothon on 760 WJR. I'm asking for your help today to make a difference for people who don't need a handout, but a hand up. With your support, the Bed and Bread program provides critical services for those in need. I've ridden the Bed and Bread truck many times, and you can see the hope in the faces of the adults and children when you pull up with a hot meal for them. With your help, we'll continue delivering that hope by serving nearly 4,300 meals every day and providing shelter for more than 160 Metro Detroiters each night. Please call 833-SAL-HOPE to donate or text BREAD to 24365. You can also make a donation online at sametrodetroit.org. And as always, thank you.
YouTube personality Benny Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong opinions. A person who speaks truth fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country, bro.
The Benny Show.
Get ready. If this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. No? Yeah? Okay.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Libanoy, a conversation on all things education from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Clark Construction Company, thoughtfully planning and building educational facilities to foster innovation where students and faculty thrive. Visit clarkcc.com.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Be part of the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History's 60th anniversary celebration. Now featuring the exhibit, I, Charles H. Wright, My Story. Dr. Wright wasn't just a museum founder. He was a doctor, a civil rights activist, and an inspiration. From his childhood in the Jim Crow South to his groundbreaking work in Detroit, this is a story of struggle and triumph. Find more info at thewright.org. That's the WRIGHT.org.
Start your day by hitting play on
5 Things First Thing with JR Morning's Guy Gordon, Lloyd Jackson, and Jamie Edmonds.
Get the day's top 5 stories in just 5 minutes, delivered right to your device. Subscribe to JR Morning's 5 Things First Thing wherever you get your podcasts.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
We have met people on the trucks, served by the trucks, and those that also have spent the night at Harbor Light and other Salvation Army beds among the what is it, 37,000 nights of shelter annually.
Yeah.
And there's this notion that when you give, you think you're giving to someone kind of anonymously, that you may not know who is in that food line or who is seeking that bed. The fact is, you may.
Could be your neighbor.
It
Could
very
be your-
easily could be your neighbor.
Yeah.
And this morning it was really brought into clear focus as Renee Vitale and Mike Parsons, who so ably host First Thing at 5 a.m. and get us ready for our day as we're coming into work. And she shared her personal story. And Renee, we know that it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and now it's 6:19, and you were already well into your Friday. But we're gonna put you back on the clock for just a couple seconds here, because your story left Lloyd and I both gobsmacked and touched,
very touched.
And we appreciated you sharing it. We were hoping you could share it again for us as we enter the last 40 minutes of the Radiothon.
Of course, yeah. It is crazy how you know of the Salvation Army, but you don't know that you're going to need it one day. None of us imagine that we'll be in that situation. And, that's where our family found ourselves. I was in high school, and, we're chugging along, doing life. My parents are both working. We're East Side middle class family. And then out of nowhere, we get the news that my dad's diagnosed with cancer. And, Guy, I talked to my mom after we got off the air, and I said, I shared my story on the air today about our family, and she shared more details with me that I didn't know. And, I was telling you he was in his early 40s. My dad was only 39 when he was diagnosed.
Oh, wow.
So it was an absolute shock. And then on top of it, a couple months into him receiving treatment, not being able to work, my mom gets laid off from work. So you can imagine the situation that our family was in. They had no idea. My mom and dad just trying to deal with the fact that my dad is at such a young age going through cancer treatment. And, now my mom's not working. There's no money coming in. She has my sister and I, and we don't know what to do. And somebody anonymously called the Salvation Army and said that we were in need. And they reached out to us and called and said, what do you need? And, first and foremost, they made sure that my sister and I were okay. Like, do you need food? We did get food assistance. And then they said, can the kids get to school? Do you have transportation to make sure the kids are getting to school? Just trying to help maintain a certain level of normalcy in our lives, the things that we take for granted, right? And then it was, is your husband able to get to chemo treatment? So, they were helping us and thinking of things that at that point our family wasn't even thinking about, just trying to get through just day to day life that, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about it. Do we have a way to make sure the kids, because, then we were down to one car at one point. And my mom shared something with me too, that she said, that Thanksgiving, they showed up on our doorstep on Thanksgiving. I didn't know that.
Wow.
They showed up on Thanksgiving. They gave us a meal, and they gave my mom a gift card to make sure that my sister and I would have Christmas presents. I didn't know that until today. So the impact that these angels have on our lives is just, and that's the only way that I can describe these people.
And the
is
pressure
absolute angels.
the pressure that it relieved from your parents.
Yeah, there was a sense, and again, I'm like 16, 17 years old. I'm old enough to realize what's going on, but also don't understand how deep it really is. And I do remember very clearly the looks on my mom and dad's face talking to the people at the Salvation Army, and them just having a sense that it's going to be okay. It's going to be more okay than it was before that phone call. And they were there for us, and they were just there to support us. And my mom said that sometimes it was just a phone call. They would just call to check on her, just to make sure, how are you holding up? It wasn't even money or food or anything like that.
Just
It
a
was just a
follow-up.
phone call.
Yeah.
Yes, mental health.
Well, and
And
moms and dads are pretty good at hiding their anxiety from their kids
Right.
because they don't want you to be as scared as they are. And
Right.
Yeah.
And they were able to do that a little easier thanks to the Salvation Army. By the way, you got the three of us in tears. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I know.
It's
When
just
she called me and told me that, I said, I wish I would have known that part of the story. And I said, I never knew. And she goes, there's a lot you didn't know.
Yeah,
but,
I'm sure.
Right.
and so I'm so glad that that I'm able to share that part of the story, because I didn't get to do that earlier because I didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, because truly the person that is in line to the bed and bread truck or receiving these services that this Radiothon provides could be your neighbor next door. People do a pretty good job of covering up the bad news. But knowing that your dollar today will be helping people like the Vitalis, who were helped a couple decades ago, and Renee, thank you so much for sharing your story. I didn't mean to interrupt your weekend,
And thank you for being part of our family too.
Absolutely.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be able to give back. Who knew one
Right.
day
Yeah.
it would come full circle, right? And I hope to do it for many years to come, because it's one of my favorite days of the year.
Well, this morning, you and Mike, along with our team that started at Thursday at 4, you gave us the best start we've ever had, and we are now just a whisker away from getting to the $1.2 million figure. And we should point out, in talking to Dan Aronson and the challenge match that is on for this hour, here's what we can tell you. If we hit 1.2 million by 7 o'clock this evening, they will donate $75,000 in the form of a new truck. So that's what we're working towards. If we can get across that goal line, and we needed $100,000 at the beginning of the 6 o'clock hour, if we can get across that goal line, that will make a new set of wheels to get us where we need to go for many years to come. Renee, have a wonderful weekend. God love you. And thanks for your mom to add some details to a very inspirational story for our listeners, is that they hopefully pick up the phone and text the word bread to 24365.
God bless you, girl. See ya.
All right, you guys have a great week.
We'll see you right early Monday
Thank you,
morning.
Renee.
As we always do.
Yeah.
I bet you get misty a lot when you hear these stories.
One of the things that struck me as Renee was talking is that, sorry, I might just get too weepy, but
It's okay.
Sometimes you're not offering someone a bowl of soup. You're offering them hope.
Yes. Yes. You're offering them, and it's in the phone number.
Well, and it's a lifeline.
Absolutely.
And it's salvation and faith and all of that is all intertwined into that.
Right. And people need hope. When you lose hope, what else is left?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
what people are giving when they call and they make a donation, you're giving a bowl of soup, you're giving a sandwich, you're giving yogurt, drinks, snacks, but you're also giving hope to someone.
We want to thank Robert from they give us the last copy from the bottom, and it's a little faint, but I want to say it looks like Sandusky, $240. Thank you for that donation.
And David from St. Clair Shores, he donated $500. Thank you, Dave.
And also Roy from Sterling Heights, $255. If you make that donation, not only will you get a lovely tote bag that will tell people that you gave, but also last you as you're bringing home the groceries or whatever you need to haul around. But also one of these families, the clients of the Salvation Army, will also get a similar tote bag as well to help them. And in some cases, that'll carry a lot of what they've got.
And we need those phones to ring. We only have about 33 minutes left on the air. Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo. 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673. Or you can text BREAD to 24365.
We were under the truck match. If we get across the goal line, $1.2 million. It's a new truck for the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Truck program.
Yes, we do. What it's all about, the bed and bread truck.
There you go. You can't have it without the truck.
That's right.
And we'll be back with more. You're on JR.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, now feel straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
JR Afternoon, 2 to 4 p.m. with Chris Renwick.
Danny Davis, a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. DOJ is looking into what the DoD defense spending looks like.
There has just been this reflexive fear of cutting $1 from anything in the Department of Defense. They always want to say, we need more money, more money, more money, but no one ever changes the way things are done. Or have they looked at where is all this money actually going to?
To listen to the complete podcast and stream 760 WJR, go to WJR.com.
That split second, that one text, it can change everything. Distracted driving is a leading cause of teen crashes, but you can make a difference. Michigan Auto Law is giving 4 Michigan high school juniors and seniors a chance to win part of $5,000 in scholarships. Create a video or graphic about the dangers of distracted driving for the 2025 Kelsey's Law Distracted Driving Awareness Scholarship. Apply today at michiganautolaw.com. Deadline is March 21st. Winners will be announced in April to coincide with National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Get full details at michiganautolaw.com.
I'm Daria Albinger. President Trump says this is why the U.S. is working with Russia to end the war in Ukraine.
But what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
The White House meeting between the president and Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky ended when Zelensky said Ukraine needed security guarantees from the U.S. A promise from Vice President Vance.
We will always listen to people of faith and people of conscience in the United States of America. You have an open door to the Trump administration, even and especially maybe when you disagree with us. So
Vance at the annual Catholic prayer breakfast in Washington. America is listening to Fox News.
This is Brian Godfrey from Pat Milliken Ford. We've supported the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club for over 20 years because as a family-owned business, serving the community around us is a key part of what we do. I hope you'll join us by calling, texting, or going online to make a donation yourself. Next time you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, or even service on your current vehicle, keep our award-winning team in mind. We're on Telegraph Road, just south of I-96 in Redford. Pat Milliken Ford, the experience you deserve.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Saturday at 2 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Libanoy, a conversation on all things education from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Clark Construction Company, thoughtfully planning and building educational facilities to foster innovation where students and faculty thrive. Visit clarkcc.com.
Hey, Chuck, while the weather outside is frightful, I want to make sure people out there know how much the inside-outside guys can help them during this cold weather.
Oh, my gosh, whether it's ice dams on the roof or frosted windows in the living room, we can help. If you need traction out on the sidewalks, we can help.
Keep an eye on your home. It'll tell you all sorts of stories during this cold weather. And when you need any help for your home 24/7, make sure you go to theinsideoutsideguys.com.
Sponsored by Northwest Construction.
For over 20 years, Northwest Construction has been serving Metro Detroit with their exceptional craftsmanship. They specialize in roofing, siding, gutters, kitchen and bath, skylights, and more. Their licensed and insured team will enhance the value and livability of your home. This winter, let Northwest Construction plan and complete your design or rebuild in time for the warmer weather and turn your home improvement dreams into reality. Visit nwconst.com or call 313-277-7676.
The Salvation Army bed and bread truck has been feeding Detroiters in need for decades. But when the truck stops, the help doesn't.
Our bed and bread program is often a starting point. And so we use this opportunity as we're meeting the most basic human need, which often is a sandwich.
Jamie Winkler, the executive director of the Great Lakes Harbor Light System, on just a few of the services the bed and bread program provides through their Harbor Light Center.
The Harbor Light, we have a shelter. We also have a detox for behavioral health. Those are struggling with substance abuse.
And just as Jamie is telling us this, a young man named John approaches a group of people wearing the Salvation Army logo to thank them. He has struggled with drug addiction for over 16 years. He walked in the Salvation Army, asked for help. They got him into treatment that day.
I went to the rehab facility, did 6 months there. Now like 215 days clean.
You can help the Salvation Army Bed and Bread program continue this important work by texting BREAD to 24365. That's BREAD to 24365.
You've got the 2025 Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
If we hit the $1.2 million mark, then Artichoke Garlic Foundation will donate $75,000 in the form of a truck. And if this is the Bed and Bread Club, they need trucks, so we need that truck.
Yes.
We need to point out, and we're joined by Charlotte Kohler, who is the Detroit area commander for the Salvation Army Great Lakes region. These trucks, the wear and tear on them is extreme.
Absolutely. 365 days a year, 60 stops, approximately 120 miles a day. Adds up.
No snow days for them.
No snow days. Right. Yeah.
Wait, days off. No.
And this isn't like you want a brand spanking new ride every year. It's very rare that you turn over one of these trucks. And even then, that truck goes into a different kind of service. It's an on-demand service, not a daily service.
Exactly. Yeah. We kind of put it into our fleet for use in our emergency disaster services. So it's perfect for that type of ministry. So when our trucks have reached their capacity, we can't use them any longer for that, and a new truck can take its place, then we can put the other trucks into our EDS, what we call EDS.
Which is also important because, as we said, covering those
fire.
disasters and fires and things, we see the Salvation Army there providing the blankets, the clothes, the toiletries, the things that are needed when people have lost everything.
Well, or their shoes, because as we saw in Southwest Detroit, what was it, 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, this massive water main break that displaced at least a couple dozen families who couldn't get to their homes for the mountain of water. And I mean, it was life-threatening.
And it was freezing.
Yes.
Yeah, it was in the middle of that terrible cold snap.
Yeah.
We also were
just stopped in our tracks by this terrible story of the young mother with her children and the 2 children perishing as she was sleeping in a parking structure in the Greektown Casino. And the mayor made a major announcement today that they're going to elevate the city's game in terms of connecting people to these services. But you need to have services to connect them to, and you are a key part of that army of volunteers that delivers these services. That has to be, for me, that's going to be the story that sticks with me for why this program is so important.
Absolutely. Yeah. And God forbid that should ever have to happen again to anyone. But with our generous donors, people who have been calling in all day, people who have been showing matches all day, people who support us all year round.
And we may have been, you may have been delivering services to that family, because it's not like you ask folks to register. This is done
absolutely.
You don't ask people what their circumstances are. You don't ask them their names. You're not building a database.
Nope.
You're building hope.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I know when I was on the truck the other day, we stopped at our first stop, and there were some people there waiting. It was really cold. And so there were some people there waiting, came to the truck. We served them. And then it was almost like people kind of came in waves for almost an hour. People were coming, and that news gets out there that truck is there, that meal that people can depend on is there.
Before Twitter,
and they
before
get out
texting,
there.
somehow, because I was out there in those days,
right?
somehow that word got out. It's like,
and they look for it. They are looking for it. Once they see it and it's come in their neighborhood, they look for it now.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. I think I was with Maurice on the truck, and he did kind of like a loop-de-loop around the I think it's called the Rosa Parks transit station. Is that right? So around that station, he kind of made a loop-de-loop, and I wondered what the world that was about. But it's to show, hey, the truck is here. Come on down.
Well, you're like the good humor man playing that incredibly enticing music when you were a
Yeah,
kid. Right? I mean, when the truck is. It is painted up. It's not a circus wagon, but I mean, you know what it is.
You just brought back some memories with the good humor, man.
Oh, I know.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Don't you still have the urge to chase it?
Yes.
And then you say, "Well, the grandkids made me do it."
Yep. There you go.
Right.
But I got a shout out to thank you to the donors who are donating today. But I got to give a shout out to the volunteers, the people who volunteer, the folks on the phone bank back there taking the phone calls that we want you to call right now. Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text bread to 24365. And when you talk about meal prep, you guys, serve nearly 1.4 million meals annually and nearly 4,300 meals served each day. That's a lot of prep.
Oh, yes, it is.
That's a lot of meal prep.
Yeah, one volunteer I talked to earlier today, she said her group was there and they prepared 2,000 sandwiches while they were there.
Wow.
And kind of left feeling, accomplished, and then realized, right behind them was coming another group of people to make another 2,000 sandwiches.
Right.
And so it really kind of hit home to her how many meals actually go out through our kitchens every day.
Well, as I look around the room here at Ford's Garage, too, I'm seeing the same faces that I saw when I walked in the door at 5:15 this morning.
Oh, boy.
Folks that have been here now 12 and 13 hours because all of this needed to get set up. And, of course, yes,
Ray.
The amazing Ray Templin, who is our engineer on this remote, was up bright and early as well, making sure that everything was plugged in so that we could bring this to you. At 6:41, here's where we are right now. At the beginning of the hour, we had $1.1 million. We need to get to 1.2. But you don't need to start that yet. I don't have a tote.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
A little premature.
Premature.
Tell Questlove just to hold off there a minute. We're at 1.1 million at 6 o'clock. And then Jack Aronson came in and he says, if you get it across the goal line, we got $75,000 for a new truck. And so that's where we are with now a scant 19 minutes left. Actually, a little bit less than that because we got to get off a little early. But you are the only people that can make that happen, that can make this match happen and bring a fresh set of wheels there. And we should point out the way the truck is designed now, it's different than just kind of the panel truck that you had been using. That, you know, you got a bag of sandwiches, you got a coffee pot full of hot chocolate, and then another one of soup. This is a lot more sophisticated than that, so that you can make that food stay warmer longer.
Yes, yeah, and that's important, especially during the cold days of winter. Important to keep food safe and healthy for people. These trucks are state of the art. It's amazing to us. I think the only trouble we're going to have is we're going to have some orientation for our drivers who are going to need to learn how to navigate and use these new trucks. But they're wonderful people, wonderful drivers, and I am completely confident that those trucks are going to be out on the road soon. So
You've got warming drawers on board, a lot of things that I'm sure would be, and it comes to the truck is custom built by the folks that do a lot of food trucks that have become ubiquitous around Detroit now.
Exactly. So they know exactly what needs to be in there.
Yeah, I mean there is an art to making them, and so that's why they cost $75,000. It's and even then, we should point out that these folks also will be very generous in writing off some of those components and things like that, so
wonderful
that they can bring it in at under what that would cost if you were buying a retail.
Right.
So that's where we're trying to get at 6:43 here on a Friday afternoon, Friday evening. If you've had a work week, if you want to celebrate Friday, you can celebrate it by doing something nice for somebody else. By just calling the Meridian Phone Bank, powered by Lingo, 833-SAL-HOPE, 833-725-4673, or text the word bread to 24365. So many businesses that have opened their hearts, opened their wallets, that have made today possible through their challenge grants, through their in-kind donations, and we will celebrate them next here on AM 760 WJR, and we'll find out if we can cross that magic $1.2 million goal line.
February may be the shortest month of the year, but you still have time to get a great vehicle at Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Hi friends, Bill Golling here. I invite you to come see us during Truck Month. Right now, qualified Chrysler employees with lease loyalty can lease a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for just $299 a month. Leases for 39 months, 10,000 miles a year with $2,000 down, plus tax title plates and dock R extra. That's Golling Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Bloomfield Hills, Chelsea, Roseville, or at golling.com.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old three-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion. And he said, "We're going to the ER immediately." And came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos. They started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit lls.org.
The 42nd Annual Corktown Races are Sunday, March 16th. It's family fun on the run. Run the mile, 5K, or do both. Kids get a shirt and a medal for completing the quarter mile. Join the race crowd at the newly renovated Roseville Park and visit Michigan Central before or after the race. Sign up online or just go to one of 6 packet pickup locations to get your shirt and race number in advance. Come out in costume, win prizes, and stay for the entertainment and St. Patrick's Parade. For more information, go to corktownrace.com or the Facebook fan page.
Hi, I'm Dave Lorenz, inviting you to join me each and every week as we talk with people in the know about fun, relaxing, and exciting things to do in your free time. It's the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
And now a few words from Dick Pert.
The name, the Salvation Army, is so incredibly well known, not only in Detroit and environs and so forth, but everywhere. And they know the Salvation Army does great work. They know that their money is not wasted. Their contribution is never wasted with the Salvation Army. When they ask people with a favorite charity, Salvation Army most years comes out on top. It's a wonderful, wonderful charity that we just keep telling people every year, please contribute to the Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club. Remember, those trucks are out there, and there's nobody else that does that. So we're one of a kind. Please join us.
Welcome back to the 38th Annual Salvation Army Bed and Bread Club Radiothon on WJR. Once again, here are Guy and Lloyd.
6:47, just 13 minutes left. Actually, we've got to wrap this up around 6:55-ish. Yes, my very stern-looking Laura Hessen,
Laura's like,
who's for 8 years has been tormenting me for missing out times, reminding me of when we need to get out here. But there is still some work for all of us to do. A little bit earlier, I made a donation on behalf of my grandkids. I'm sure you've got kids in your family, people that you know, that maybe we need to pay it forward because you don't know what kind of strife they may face in their life, and you want to know that the Salvation Army is going to be there and ready should they need it. And Lloyd, you and I have had decades in this community.
Yes.
The one thing that doesn't surprise us, but still to some degree overwhelms us, is the generosity of the business community.
They always come through.
In
They
this
always
city.
come
And individuals
through.
as well. I mean, we're up to
Sure.
our neck in pink slips. The good kind.
Yeah, not the kind that you get let go. No, the kind, the donation pink
Gonna
slips.
bring you to the bed and bread truck.
Yes.
These are pledge the pledge receipts that they are sending us. And
Yes.
we want to thank David from St. Clair Shores, a $500 pledge made just a few minutes ago. Roy, who I can't make out where he's from. I think it's Sterling Heights, but God love you, Roy. And then we've had so many generous donations, and it all got kicked off this morning with Fifth Third Bank.
Yeah.
Yes, and Fifth Third Bank is such a great partner of the Salvation Army, and we could not do this without the amazing supporters that we have. A big radiothon thank you to Fifth Third Bank, Mark Ridley Comedy Castle, Pat Milliken Ford, Meridian of Michigan, and National Food Group.
Also, Moran Automotive, Pat Moran Automotive, great dealership, and their employees, their administration, all pitched in. Buddy's Pizza. And also, where would we be without the Dick and Gail Purton Family Foundation?
Absolutely.
Dick kicking off this amazing charitable enterprise 38 years ago. It was a $10,000 day. They were very hopeful that it would lead to bigger things.
Wow.
And now it's a $1.2 million event. God willing, 11 minutes. We'll find out if we get there.
Yes. Edsel B. Ford II and his wife Cynthia as well. The Artichoke Garlic Foundation, the Aronson family. Also, Imagine Theaters,
Bodman Law, Richard Genthy, and the Genthy family at Genthy Automotive, who have been a part of this. Tim Allen.
Wow.
Tim Allen, who you can take the boy out of Detroit, but you can't take the Detroit out of the boy.
That's right.
And he is now on his third hit TV series, and he's taping right now out in Los Angeles.
And that's why we couldn't have him today.
And that's why he couldn't join us for our 5 o'clock hour, is what has been the tradition now for as long as I've been doing the Radiothon. And so, Tim, gainfully employed and sharing with others, a very generous donation from him.
Do not forget where he came from.
No, not in the least.
Plunkett Cooney, Michigan Financial Companies, Ford Garage. Oh, this place here. Thank you so much for Ford Garage.
Yeah, can we give out Ford Garage? First of all, their clients have been giving us donations throughout the day, and we thank that. But if you get a chance, come down here. This is just dripping in great Detroit history.
Oh, my God.
They've got some of the most amazing vintage vehicles out in front, old trucks. A Model T gracing one side of the bar, and I think it's a Model A on the other. And I don't know if you can get served in the rumble seat or not, but that would be kind of fun.
And I don't want to give away the mystery, but make sure you visit the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, and know that you're okay when you're coming out.
Yes,
You're
it's
okay.
fine. You're fine.
But that's a bit of a museum as well. It'll put a smile on your face anyway. As they always say, you don't really buy beer, you rent it. And also, I want to shout out Doug Bernstein, my good friend at Plunkett
Cooney, who
Yep.
has been front and center on so many of our charitable endeavors here on WJR.
And Bill Brown Ford as well, another one of the Ford
Thank you,
dealerships.
Matt.
Turkish Village. And we have to say thank you to the Salvation Army of Metro Detroit Advisory Board.
And also behind the scenes, Lingo, which is a very highly sophisticated telecom company. They made sure all the phone lines worked, the internet. They made sure that we had cybersecurity to make sure that all these donations stayed secure, no ransomware attacks or things like that. Our friends at Franco Public Relations helping us with the marketing and getting the word out. Of course, the Salvation Army, who day in, day out, as we say, 24/365, and we invite you to text Brad still to that number in the waning minutes that we have here, making sure that that they are on the spot whenever folks need them, and we've seen that in the disasters, and we see that every day as these trucks hit the road. And finally, thanks to our boss, Steve Finateri, our program department, and Thomas has been here all day.
Yes.
And this is a labor of love for AM 760 WJR. And when I signed on 8 years ago, one of the things I was really excited about was to have I had been on Dick's Radiothon all those years, and the fact that we had picked it up and we're going to continue to carry that ball on his behalf was just something that was extra special as we signed up. And hey, thanks to you. I mean, this is fun, dude. He couldn't do it without you, buddy.
Oh man,
it's just every morning
family,
you make
man.
things great.
All family, and we're missing Jamie today.
Yeah,
we're
and Jamie
missing
sends
Jamie.
her best.
Yes,
and certainly now at 6:53. We've had so many great challenges in this hour. The Bozzi family, earlier Pat Milliken Ford, Edsel B. Ford, the Aronson family. All of them kicking things off, and of course the Dick and Gail Purton Family Foundation. And we heard from Joanne Purton, we've heard from Dick, we've heard from Jackie. Let's find out now if we made it over that goal line and are able, thanks to the Aronson family, to provide a new truck for the Bed and Bread Club Radiothon. Lloyd Jackson, do the honors. Our total is for 2025
$1,229,910.
Thank you, Metro Detroit. Again,
you're so
generous. All our
generous.
sponsors, and
Yes.
you always bring us across the finish line. And I don't know that you know how many lives you changed today, but they are beyond count, beyond measure. And as we said, for every $120, you fed 5 people for a month, and this is a year-long mission of mercy that you have helped fund today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Next year, buddy.
Yeah, do it again. Shall we? I don't want to tempt fate, but shall we say 1.3? Is that we'll figure that out later. But we know the need never ends. The costs keep escalating, but know this: that throughout Metro Detroit, there are people you don't know who are going to have a better life, who are going to have a lifeline, who you will put a smile on a face that hasn't seen a smile in a long time. Thanks to your generosity today.
And even when we're
God
off the
love
air,
you,
you
Detroit.
can continue to give.
That's true.
Yes,
Continue
That
to give.
is very true. And there are some other wonderful. We thank the Mark Ridley Comedy Castle. You got a big comedy event later on this year. All these things help to keep that kettle full.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you seems like a small thing to say on a day like this, but thank you so much.
Well, it's been our privilege to do it. Thanks to all of our WJR family for keeping the bus on the road today. But we made it across the finish line, and it means not just 1.4 million meals. It means a new truck to get those meals where they need to be. And again, thanks to all of our donors. That'll do it for us. We'll see you bright and early, 6 a.m. Monday morning on JR Morning. Until then, take care. Have a great weekend.
From Dick Purton.
Disaster struck when a woman, I think her name was Jacqueline, was living on a fixed income with her adult son in a ground floor apartment that flooded. because it was ground floor. In Detroit, they were displaced, and Jacqueline stayed at a hotel temporarily. When she could no longer afford to live in the hotel,